designer, pero mira como guayna, girl, la patrona la designer, pero mira como guayna, girl, el flow que te llevases, ay, aquí competencia ya no hay, nadie se compara a tu style, por eso andamos fire, por eso andamos. De todas las guiales, es la number one, es la buena, mi male. Yeah, 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 yeah. Me dice que tal, si vamos a quemar, you know. Pero vaya, gente que no le gusta que no sea normal, mala. Estamos en la buena, pero con ellos en la mala. Solo tenemos una vida, hay que gozarla, bebé. Hay que gozarla, bebé. Ella es una fila, una mujer entera. Tiene su respeto, ella es la mera mera. Es de la plaza, esa es su casa. Pero mira cómo mueven las masas. Ella es una águila, una mujer entera. Tiene su respeto, ella es la mera mera. Es de la plaza, esa es su casa. Pero mira cómo mueven las masas. La patrona la designer, pero mira cómo vaina, girl. La patrona la designer, pero mira como vaina, girl. El flow que te llevases, ay, aquí competencia ya no hay. Nadie se compara a tu style, por eso andamos fire, por eso andamos. Vamos a bailar toda la noche hasta las 12. Vamos a vivir la hippie life, vivimos del roce. Aquí todo es natural, no me cambia mi pose. Y estamos a los de corte porque no me conoce. Tranquila hasta el fin. Aquí estamos flow pues, nunca flow play. Sé que somos happy porque estamos buen güey. Tú siendo mi Jan, yo sería tu Jin. Ella es una fila, una mujer entera. Tiene su respeto, ella es la mera mera. Es de la plaza, esa es su casa. Pero mira cómo mueven las masas. Ella es una águila, una mujer entera. Tiene su respeto, ella es la mera mera. Es de la plaza, esa es su casa. Pero mira cómo mueven las masas. La patrona la designer, pero mira cómo vaina, girl. La patrona la designer, pero mira cómo vaina, girl. El flow que te llevases, ay, aquí competencia ya no hay. Nadie se compara a tu style, por eso andamos fire, por eso andamos.
Nicky Baker.
Sé que tú amas ese mal, pero tu instinto quiere tocar otra piel. No es tu culpa, baby. No es que seas mala, sino que te ha ganado el placer. A las 12 me llamas, porque ella quiere placer. Mujer quiere fuego en su cama, porque no se lo da él. Mujer, no es un delito tenerte a mi lado, no es un delito estar obsesionado. Hay pecados que se merecen, que se repitan muchas veces. Aguardar la gana que tenemos no es seguro. Salen porque salen, baby, es inoportuno. Por eso yo procuro que lo hagamos en lo oscuro, baby. No somos nada que ver, aún así quieres verme, Ya sé lo que tengo que hacer, comer callado y perderme. A las 12 me llaman, porque ella quiere placer. Mujer quiere fuego en su cama. más rico, baby. Tú haz lo que quieras, nena. Que solo estas paredes verán lo que tú eres cuando actúas en la escena. Ven, pórtate bien. Si tú quieres, baby, que me porte mal. Que de cero yo acelero hasta 100 y no freno hasta yo verte volar. No somos de nada que ver, aún así quieres verme. Quieres verme, yeah. Ya sé lo que tengo que hacer, comer callado y perderme. Nah, nah. A las 12 me llaman, yeah, yeah, porque ella quiere placer, yeah. Ella quiere placer, quiere fuego en su cama, yeah, yeah, porque no se lo da él, yeah, mujer. Sé que tú amas a cena, pero tu instinto quiere tocar otra piel. No es tu culpa, baby. No es que seas mala, sino que te ha ganado el placer. A las 12 me llaman, yeah, yeah, porque ella quiere placer, yeah, mujer, quiere fuego en su cama, yeah, yeah, porque no se lo da él, yeah, no se lo da él, yeah, yeah.
Ella lo sabe, lunes, lunes.
Va cogiendo el filé, yeah. Le gusta la verde, le gusta entonar, aquí estamos chile, yeah. Party, 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 nos ponemos farria, nos encanta el perreo, yeah, yeah. Hablan mucho, mucho, pero ¿dónde están los haters, baby? Que no los veo, que no los veo. Los dos en la pista, esto se puso feo, cha, cha. Duro, 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 pam, pam. A le gusta lo malo, lo underground, yeah. Duro, 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 pam, pam. Suri no queda al que sea en primer round, duro, 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 pam, pam. A le gusta lo malo, lo underground, yeah. Duro, 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 pam, pam. Siempre estamos a la altura, pero perreamos bien down.
Vamos a pecar con perreo, baby. Te veo con un flow criminal. Aquí en el party se siente como el ambiente nos lleva a otro lugar. Yeah. Con perreo se entona, otra mujer también en la zona. Cuando pone freaky, 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 freaky tona, canta como loca porque se emociona.
Nena, seguro que todos esos shots te pusieron a fluir, yeah. Baila cerquita, pa'lante y pa' atrás, si quieres encima de mí, yeah. Duro, 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 pam, pam. La jeva le gusta lo malo, lo underground, yeah. Duro, 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 pam, pam. Suri no queda al que sea en primer round, duro, 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 pam, pam. La jeva le gusta lo malo, lo underground, yeah. Duro, 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 pam, pam. Siempre estamos a la altura, pero perreamos bien down.
Y baila todos los reggaetones y se saben mis canciones como si fueran oraciones en la misa. Tiene carácter de guerrera como Tony Caero, pero conmigo ya está bien sumisa. No es mala mía, si andas sudando, tú pasas todo el día conmigo aquí gozando. Y tras, y no es pa' tanto, esto es una prueba que apenas estoy empezando.
No seguro que todos esos shots te pusieron a fluir, yeah. Baila cerquita, pa'lante y pa' atrás, si quieres encima de mí, yeah. Duro, 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 pam, pam. La jeva le gusta lo malo, lo underground, yeah. Duro, 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 pam, pam. Suri no queda al que sea en primer round, duro, 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 pam, pam. La jeva le gusta lo malo, lo underground, yeah. Duro, 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 pam, pam. Siempre estamos a la altura, pero perreamos cogiendo el filé, yeah. Le gusta la verde, le gusta entonar, aquí estamos chile, yeah. Party, 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 nos ponemos farria, nos encanta el perreo, yeah. Habla mucho, mucho, pero ¿dónde están los haters, baby? Que no los veo, Los dos en la pista, esto se puso feo, yeah. Duro, 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 pam, pam. La jeva le gusta lo malo, lo underground, yeah. Duro, 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 pam, pam. Suri no queda tomando por noches enteras, tratando de sacar tu amor, pero eso me desespera, me desespera. Todo por culpa de tu dulzura, mami me engañas otra vez. Ese man no te da la altura ni a tu escultura que yo te dé. Todo por culpa de tu dulzura, mami me engañas otra vez. Ese man no te da la altura ni a tu escultura que yo te dé. Toda esa noche de tu amiga que ibas a estudiar, lo hicieron, te fuiste a la fija, pues nada que hablar. Cupido, gracias por la vida que me quería estar, pero mejor yo la rechazo que me va a matar. El último rey Cupido, juro que soy el que río. Trata a los otros como quiera que a ti te traten, por eso es que te trato con desprecio y pecho frío. Yo te bloqueo de todo del Insta, mamita, y te doy las gracias, pero no me llame a mí cuando te engaño. Eso es que tan barato yo no sé. Mami, me engañas otra vez. Ese man no te da la altura ni a tu escultura que yo te dé. Todo por culpa de tu dulzura, mami me engañas otra vez. Ese man no te da la altura ni a tu escultura que yo te dé. Primero fueron las rosas con un te quiero, después me dio las espinas, quería dinero. Estoy cansado, tú siempre vienes con pero, y de 100 chicas te pondría yo un 0, porque no vales la pena ni tú jugando de presa. Tú eres de la calle y actuando como una fresa. Ese clon barato también le va a dar pereza de lidiar contigo porque tú cargas y pesa. Todo por culpa de tu dulzura, mami me engañas otra vez. Ese man no te da la altura ni a tu escultura que yo te dé. Todo por culpa de tu dulzura, mami me engañas otra vez. Ese man no te da la altura ni a tu escultura que yo te dé. Esa chica quiere selfie, selfie, ella quiere ver. Pa' que el CP se dé cuenta que aquí perdió esa mujer. Lo que quiere es enloquecer, ser la mujer que él quería ver. Esa chica quiere selfie, selfie, que yo parezca en él. Como que ella quiere, disfruta la noche, lo anormal. Creo que el novio teme que su relación va a terminar. Se da cuenta que no necesita a alguien más. Quiere un selfie para su Instagram. Ella ya no quiere relación, alguien que diga su condición, que solamente le dé traición, para después llegar con un perdón. Quiere hangar y ser de esos babies que goza la vida y lo hacen como esa chica quiere selfie, selfie, ella quiere ver. Para que el CP se dé cuenta que aquí perdió esa mujer, perdió esa mujer. Lo que quiere es enloquecer, ser la mujer que él quería ver. Esa chica quiere selfie, selfie, que yo parezca en mí, que yo parezca en mí. No tiene sueños, solamente en sus sueños nos ponemos risueños con un norteño y mi flow brasileño. Yo te juro que es bueno, ya me doy el palo. Hacen parte si lo desigualo. Le gusta lo nasty y lo malo. Me traje un regalo. Ella ya no quiere relación, alguien que diga su condición, que solamente le dé traición, para después llegar con un perdón. Quiere hangar y ser de esos pibis que goza hacen como
Esa chica
ladies.
quiere selfie, selfie, ella quiere ver, para que el CP se dé cuenta que aquí perdió esa mujer, Lo que quiere es enloquecer, ser la mujer que él quería ver. Esa chica quiere selfie, selfie, que yo parezca, Dime todo lo que ella quiere, nada ha sido regalado. Entre más independiente, más quiero estar a su lado. Esas nenas, mata, es que más ella está plena la noche entera. Esa chica quiere selfie, selfie, ella quiere ver, para que el CP se dé cuenta que aquí perdió esa mujer, Lo que quiere es enloquecer, ser la mujer que él quería ver. Esa chica quiere selfie, selfie, que ella parezca,
No, 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 no. No hice, oh, oh. Baker. Rap, no. Lunes, ja, para todos esos envidiosos. Tranquilo con mi flow, los mantengo. Me dicen que estás escaso, pero tengo. No tengo la voz ronca como Ñengo. Pero los parto bien duro como Sony le hizo a Nintendo. Quieren más, pero no son capaces de nada. Mantienen diciendo que lo que hay, y si yo les digo se asustan. Estar en la cima no es normal. La gente me odia porque soy original. Tanto falso que hay en esta humanidad. Yo los entiendo y sé por qué así están. Es que Supreme es tan high que no tiene ningún rival.
Todo pecho frío se cría en el río, teniendo lo suyo, enseñando lo mío. Ahí donde empiezan toditos los líos, porque se comparan con el Rey León. Cuando de off your own, yo no junto una canción. Tu Mercedes, yo tengo una parking en la colección.
Pero no son capaces de nada. Mantienen diciendo que lo que hay, y si yo les digo se asustan. Estar en la cima, llegó a la meta. En bicicleta, todos se creen esos poetas, porque han rimado calle con galletas. Si tú me das el gusto de ser el primero en hacer las cosas porque no tiene la actitud. No estoy pa' juzgar, tampoco estoy pa' pelear. Ya saben mi puesto y no lo podrán tocar. Quieren de lo mío, pero nada les voy a dar, porque he luchado mucho pa' llegar a este lugar. Quieren más, pero no son capaces de nada. Mantienen diciendo que lo que hay, y si yo les digo se asustan. Estar en la cima no es normal. Y pongan la mesa que ya son por ahí las 12. Así que los niños para el cuarto. El pay no tarda tanto, él solamente tiene que comer y ustedes no pueden ver.
Ustedes me aman con plata, después les espalda pirata. Aquí no es juego corbata y un poco de jeva pachata. Tú sabes como el veneno me sabe mi pana, de eso construyo mi sueño. Nadie me quiere ver bien, lo digo aquí, estamos todos muy bien.
Pero no son capaces de nada. Mantienen diciendo que lo que hay, y si yo les digo se asustan. Estar en la cima no es normal. Y todos mis envidiosos, les va a llegar una carta de Papá Noel, que se ha portado muy mal.
Y ya no sabes lo que pasa. El primer verso, papi. Lo que manda aquí la clave. Este ritmo guaguanco, esto es lo que existe. Y también está mi chamaco, nadie nos resiste. Aquí estamos bravos, la chema tan brava. Esta vida es brava, y yo también soy bravo. Por eso lo que repica a fuego. Mueve la abuela el pescadero. Esto lo mueve el aduanero. Norte al sur, lo ve moviendo. La orilla el mar, lo ve sonriendo. Y yo sé lo que tenemos no es para juego y esto divino. Por eso lo que hacemos quitar tu mano con ritmo letales.
Let's set the scene. 4 regions: North America, Latin America, Asia Pacific, and Europe. The Rainbow Six esports program refreshes every year. 1 year equals 1 season. The global season runs from March to the following February. The 4 independent regional leagues run from March to December. Leagues are divided into 3 stages. At the end of each stage, the top 4 teams from each region will qualify for the 6 major. In 2020, due to the pandemic, these were consolidated regionally. However, when permitted, the 6 major will feature the top 16 international teams. Why do the majors matter? Global standings points. Major teams will earn points toward the global standings, which qualify teams to the 6 Invitational. At the conclusion of 3 stages in December, the 16 teams with the most points in the global standings will automatically qualify for the 6 Invitational. 4 extra teams have one last chance to qualify for the competition through regional open qualifiers, making the 6 Invitational a 20-team competition. Let's focus on what we're here for: LATAM. Despite the stereotype, LATAM is some of the most strategic and methodical siege in the scene. Gone are the days of blind aggression. Instead, we have some of the most talented and calculated players, support staff, and coaches in the world. LATAM teams are divided into 3 regional leagues. Brazil has 10 teams, Mexico 7, and South America 8. In each league, these teams will compete in a round-robin system, meaning each team will face all of the other teams in a best of 1. A win in regulation time is rewarded with 3 points, an overtime win 2 points. There are no draws, meaning each point must be fought for. A loss is 0 points. The 5 best teams of Brazil, 2 from Mexico and 1 from South America, will face each other in the Latin America League Finals, aka the Copa Elite 6. A full week of Latin American rivalry played out on LAN. The teams placed 5th to 8th inside of the Latin America League Finals will score the points for the global standings in parallel. The top 4 teams will be qualified for the 6 major, and depending on their placement in this competition, will earn points for the global standings. Stages 2 and 3 follow the same model. In November, the rankings of the 3 stages are combined to get the final rankings of the season in each region. The top 4 teams from each region will battle it out for a title of their own division during a LAN event at the end of each year, each with a regional champion. Relegation matches are also played during this event. You guys know where to find us, Saturdays and Sundays. This is the LATAM League.
Hello everyone and welcome to today's broadcast of the LATAM League Stage 2 Finals. My name's Riley Knight and it is my great pleasure to welcome you to the broadcast for the first time today. We're going to have a great time, I can guarantee it, my friends, as we get through the quarterfinals of this tournament. Of course, the semis and the finals to follow tomorrow. We do have to have you company throughout all the action this weekend. Joining me at my side for this broadcast, we've got an all-star lineup of coverage talent. I want to reintroduce you really to a stalwart, of course, of the LATAM coverage, joined by Ollie, and alongside Ollie as well, it's an old face that may be familiar to fans of the this league here. Of course, in Ace. Good to have Ace back as well. Ollie, mate, a lot to get across this weekend. What's some of the stuff that you've got your eye on?
Oh, I don't even know where to start, Riley. I've been on vacation this last week and I've been keeping up with the games on CGG and Wikipedia and stuff, and some of them have really, really gone the way that we weren't necessarily expecting. So I'm just looking forward to getting stuck into the whole thing. Can't wait to start bringing you guys the coverage, and obviously we ramp things up now to the finals tomorrow.
Yes, indeed. And Ace, I know you've come back to the LATAM League. It must be nice to be back in familiar territory, a comfy old seat there for you. What's some of the stuff that you're looking forward to getting across today? One night only, I understand, you're joining us.
One night only, Riley. That is me tonight. I mean, I can never say no to my LATAM lovelies to getting back involved with the boys. Obviously, there's going to be some big games tonight, really shaping how the rest of this is going to go. I've got a keen eye on that second matchup with Phoenix. Obviously, there'll be plenty talked about that later on, but it's nice to see the regional teams, other than the Brazilian teams, doing well here.
Yes, indeed. And of course, we'll get across all of that and so much more throughout the entire broadcast. But how do we get to where we are? Of course, after our Stage 2 group play and indeed the group stages that we've had to those teams that qualified for the LATAM League finals here, we have carved out a playoff series, and this is what it looks like. We had our groups here. Ollie, talk us through what happened during the group stage and give us a picture of what it was that got us where we are now.
Well, I think the group stage probably surprised quite a few people. You'll look down that list and you'll see, Group A, okay, we're kind of where we expect to be. Maybe Furia not to be in second and Liquid not to be in third. I think that's certainly a bit of a surprise. But NIP up at the top, obviously proving their dominance once again. So Group A, fairly par for the course. You're expecting the Brazilian teams to come in and have a reasonable showing. Then you glance your eyes down to Group B and you just see what's been going on over there. Team 1, they have absolutely stormed through. They've really proved themselves. They had a fantastic Stage 2 off the back of Invite, and it seems like they're just going from strength to strength at the moment, especially inside of something that's a little bit more of a competition as opposed to a league. I think they've thrived in this sort of an environment. Then you look at second place spot and you go, oh, red logo, but it doesn't say FaZe next to it. It starts with an F, but it's actually going to be Phoenix. Phoenix are the team that have surprised everybody here. They're the ones that have got themselves into that second place spot. They've beaten Black Dragons to that spot as well. And any keen-eyed viewers amongst you will note there that FaZe aren't actually in the running at this point. It's going to be the first time in a very long time that they haven't qualified for a major, obviously, because this is what this is all sort of building up and leading into. But for FaZe to not make it through into the quarterfinals is really going to be a bit of a kick for those guys, and I'm sure that they're going to be looking to try and make amends for that. But from the teams that we've got inside of there, Black Dragons, obviously they only scraped by during the stage to even get into the Copa Elite 6, and they're doing very similar here and now in that third place spot.
Still done very well, of course, and today we'll be focusing on those teams in second and third position across the two groups. We can bring up the schedule now, get you a sense of what you're going to be seeing. And Ace, perhaps you can also give us a bit of perspective as to not just what we're going to be seeing, but also what's on the line here. Of course, we're talking about driving towards that major, and this weekend's action's a big part of what's going to go into the major in August.
Well, it's really interesting, Riley, that you pick up on that and mention it, because that's what's really important about today's games. So overall, for the Copa Elite 6, the top 4 teams will qualify through to that Mexican major. So that is going to be, for the eagle-eyed out there, they'll have spotted it, the 4 that make it through to the semi-finals, they're going to be the ones that are going to that Mexican major, which is where we get that spice. It's where we get that interest on these quarterfinals today, because, of course, all of these teams want to go on. They want to win the whole thing. They want to take the top seed. But extremely important games in these quarterfinals, because the winners head through to the semis, and by doing so secure their places at the Mexican major no matter what happens. So a lot riding on these two games tonight.
Yeah, really important to note here that it's not a matter of actually of course you want to win. Obviously you want that grand final, you want the W, you want the tens of thousands of dollars that come with the win. But the really big thing, as you point out, Ace, here, is picking up a win today, getting into the semi-final secures your slot in the next stage in the August majors. That's going to be massive. Furia Esports, Black Dragons, they're going to be playing their hearts out, and as indeed are Phoenix and Team Liquid Phoenix. We'll have a chance to talk about them, of course, as the broadcast continues. But this is what we're looking at today. Today we'll be getting across these two quarterfinals, a lot on the line for these, and then in the semis and of course in the grand final. Ace, we talk about the qualification for the August Major, but what else is on the line as we get across the rest of the week in tomorrow's matches?
Well, as you say, it then starts coming down to, everybody's got their positions at the major secured, but it's first and foremost about seeding. It's about exactly how and where you're going into that tournament structure when it does come around in August. But also it starts coming down to that pride factor. It starts coming down to those bragging rights. The Corporate Elite Six has got a lot of prestige within the LATAM region. And these teams, they are here to win it. As you say, there's cash associated with it. There's all sorts of other reasons for tomorrow to be a big day as well. And I love the structure of it. I love that today it's all about that major qualification, and then tomorrow it's all about winning the tournament and the big bucks. There's something for everybody on every single day.
Yes, indeed. This really is a very high-stakes weekend for all sorts of different reasons. I mean, 10,000 reasons to smile for the team that takes out the entire thing. That's a lot of cheeseburgers, my friends. You both 10K, my goodness me. Anyway, let's look at our first match. As we mentioned, it is Furia versus BD versus Black Dragons. Ollie, you've kept a close eye on both of these teams throughout the group stages that we've seen, the round robins that we've of course covered off on. As we head into the map veto phase here, let's talk about these two teams. You can paint us a bit of a picture of where they're at and what they'll be fighting for here.
I mean, in terms of a map veto, things really do start to change now as we move into a best of three sort of situation. A best of one, you can give a fairly good estimate as to where you're going to end up, but that first ban, for example, is a very important ban. You want to be getting rid of a map that you're really not too hot on there. I think personally, Furia, they're a team that have proved themselves on quite a number of maps, especially over the course of stage 2. Their sort of statistics are a little bit more diluted, obviously, because they've played international competition in the last 6 months as well. So that's something to sort of factor into it. And then you look on the side of Black Dragons, they're a slightly newer roster in that they've made 2 recent additions and changes. So they're going to be looking a little bit more along the lines of, well, we've maybe not got as deep a map pool as a team that has been together for a year or plus. So they might try and narrow things down a little bit and go to a couple more of those sort of more guaranteed maps, as it were.
Well, let's have a look at the maps that we're going to play on here. And a slight difference, Ace. Now, of course, playing best of 3, we're going to potentially see as many as 3 maps here. Talk us through this process, Ace.
Well, first of all, we got a couple of bans coming in. So Furia take out Villa, Black Dragons, they're going to drop Coastline. And now it's all about picking those maps where you really think you can get your wins. You want to be able to pick up your own map pick at least. Chalet and Cafe are going to be the 2. Clubhouse, Oregon, the 2 common ones. I think, you were suggesting there, Ollie, we might see, but Consulate as well. That's a pretty standard pick in the LATAM region. We see plenty of Consulate. All the teams are good there. But for me, Chalet Cafe, I think it leads into a nice point that when you get into these best of 3s in the tournaments, this is where you start seeing the maps that maybe teams have been covering up a little bit. This is where they start sort of saving them for.
Well, one thing I want to point out here, of course, if you're just joining us, perhaps you've only caught a little bit of coverage of the, if you're a recent acquisition of the fandom of Rainbow Six, it's important to note there are some key differences here with best of 3. We are going to see at least 2 maps here, and the decider, if necessary, heading to Consulate. This means that teams that have a deeper map pool, teams that have had pocket strats have been hiding. This is where that comes out, right? This is that high stakes Rainbow Six that you're going to need a bit of extra special stuff out the back pocket here. So you're going to see Siege that you might not have experienced yet, just based on the nature of best of 3 compared to best of 1. It's fascinating to see how it goes. Let's move on and have a talk about the teams now. Of course, we've already talked about the fact that it's Furia versus Black Dragons. These are 2 teams that have done reasonably well. They've done okay within the BR6 here. Ace, I want to hear from you here when talking about Furia and the performance that they've had. We can bring up their roster and look at some of the players here and talk us through exactly the position that these guys are in and their perspective heading into this match.
Absolutely. I mean, I'll talk about Furia all day long. It's, no surprises to anybody who's watched the broadcast before during my time, how much I sort of championed this team. And they really have gone from strength to strength. The meteoric rise continues for Furia. They are a team that are doing everything right. They've got the foundations in place. They've got 2 of the top 10 players at the minute inside of the Corporate Elite Six so far, going very, very well. And like I say, for me, you look at them last year, they had the whole story of being in the relegation spots, and then they come through, they managed to qualify for the Six Invitational, which Twister, the coach, was always adamant that they were going to do. They had a better than expected performance there. I think they picked up a lot of the neutral fans because people just started sitting up and taking notice, thinking, who is this team? Coming out of Brazil, we've heard of Liquid, we've heard of FaZe, of course, but who's Furia? And they absolutely shocked a few people, and they're just getting better and better. I mean, inside of the Copa Elite 6 so far, we've got Rare and Miracle. If you're wanting some names to look out for, Rare and Miracle going very well so far. Rare, I think, plus 13 KD. He's got 5 plants down as well. He's doing everything at the minute. So Furia, always an exciting team to watch.
Yeah, I know they've been, they've got a lot of attention, a lot of new fans, as you say here, and they have to face Black Dragons. This is a team, Ollie, that have had, I guess, what are we calling, mixed fortunes during the stage that it took to get here. I mean, they put in the work and they're getting rewarded for it, but not from a position of dominance necessarily.
No, and I think that's probably quite a fair sort of assessment of Black Dragons and the way that they've presented themselves over the course of the stage. They didn't have the greatest of stages. There were some of the teams lower down the leaderboard that really started to trip them up sort of right from the get-go. And we saw the same sort of kind of problems that you see with a team that has made a couple of changes. Obviously, with Resets and Perez coming in, we were never going to expect to see the same sort of level of teamwork and coordination. That's something that's going to take a little bit of time to start to materialize. But what we did find from Black Dragons is that they're a very aggressive team, and they're a team that really aren't afraid to get a very hot roam clear done, to even roam themselves when they're on the defense and really challenge at some quite extended angles. So that's something that we've seen from Black Dragons. How that's going to fare them inside of best of 3 sort of situation is always a little bit that kind of remains to be seen.
Well, we are just waiting for the players and the game, everything to be in readiness here. So while we wait for that, I want to get your perspectives. Ace, I'll start with you. Who's going to win? Let's talk about it. How do these teams fare against each other based on the performances we've seen, based on what's on the line? Don't forget pressure, the psychological element of having so much to play for. Who are you backing here in this matchup?
I think personally, if I've got to come out and pick a winner, I think it's going to be Furia. No surprises there.
No
always laughing because he knows where I'm going.
Trying, man. I'm trying.
In all seriousness, there's no bias here. Genuinely, that's based on a number of factors. They both had a very similar record coming through the group stages, Copa Elite 6. There was basically an overtime win and loss that separated the two. That was the whole difference. Furia had an overtime win, whereas Black Dragons had an overtime loss. But remember who that overtime win came against for Furia. It came against Team Liquid. This is a team that have got a lot of recent experience in these pressure tournament situations, having been at the Six Invitational. They're starting to really know what this stuff is about now, whereas for me, Black Dragons, couple of roster changes, still some sort of foundations to put down. They've had a very good run, don't get me wrong. They've got themselves into the knockout stages. I'm just sort of feeling like this is maybe the natural end, but the beauty of Siege is there's always surprises there.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, looking at just the more recent results as well, Furia, of course, getting through the group stage of the league finals here, 3 wins and 1 loss with 1 overtime win, to Black Dragons, who split at 2-2 with an overtime loss. So certainly a little more wind in the sails of Furia, but what's your perspective here, Ollie? I know you're a fan of Furia, more personally speaking, but as a caster, what are your expectations here?
I think I'd agree with Tim, honestly, and you could look at this a number of different ways. We could look at recent performance. I think Furia is a team that are very dangerous at the moment. We've seen some very impressive things out of particularly Rare and Miracle. It isn't always about the fantasy show, but when he shows up and brings the fireworks, that can be exciting as well. But they're a team of depth, and a lot of players on there have the ability and the capabilities pop off. And then you could sort of look toward the maps, and having had a chance to sort of dwell on those and dig up a little bit of statistics and a few notes on them. Chalet's a map that Furia are very good on. Out of 6 players, they've got an 83% win ratio. Now, Black Dragons, they're also quite good at Chalet. Out of 3 plays, they've got a 67% win ratio. Where this differs is the cafe pick, map number 2. That is not a map that we've seen Furia play very recently. It's almost their permanent ban. It sits there with Villa in terms of their most banned map. In fact, Cafe is their most banned. Whereas Black Dragons, we've seen them play it a little bit. We've seen them play it 3 times. So in terms of what Furia were expecting coming into this, I think they've probably allowed that cafe pick in. They've gone, you know what, it's our permanent ban. We've got some things that now we feel is a good time to bring out on here. So that then adds another element of danger into the mixture as well, because we know that Fury are a team that put a lot of work in behind the scenes and in terms of the supporting staff. So very quickly, this one becomes quite difficult to call because we're dealing with a couple of unknowns.
Looks like we're ready to get underway with our first match here at the LATAM League Finals. A great pleasure to have your company, my friends, and we are going to get underway right here and right now. The two casters, Ace and Ollie, are ready to go. Let's get to it.
Thank you very much, Riley. We are going to be jumping in now to the first map inside of this best of three, the first quarterfinal here for the Copa Elite 6. We've got Furia, we've got Black Dragons, and for the first time in a long time, Ace, it's me and you.
Oh, it is, and I am excited. I absolutely, you love this phrase, Ollie. I bounced out of bed this morning. I knew there was some LATAM games on the cards, and I was ready to roll. I've been looking forward to this all day, especially when I get told that I'm coming into a Furia game as well. And Furia Black Dragons, we couldn't ask for much better inside of the server. They're both going to be fighting hard. And I don't just want to paint this Furia picture, Ollie. That's something I want to be very careful. Let's think about Black Dragons here. How much of a deal could this be if they get into the major spot? That could be massive for them,
especially for a sort of developing team, which I think it's a fair category to put Black Dragons into at the moment, is that they are a team that are still sort of finding the feet and still developing. So it really does start to get quite impressive when you think and you look at those sort of terms. Obviously picking up Resets and Perez, this is going to be their first stage inside of the BR6, and already they're making waves into the quarterfinals.
It is. It's really something. Now, just to quickly touch on our operator bans that we've had there for Chalet. We've got Flores, we've got Lion, we've got Kaid, and we've got Valkyrie all going out of things. Now, Flores, new operator coming in for this stage. No surprise to see the ban there. I mean, have you seen a lot of use? How have you seen that impact in the LATAM region as a whole, Ollie?
Flores is something that they've really sort of picked up and ran with.
Powerful operator.
Very powerful.
We had a Lems in EUL saying basically they think it's the most powerful competitive operator at the minute.
Cameraman said literally the same thing. We asked him in an interview, like, I think they maybe banned Flores or something. We were like, talk us, what about the Flores ban? Like, come on, we want to see it. And he was like, Flores is too overpowered. And that was sort of straight out of cameraman's mouth. So it is something that we've seen quite a lot inside of BR6. And it's no major surprise to see it removed away here, especially when you think to the sort of powerful shield play and a lot of the utility burning that you've got to do on this map.
Absolutely. I mean, one position in particular that I'm thinking of is that piano that we can see right in front of us. We're going to be on a top floor hold for site, one master and office, and quite often one of the power positions is in and around that piano. You'll quite often get a bit of utility played in there just to help somebody keep themselves locked in, and the Flores will often be the Rotero drones that are going in there looking to clear out that utility. So that may be a spot that has some significance as this round goes on. But for the immediate start of the round, we've got Furia pushing towards the library side to get things moving. Usually the case, try and get into the top floor, get yourself established, boots on the ground, a little bit of a beachhead inside a library, and then look to push out from there and challenge those defenders.
See a bit of a Solarium take as well here, as that's where we see Rare getting himself. He's going to be carrying that diffuser, carrying that kit, and waiting for a little bit of intel to come on in. Lender just trying to see if there's anything that he can take advantage of here, and very quickly will find himself an opener. Takes down Ion, as Curiosity really got the better of him there.
Big start for Furia. That's exactly what they needed. Just settle things down a bit, get themselves a kill on the board, and then they can start thinking about getting inside and building up the push towards the master and office site. Now, as you said, there's a couple outside on the Solarium Rappel. There's a little bit of attention over to Library, and I love what I'm seeing from Furia here. There's a couple down on that ground floor. They're thinking, right, let's think in terms of getting in, clearing out anybody that's not on site, and then let's surround these defenders. Let's get ourselves on the library side. Let's get ourselves on the Solarium side. Let's make it really uncomfortable for Black Dragons to try and sit inside a site. We've even got the vertical angles coming out here, potentially. Fancy going in underneath. Could be using that to clear out some utility, potentially, if they're getting held up by a mute jammer that's just preventing them breaching a wall. Get underneath, clear it out. Lender comes in with a second ollie. He smashes a grenade into the face alive there. Absolutely removes the man, and with 1 minute 15 left to go, Black Dragons, they're on the back foot.
They really are. Lender is getting pinched here on the solarium stairs. He's just going to try and hold his ground for now. He does have a little bit of assistance. He's got highs on the upside down repel on big window. That's doing a lot to cut straight through the site. As resets, he finds himself down. Fantasy be able to pick up a kill onto Patoxy, and a second over onto resets. Give him an inch and he will take a mile. Perez, he's going to find himself a couple there. Landing his shots and dropping the diffuser. A very important couple of kills. He's still got a lot of time to hold on here, but he's given himself a chance.
Well, he can play his position now. He knows that there's one out on the double window. He gets himself another. This is 1v5 down to 1v1. We saw Perez getting a little bit of a shoulder rub before we came in, Ollie. And whatever's gone on there has certainly given him the strength that he needed to get in here and start having a fantastic round one, because he's not had the best performance so far. He does take shots there, though. 1v1 shut down by Miracle. One of those two names that I picked up on before we came into this game. And the shoulder rub maybe just wasn't quite enough, Ollie. I thought there was some magic hands going on there. We saw him just getting ready and focused coming into this one. And what a performance that nearly was to kick things off for Black Dragons and Perez there.
You imagine if that shoulder up lasted another 5 seconds, what he would have been able to achieve there inside of that round. A very impressive cleanup. Furia threw themselves at that one, and honestly, they would have deserved it if they'd have lost it. Because with the way that we saw aggressive players coming on through, it was just a little bit unnecessary. I don't think that we needed to see, you know, both Rare and Lender peak at the same time. And it wasn't even like a double peak. It wasn't even that good, because one player is stuck inside of a rappel animation. We get another player stuck inside of a rappel animation as they're coming in from the big window. Perez has done a great job to land a few shots there. It's going to have given a bit of confidence, I think, to the side of Black Dragons, because otherwise that round was a whitewash to Furia.
Oh, it was, yeah, up to that point, it was a complete write-off for them. I think the thing is, we've all been there. I'm not saying that I play at the level that Furia does, but
Like
we've all been
4K
there.
inside
No, not on Perez's side. I've been on Furia's side of that countless times. You get to 5v1, and it's just like, you know what? Let's just rappel in together. We'll try and get the kill. Yeah. And all of a sudden, it's 1v1, and you've got somebody in your ear, and it's usually me that's saying, we're throwing this away here. Throwing this away here, boys. Like, we need to calm down. This is 1v1. We were 1v5 a second ago. Miracle's closed that out. Like I say, Miracle and Rare both going very well inside of this tournament so far. So maybe not one of the ideal players to be left up against in that sort of clutch situation. But, absolutely, hats off to Perez there. Great effort, and hopefully we can see that continue for Black Dragons. Maybe more of the late round than the early round would be nice.
Miracle already starting off pretty strong there. He dealt a few chip damage shots into Resets. Resets was inside a bar there, playing on the Frost. Obviously, needing to do something to deal with this aggressive entry that Furia are bringing. We've also got Miracle holding the drone hole now. He's not going to shoot just yet, but he knows somebody's going to be playing there. Just trying to open himself up enough lines of sight to work with. Showing great patience here. He isn't going to get a great chance at dishing any serious damage into Ion, but at least he knows that he's going to be there. And now Furia can work to do what they've done very well, and that is to pinch players out, get the drones working in. It's very similar to the way that Liquid play this map. They like to get a lot of kills from the outside before committing too heavily inside of the building. And that's really what we're seeing now with these challenges coming in. Players just trying to get baited into a bit of window play.
Patoxy's going to get himself challenged very soon if he's not careful, but it's actually Live who comes up into the first engagement there and will find himself down. So Patoxy goes for the jump out, but shut down by a Lender who seemed to have a sixth sense. He knew that was coming, and he was there to just mop up the man as he jumped out of the window. That effectively leaves us 5 versus 3 now, unless somebody is able to get themselves over to Live and get him collected. It's looking unlikely at the minute. Perez takes an awful lot of damage on that challenge as well, just having to dip away on the Jaeger, and right now Live, the best he can hope to do is feed a bit of information into his team if any of these Furia players come within range of him to be able to be spotted out, but that's not going to be the case for the time being. And coming into the last 55 seconds, once again Black Dragons are seriously on the back foot here.
That kill will be confirmed there, as Live eventually is going to bleed out. There's still a power position to be dealt with at the top of Library stairs. Perez actually gets himself downed inside of the site as well. Fury have about 35 seconds to execute on this, and they're dealing with a significant man advantage yet again here. They haven't really suffered at all, aside from that little spree from Perez that we saw previously. Now, we know that High saw the frost mat, so we don't have to panic too much there. But Ion is going to find one over onto Fantasy, commanding those library stairs, and now able to get himself back on into the site. The push has to come in, but it's coming in a little bit slow, and resets. He's going to hit a couple of shots. Quickly brings this down into a 2 versus 2. Can now just watch onto the doorway. Finds himself a triple. Can he hit the quad? Yes, he can. Resets. What a performance inside of that round.
What is going on in this game? I just really hope that Black Dragons are not going to try this every single round, because my heart can't take it, X. There's absolutely no way I can go through this with 4K and 5K attempts at the end of every single round. Resets there coming up big, and I think we're seeing the same flow for Furia there, getting themselves that advantage, this time just feeding in through that single door and giving resets every opportunity. One man goes in, peeks the bomb, gets killed. They don't have time to change things around, but they should have been set differently to begin with. You've got to push from multiple angles in a man advantage situation. You've got the manpower to do it. Try and get a pinch. Try and get yourself on opposite sides of somebody. Don't allow it to be possible for them to just treat it like a shooting range as one target pops up in front of them after another.
He got 4 kills without moving his feet.
Exactly that.
4 kills, and he was in the same spot. Whatever that, you call that out, and he should be dead. That was, again, from Furia. Great early round. Furia's early round is really strong.
Oh, it's beautiful. Yeah.
That late round is a mess. I'm going to be straight. Like, that should not be allowed to happen. Resets is... He's taken advantage there. He shouldn't have been allowed to do what he's been able to do, but he's just played to the whistle. You know, he's got himself 4 kills, dealt with not only players coming in from, you know, the bottom of main stairs and inside of that fireplace area, but he's dealt with someone through the hatch as well.
That for me was probably the kill. That was the one that really opened it up. It hits the hatch shot, which isn't easy. You know, we always say this, fighting uphill in Siege is a difficult battle. Usually, if you've got the height advantage, you do tend to start finding those kills. But he manages to get the man on the hatch and then just flips it around, and he's got 2 left, 8 seconds. They don't have time to relocate anymore. And so for me, that's the real linchpin of that clutch.
Well, we'll see how Furia choose to respond here. I would imagine that they're going to attempt very similar inside of this early round, but of course they're dealing with a different site now. Black Dragons have actually gone downstairs, which isn't a site that we get to see all too often.
It's difficult to defend. It's difficult to defend because you've got all 4 sides that you can be attacked from.
And you've still got to do a full map clear. So, as easy as it is to just open the wall and try and get a plant off, you've still got to clear the whole map.
You do, because it can be held vertically. If you're inside a fireplace, inside of that main lobby area, you can just open up a few holes there. Like you say, if you've got somebody on the roam, if potentially somebody like Live on the mute, if, you know, bringing along those explosives, you've got Ion he's used them, but the impact nade options there. If you can get those holes opened up vertically, you can prevent that plant going down. So, like you say, very important to get everybody cleared out.
We're seeing a much slower approach here from Furia. I'm not sure if this is in response to the way that the previous couple of rounds have gone. But we're halfway through the round and they haven't made a big impact onto the roamers. They forced them back to site, but there are still a couple out there and present. Miracle is going to move through Piano now. There's going to be players sitting on the main stairs, but at this point, Black Dragons can kind of just retreat and be happy that they've wasted a good portion of time.
That's it for the time being. A lot of the roaming job is done. They're down to that final minute. We're going to see that rear wall getting opened up now. Thatcher along with his EMP grenades just to make that a little bit easier. And have a little bit of damage done to Lender. He's been getting into those entry battles repeatedly, but you can see what I was saying there, X. You've got Thermite opening up the rear wall. He's going to move round. He's going to open up the side wall from Trench as well. So now the defenders have got multiple angles to worry about. Ion, he's not worried about a thing as he puts Fantasy into the ground though. Lender, second grenade kill on the day, using those explosives to fantastic effect so far. Levels things up here in round 3, 4 versus 4. 25 seconds left to go, and Furia, they've got to get something moving here, and that's what's going to happen as Rare just dashes in through that side breach, starts to get the diffuser down, even manages to dodge out of the way of a Nitro, but the kills keep coming, and they keep coming in the favour of Black Dragons right now. Rare, very important engagement there as he gets the kill onto Ion. That was his second, with one going onto Live as well. It's all up to Patoxy. The cover's in place though from a long angle, shut down by Miracle, and what a round from Furia, showing exactly how to attack onto the basement.
We got a great view of that as well. With that top down, we could see the decision making that Rare was dealing with, and we saw him start the plant, and he came off. Obviously, because we're not in his view, we can't hear that the C4's been ripped, but he knows it's coming in. We see him go to the other side of the stack. He starts to try and get the plant down over there. Rare has played a blinder. He's essentially been inside of a blender. Someone's turned it on, and he's been dodging the blades as they come through at max speed, as it's trying to pulse you up. Great round there from Rare. Good rotation from Miracle as well, getting himself downstairs. I was a bit worried when I saw where Miracle was in those dying few seconds, and I saw Rare in essentially a 1 versus 2. Because you're thinking, Miracle, where are you? We need a little bit of assistance. We need that crossfire through into connector to try and cut anybody off from moving on through. But it came exactly when it was required. Again, a very close round. You know, these rounds are... The swinging in the early part, we've seen Furia take the early lead in a couple of them so far. That last one, it was very unclear. It really could have gone either way, but Rare and Miracle, they're able to dig deep and get the job done.
Yeah, it's an interesting point you make about Miracle's position. It's quite specific for him to be back there in Big Garage like that. But with that wall opened, if you think about it, he carves off a massive section of that site. And given that Rare was on his left-hand side, having come in from the trench side, he should, so long as there's no more explosives left on the board, be completely safe, because nobody should be allowed to step across that line of sight that Miracle's got all the way right through to connector. So it was well played by Furia to get that down, even after they'd lost a few men in that sort of battle of attrition in the mid-range. You got to feel for Black Dragons a little bit there. They again had a stalwart fight back in that mid-round area, mid to late round, where they got them couple of kills, and you thought this could be falling apart for Furia again. But no, this time Furia had it locked down. But we did comment on this, it was one of the easier attacking sites. So Furia, they need to take that momentum now and start pushing forward a bit.
And from what they've shown us, they're going to be very capable of picking up rounds elsewhere as well. They've just been coming down a little bit too close to the wire. Again, we see Furia with trying to get that kill over on the entry now. In the early part of the round, we did see a bit of drone work going on inside of Bar and Gaming, and that drone work's going to continue. Fantasy looked like he was going to get himself into a position, but for the meantime, it seems as though Miracle is just trying to cut off any sort of rotation or serious run out, as Highs is actually going to get himself above and maybe try and work down from that library area. Fancy now into position as well and start to deal with the player that's going to be on Fireplace.
Just looking to hold those angles through into library. Fancy is going to go in, supported by the man on the window, which was Highs. Lender is going to be down this time. He's been well in those opening battles so far, but this time Ion comes out on top, manages to get that first. Miracle, however, will get a trade, and the kills start absolutely raining in. And unfortunately for Furia, they can't stop killing anything that moves, even their own men. As Rare, he will pick up an unfortunate team kill there, leaving them 2 versus 3. Fortunately, there was a couple already down on the side of Black Dragons, but with Lender down, injured, that's going to pick him back up to 20 health, but he's only 1 bullet away from dying. So this is not going to be an easy final minute for Furia. They're going to have to play this smart. For me, they need to use their drones. The problem is they've only got 1 left on the side of Rare Ollie. He's got 1 that he can actively use. There may be a few knocking about in static positions that the other players have left before dying, but in terms of sending drones in to gather information, there's not going to be much of that available.
No, and that's demonstrated with the smokes just used in an attempt to get into a position to do anything inside of this round. Lender doesn't have any grenades left either, but he has got himself underneath, and he can start to try and find a bit of a vertical angle, see if anybody on the side of Black Dragons gets a little bit too aggressive, but Rare is eventually going to get himself picked on off. Well, Lender, he'd announced himself by taking out the default cam. Somebody on the side of Black Dragons would have been watching that. Resets to pick up that final kill. Lovely little flick there. And we get to see inside of the final kill cam. Black Dragons come back with a round that wasn't up for grabs for anyone. They vied very heavily there in the early part with an aggressive hold.
And what a game that we're seeing so far. We're 2-0 after 4 rounds. And this one, I've just got a feeling, is going to be tooth and nail the whole way. Whether we end up with a third map or whether we see 2 tight victories for one team, we'll see as this one progresses. But right now, Black Dragons showing that they are in this one to fight, and they are here to try and claim their spot in that Mexican major, which, like you say, you know, they sort of squeaked their way through the normal season to get themselves here into the Copa Elite Six. They've done everything by the skin of their teeth, and they might just manage to do that again.
It would be great if they did. You know, I think it would be really good for Black Dragons if they were able to get themselves...
I love them stories.
You know, they missed out on Copa last stage by 1 point. You know, they are that team that are just on the threshold, on the precipice all the time, and eventually they're going to do it. And it might have to come through, you know, a very arduous game, and that's kind of what we're seeing here. You know, there's no clear winner inside of this one so far. All square at round 5 at 2 rounds apiece. That's what it's going to take from Black Dragons, I think, and, you know, maybe today could be their day. I think certainly the second map could favour them, but even here on Chalet, there's been nothing too clear-cut just yet, so... Another couple of chances here for Black Dragons to defend. Another couple of chances for them to pick up a couple of rounds here before they switch over onto the attack, which is where we've seen them struggle a little bit more. So, the better that they can do here on the defense, it's going to stand them in a better stead moving forward into that split.
Rare immediately opening up that Solarium window there, just looking to apply some pressure to those top floor roamers of Black Dragons. We are, of course, attacking onto Bar and Gaming this time for Fury. And look at the aggression coming in from Fantasy, going straight in there. Absolutely no messing. He's getting hot droned in. You can see it just ahead of him. Oh, I don't think he maybe quite knows the exact position of that man, and just takes a few little pre-fire shots before he moves in, but he's going to have to dip out of the engagement for the time being. He's going to be supported by Miracle, who's also moving in from Trophy as well. They just see the man dipping his way back up the main stairs, so Black Dragons not wanting to commit too heavily to those early challenges, but I tell you what, they do commit onto the kill of Highs, and that's going to close the man down on the main door. That's going to just give Black Dragons that advantage again, and this at the minute, all this entry game for Black Dragons is going through Ion right now.
He's doing a lot of work there. Highs has been removed on the Jackal. Now, that's one of the first times we've seen Jackal picked. So Highs has obviously brought that for a specific reason, and maybe to assist in this roam clear, or for the smoke grenades that Jackal brings, but neither of those things are going to be a factor. We still will have smokes on Rare. Whether we get Rare into a position to use them or not. This upstairs is pretty free at the moment for Furia, as we see them be able to make pretty serious advance. Fantasy and Lender have got themselves in now and can start to challenge onto the top of Library and deal with that deployable shield. It will eventually be dealt with. There is going to still be a player inside of Library and a player on the stairs, so there's still a lot to consider here for Furia in this approach, and they haven't got a great deal of time to execute it.
50 seconds left to go. Patoxy gets aggressive. He nearly finds himself one. In comes the nade that he has to just duck away from, but his movement there is actually fantastic as he gets the shots on, just avoids the nade that was coming in to try and take him down, and then keeps himself alive and in the fight, getting himself back into Bar for the time being. Half health, albeit, but Lender, he's taken a lot of damage in that exchange as well. Now, Black Dragons, they are largely falling back to site here to try and just hold things down for the last 20 seconds. Furia, this is where they've been struggling, finding those openings, getting themselves into position to win rounds in the late stage. Now Live, he gets himself another one onto Lender, and it's all falling apart again, but Rare and Fantasy, they maybe managed to grab a hold of it. That's a great kill through into the connector. 1 versus 1, 1 second left to go. Time is going to run out for Rare. Fortunately, Patoxy manages to close that one out as he just watches the sand run through the hourglass and just waits for that 3-minute timer to be over. And another successful defense for Black Dragons.
Another tight round down in the Bar as well. You know, we saw Furia make some good changes there inside of that round. They weren't going to fall to resets and his 4K games this time. They really were in a position to deal a lot better. But again, falling foul of the clock. You got to think, if that little bit of barbed wire that was on the doorway catching Rare and keeping him slowed a little bit, has that played a bit of a factor in there inside of that round? Very possibly. All Rare needed was a glimpse there to land a couple of shots, but time was running out and things were getting a little bit desperate for Furia. So we are going to see Black Dragons pick up another round there. They now have the lead for the first time this map. Can they look to try and extend it? They're going to be taking us into the kitchen now. And they're going to look to make this a 4-2 split.
This could be massive for Black Dragons. As you commented coming in, Ollie, obviously Fury are a team that we know are very good on Chalet. And potentially this was their map pick as well. So Black Dragons have obviously got some confidence in Cafe coming in there. Fury are regularly ban it out, as you said. So you start asking the question then, are Fury banning it out because they don't like playing there, or are they banning it out because they're keeping it under wraps and they're going to be happy to go there? So that's going to be a big question mark over map 2 potentially, especially if Black Dragons come out and get this win on Chalet. This could be the real foundation. This could be the best foot forward that they need to push themselves into the major.
It really could. You know, it can all come down. Even inside of the best of 3, one map can have a really huge swing just in terms of mentality and momentum. And we know that Black Dragons are an aggressive side. If they start to really feel themselves in hitting the shots and things start to click and they really come together, it might not be beyond the realm of possibility for them to do this here. And well, the way that we've seen Furia play, it's not necessarily been scrappy, but they've had to win in those situations. And Black Dragons have really put them under quite a lot of pressure so far today. So still, the last round of the attack for Furia, and honestly, I think regardless of whether Chalet is attacker-sided, defender-sided, I think it's going to be good for them to get off this side now. I think it's going to be good for them to get themselves onto the defense. They just want to try and get through this round, come away with a round win, and then look to sort of turn their sights, because things haven't gone smoothly for them, and Black Dragons have made it very difficult so far.
No, they've had those late round issues, and as you say, it can become a little bit of a mental block sometimes. So I think if they can just get away from that, get themselves onto the defence, maybe hopefully switch the momentum up. But for the time being, there is still one more round to close out. We're getting towards the halfway point here. They are attacking onto kitchen and dining for this last time. Fantasy sends in that Gemini decoy there that will be taken down, but not before feeding in information just about some of the player locations up on this top floor. Because once again, the defenders of Black Dragons, they're going to try to hold down Master and Office for as long as possible. They want to keep hold of those vertical angles, but Fantasy, he manages to find a sort of half vertical angle halfway down the stairs there. What a great headshot onto the man at bar as well, taking down Ion, and that's Live who went along with him in that opening encounter. So now 5 versus 3, and he gets himself another. This couldn't be Fantasy going for one of those classic aces, could it?
Honestly, keep feeding him. Why are Black Dragons still peeking him? That's absolutely crazy. Fancy's had a bit of a change of pace. He's picked onto the Iana. Not somebody that we see him play all too often. Highs, he's going to yoink it off him. The nade was perfect. Fancy could have been on for a 4K there and still possibly could have been on for the ace, but Highs is going to yoink that one away from him. This is the Furia that we were expecting to see here, but there's still chance for them to mess it up. We've seen them in this situation before. Highs, he's going to pick up that final kill. Furia will finally get themselves a flawless round. They've been threatening it throughout the course of their attacks here on Chalet, and on the last round of their attack, they finally managed to do it.
3-0, we see even Stevens at the halfway point as Fury are able to get round 6 over the line. More than over the line, they absolutely sprinted away with that one. 3 kills for Fantasy, 2 for Highs, and it was all done and dusted. As you say, I think 4 of the kills, I think it was 3 of them came in the exact same location, and that was on that dining room door. They just wanted to keep fighting there, and I'm not really sure why.
No, it's from a defender point of view, it's very strange, because Fury have just gone, we're just going to walk in if that's all right with you. We're just gonna make our way through. Like, just don't fight him. Just don't fight Fantasy there.
Beautiful shot onto the man behind the bar as well, just showing the gun skill that he's got at his fingertips, really able to take that one out. And it just felt like a little bit of a catalyst in the round. He got that opener, and then he hits the man at bar, and all of a sudden Fury are rolling. And that's what you just feel like about them as a team at the minute, or I certainly do watching this. I just think as soon as Fury sort of get on top, you always feel like they're going to win the round. Obviously, we had that round 2 where Black Dragons did manage to turn it around. But generally speaking, Furia, they're sort of like a stone hitting a downhill. As soon as, they're rolling along, they're just picking up a little bit of pace. And then those first kills just push them over the edge, and there's very, very little stopping them.
They're a very momentum-based team, and I think it does come off the back of that team effort all pulling in the same direction. It's really easy to sit here and to talk about the kills that we're able to see, you know, whether it be highs or fantasy getting. But that's off the back of the drone work that's going in from the likes of Rare and Lender. So you do see it on both sides there. And you can see why that hypes them up, because everyone's got a contribution in toward that as well. It's not just the guy that's pressing mouse one. And I think when they do get that early opening advantage inside of the round, they are a good team at really starting to press it. We've seen them threaten a couple of flawless rounds on their attack, and they finally managed to get one over the line. Now they switch things up and they get themselves onto the defense. Lender is playing, I don't know if it's the most risky mirror window I've ever seen, but it's certainly up there, Tim.
Well, you know, sometimes no risk, no reward. We've got to remember that. But the thing is, when you're thinking about mirror windows, you've always got to think about what's behind you. That's the big factor. And obviously, having that big double window there, pretty easy for somebody to get up on the rappel and to just take that one out and shoot it down. But I think the hope there is that, you know, maybe that isn't the direction of the attack initially to begin with, and you can maybe just get that cheeky early kill onto Solarium using it. You know, effectively, if you see that mirror window as a bit of a burner, you know, as a bit of utility that, look, we're probably not going to hold on to this, it might just give us that cheeky, cheap early kill, then, you know, maybe it plays out. As we can see, the Barner's got on there, got that opened up, so Lender, he's going to have to dip away from that fight now.
Is he, though? That's the question.
Well, I mean, I say he has to. It's not to say he will do.
The way that silhouette was looking looked a little bit dangerous, and Lender is almost like a bit of a moth to a flame here with this one. He's still going to be holding on to the ankle, and he's going to get swung. Perez, he doesn't miss those. He's going to swing on in, find that kill onto Lender, and that's really opened up this Solarium side now for Black Dragons.
It's a great opening kill, that much is for sure. Perez having a much better game than maybe he's had so far, as I said, in Corporate Elite 6, really getting himself rolling here today. And I mean, what a time to do it. You come into the quarterfinals, the knockout stages, that's the time to start putting up the real big numbers. Live manages to get himself a kill, and that's going to leave us now 5 versus 3 for Black Dragons. 45 seconds left to go, and this attack is looking pretty promising so far. They've got the vertical control that they need, but they need to be aware that Highs is on the flank here. This could be a big move.
Highs is looking quite dangerous there. There is going to be a Nomad in play with 2 air jabs out, so he does need to be cautious. Miracle there, jump scared. And it eventually ends up missing his shots. Highs is able to do a little bit of damage, though, but he's now going to be the last player standing. He has to pull off an ace here if he's going to try and do it, as Live looks to confirm that diffuser. 15 seconds left and nothing stopping him from getting it down. Highs does have a C4 and he's got a great shot. He's going to pick up 2. It puts him onto a triple. Resets and Perez, the final 2 to find. Going to use the C4. It might open him a bit of a line of sight. It's certainly going to give him something to work with, but these 2 players aren't going to give anything away. Crossfire there being held. Resets picking up the pieces. Black Dragons come away with an attacking round win.
Great round for Black Dragons there. Got themselves in, dealt with all the utility to put up against them on the top floor, got control, put the diffuser down. It was a textbook attack onto dining and kitchen, and it was very well worked. Black Dragons very impressive so far here on Chalet. Now, the worrying thing, if you're a Furia fan watching this, is you're looking at this thinking, right, we've had that switch of sides. We were a little bit concerned after the initial attacking phase, but we got 3 on attack. That's okay, right? Black Dragons come in and absolutely smash your defense to pieces to begin with in round number 7. That's never a good omen moving forward. Black Dragons are showing that they've got some real teeth to their bite here, and coming through to get another one on Master and Office. This could be a big round for Black Dragons.
All I'm going to say is Lender's not playing mirror this time.
There's been words. Words have been out there.
Someone said something there. Someone's gone, you know what? Inside of the quarterfinals, I'd rather you don't. I'd rather you don't play the suicide mirror window, because it's just not giving us much. Just bring Frost, put 3 bear traps down. Tim's casting. Someone's bound to get caught in one. You'll be fine.
Absolute fact. Absolute given fact that somebody. I tell you what, I had a bit of a moment. I didn't actually mention it at the time, X. If you remember, I think it was maybe round 3. The Gemini clone went in through the library window and didn't shoot at the frost mat. And there was a bit where my heart sank as he went in through the window.
I love the Geminis because it baits me sometimes. Even when you just see them like swing round the corner, you're like, "What? How is this happening?" Like he was over there a second ago. It is always makes for good fun.
The quick approach coming in from Black Dragons once again then. We've already got the Solarium Rappel established. We've got Sledge opening, barricades up, drones going in, laser gates getting cleared off. Everything is going down very quickly. Utility being dealt with. The problem with those two laser gates on the Solarium windows there, Ollie, obviously anybody not familiar with the gadget, it prevents, you take damage if you move through it. So it sort of prevents utility, it prevents manpower just going in quickly and easily through that location. But what can happen is when it's been burnt out like that, so a throwable goes through there, the laser gate stops working for a period of time. Once that time is up, there's a little device that sort of generates the laser gate that's on the back of the window frame in this case, and that can be shot by a defender, and it will sort of reinstigate that laser gate. It'll get it working again. But the problem on the Solarium window with having two there, that's a very difficult shot to make if you've got people on rappel there, because when you expose yourself to take the shot and to try and reactivate that laser gate, you're going to get absolutely deleted from the map. So bit of a tough spot. They've been easily dealt with by Black Dragons, and they're getting themselves in well here. This is going pretty good other than that live there.
Yeah, live falling isn't ideal. It's going to be the sole hard breach that Black Dragons have chosen to bring here. Miracle doubles down as well, picking himself up a C4. Patoxy is going to miss out on his chance on that rotation kill onto Miracle, and Miracle's going to be able to, or maybe Fancy, swan up those stairs. Patoxy now likely going to get himself onto that big window rappel and try and work with Ion here. There's still a diffuser to recover in and amongst all of this as well. Black Dragon's push has just slowed down a little bit. Ion is going to get himself in. In the meantime, isn't going to be being challenged. I say that. Miracle's got the angle, and he doesn't need much encouragement to hit the headshot. Reset's now left inside of the ace clutch. In a pretty tough spot. Going to find himself one onto Miracle. This is where Furia have been a bit shaky, but Lender this time says, stop. That's enough. I'm going to put an end to this right here and now.
Great defense from Furia. After the first minute or so, I was sort of shouting up Black Dragons. I'm saying, yep, they've got somebody established in Solarium. They've dealt with a lot of utility. They're moving forward well. But Furia proving me wrong. They had absolutely every angle locked down there. There was just no space for Black Dragons to breathe inside of the map there without Furia putting them down, let alone breathe any fire into that attack. They just could not get it going. And once again, we see this back and forth. We haven't seen anybody take the lead by 2 rounds as of yet. It's always been a 1-round margin or dead level. And I can already see this one going to overtime. I mean, would it be a game that you and I cast? And it just seems to happen time and time again. I think we're heading for those extra rounds.
It's been known. I think it's probably fair to say that we do tend to attract an OT, and inside of a best of 3. I mean, the problem is inside of this one, Ace, is that it's Consulate final map.
Oof.
It's like your favourite map, my favourite map. I think everyone loves Consulate. Everybody wants to see Consulate in this one.
Especially for a decider. Especially for a LATAM decider. It's just going to be an absolute brawl.
Regardless of who's playing and who you want to win, I want to see Consulate as the final map, and that's where we're headed. In my head, already mentally, I'm ready to go there.
That's my only bias inside of this one. I know I've been a staunch supporter of Furia in the past, but I'm not, as always, I come into this as a neutral. Black Dragons win, Furia win, fantastic. I'm just going to get excited about it. What I'm biased towards is getting a third map on Consulate. That's where I want to see the decider.
Well, I mean, if this game's been anything to go by, there's a chance that we get there, because there's not a great deal separating these two at the moment. And it's really going to be down to one team to stand up and start to change something, start to do something a little bit differently. So far, they're meeting each other and they're matching pace very well indeed. Black Dragons again going to go for this bit of a top floor clear. Some aggression there from Fancy, but Perez with the flip.
Get sat down.
His face doesn't even change. You could see him on the webcam. He just didn't even blink.
Honestly, between maps, somebody give that man a shoulder rub, because look at what happens. He's coming in absolutely storming through kills. That was an absolute beauty onto Fantasy. The drone went in just ahead of him. It's like he just saw that split second. It's like, right, I've got to react to this, and boy, does he. Now, Lender, he's inside of Library. He's trying to hold that long angle through, see if he can catch anybody out, but that's what Furia's defences seem to be getting reduced to in some cases here. Can we catch Black Dragons out here? Can we catch them on a long angle? But There's still work for Black Dragons to do here. 1.5 minutes. They've got all the time in the world. They've got the manpower 5v3, but they do need to clear Lender out.
And the pace of Black Dragons here could be something that comes back to haunt them in the later part of the round, especially now we see players like Miracle just starting to challenge Rare as well. Everyone on the side of Fury is going, you know what, we're a bit of a man disadvantage here. They're not taking any advantage of this situation. We need to try and aggress on up and just meet them a little bit where they may not be expecting us now. Whilst they're droning and trying to formulate that plan and work the vertical, we maybe just need to get ourselves up there. Miracle does drop back, but Rare is still on the prowl. He's not going to see Perez at all. He's going to pick up his second kill inside of the round. Lender now getting chunked down from small entrances. Well, eventually it will happen. Ion there, the one to land the shots. Miracle now. I mean, he's been one of the best players on the side of Fury, but really, what is he able to do?
He's going to need a miracle
here? Look at him go. Finds himself 30 seconds left. Manages to avoid one of the stuns, but will be caught out in the second. There's still enough time here for Black Dragons to rush through, or maybe even just try and guarantee this with a plant, and it looks as though that's what Live's going to try and do. Shots now being exchanged. All Miracle needs to do is kill the planter here, and he's going to get his chance. Can he land his shots? No, the cruel recoil and the short magazine of the SMG-11 is going to be his undoing. Now his location's known. He swings onto one, but he eventually gets taken out by a Live, a plant and a kill to clean things up there.
That is agonizing for Miracle there. He sees the man, but he just sees a sliver and he can't get those shots, and we could all feel the disappointment that he must have felt as that SMG recoil just dictated the round for him. He just couldn't control it quite enough to hit enough shots, and like you say, the small mag size all played into it. If that one goes down, he's 1v2, and you start looking at things maybe a little bit differently with the diffuser down cold on the ground and time ticking away. Maybe people start panicking and things, they get turned around, but there was no panic in Black Dragons there. They were able to very calmly get that one over the line, get it on the scoreboard, 5-4. They've got themselves a nice late advantage here in this matchup.
That's where you want it. It doesn't matter who wins the first round, it matters who wins the last, and if that's what Black Dragon's mentality is coming into this one, then GG's, because they've really started to ramp things up over the course of the last couple of rounds. And their attacks have impressed me. I think their attacks is somewhere that they've put a lot of work into here. It isn't just out-and-out aggression. There's a focus on getting the plant down, even when they're in such a man advantage situation. And I think it's just a bit of a nod of respect as to what's gone on already inside of this game with, 1vx's really sort of going in the one's favour. We've seen Black Dragons benefit from that a couple of times. Fury themselves have done quite well in the clutches. So both of these teams having that clutch potential, and I think both just sort of recognising, but maybe Black Dragons sort of taking it a little bit more seriously there with that focus on getting the plant down, putting the pressure onto Miracle, and getting themselves a bit of a lead here.
Interesting use of the Argus cam from Patoxic on the 0 there, taking that immediate long shot to take out the default cam, but also provide a lot of information across the top of that mezzanine. Now then, the second Argus goes in, does get spotted out by the Echo. He did get hit with the Z-ping before he managed to spot out the SAM cam there, but given that he's seen it, I would expect him to change his position somewhat. Not massively maybe, but he just needs to get himself away from exactly where he was playing, because that is what's going to happen. The nades are going to come in, the shots are going to rain up through the floor, and he just needs to make sure he's not there when they do.
So Lender's not playing the mirror window this time. He's instead going to use the Hibana holes. He's going to take down Perez in a shot that's only befitting onto somebody like Perez, because they're the kind of shots that he hits. Nutty. Little couple of taps there is all it takes. Not much of a sight picture to be going on. First time for a long time, it feels as well. Black Dragon's actually going to get... Fury are going to get the opener inside of this one. Black Dragons have really dominated that entry kill so far. So to get one back in this round for Fury when they need it is going to be ideal.
It is, like you say, for the longest time, it's all been Black Dragons. We had Lender picking up a couple to begin with in round 1 and 2, but just getting his team back on track there with a big start. But Furia, they need to convert this. That's the thing. They need to make this work. And generally speaking, when they've got that opening kill, they have done well within the round. Heise is going to take a lot of damage from Trench Door there. Just dip away from that fight for the time being. Get himself back onto site, which at this point is probably a good idea. 1 minute left to go. And we've got Black Dragons established inside a Solarium. But remember, they are attacking onto Kitchen and Dining. So still got quite a lot of work to do here. They've got 55 seconds. They look to find a kill onto the Aruni of Fantasy. He's had a quiet game so far and will be shut down, but Rare with a very important trade immediately onto resets there. 4 versus 3 now for Furia.
Furia still in a good position here. The diffuser is going to be in the hands of Live, but there's so much to get through upstairs. They've got these laser gates that are still going to be in place. Obviously, with the site being downstairs and kitchen, you need to try and hold some of that utility for later on. I think Ion's just going to walk straight through as he does actually get chunked on down. He's going to make his way down and start to try and pressure in, see if he can gain any advantage. Live has a chance here at a wallbang, but he isn't going to have the intel. Instead, he's just going to walk straight on in front of Miracle and get taken out there. Heise still doing his best despite his low health. He's going to be able to put a couple of shots on down range. Patoxy gets this one dangerously close, but time is going to do the rest. Heise, in fact, picking up the kill as the clock hits 0.
Beautiful couple of shots from Patoxy at the air then, but nothing but stat padding for him, unfortunately, as the time ticks away. The final kill does come in. Heise managed to get it in the absolute nick of time. And that's going to bring us back to 5-all. And still the trend continues that neither team can get themselves a 2-round advantage here. Both of them just keeping in constant touch with the other, keeping themselves fighting. And what an opener we have seen to this best of 3 so far on Chalet. I'm on the edge of my seat. I know that everybody at home's on the edge of theirs because this one could go absolutely anywhere. And let's not forget the stakes for both of these teams. Furia on that meteoric rise. They've been to SI. They've had a fantastic performance. And what better way to really cement that and lock it down than with another Corporate Elite 6 strong performance going through and qualifying for that major. But then Black Dragons reaching this point with the skin of the teeth, just fighting tooth and nail for every opportunity that they've got and able to maybe get through to that major. They both know how important this first map is. And boy, are they going to fight hard for it now. Only one of these teams is going to get an opportunity at closing this one out in regulation, and we're going to decide exactly who that is here in round 11.
We're going to have to see a team book a trend as well. We're going to have to see somebody win a couple of rounds in a row, which up until this point isn't something that we have seen. And we've certainly not seen a 2-round lead. So the pressure really is on now. This is a big, big round. It gives you that chance at a match point, as you say, and it gives you that chance to convert that and to take map 1. It's a best of 3 series, so with this being map 1, there's still a lot of siege to get through today. And this by no means is going to decide who wins between these two teams, but it's going to be a big indicator moving in onto that second map with the advantage. Is always a nice place to be, and let's be honest, if Black Dragons win here, this was Furia's map pick, so they really could throw a cat among the pigeons there and upset a few things.
That's it. It really puts you on the back foot potentially. And coming into Cafe, that's going to be in Furia's mind. But then you can put a couple of kills coming in from there. Rare there. What a great start for him. He's having a great day so far overall, to be fair. 8 and 6. He's really contributing. You know, this is a player coming in who I said he's got 5 plants to his name. He's picking up that diffuser. He's doing some of the support work, but he's also getting in and getting the kills that his team needs, really contributing. And I'm sure they are happy with his performance, not just today, but throughout the Corporate Elite 6. 5 versus 3 for Furia, and it looks like they could be the ones to take the opportunity to get this one done inside of 12 rounds. Now, the one thing I would say for Furia, historically, they're a team that will scrap for wins. And that's the one thing I would count against Black Dragons at this point in time. I'm not saying they can't, but Furia I've seen a number of times win these tough, hard-fought games. They never seem to tire.
What's going to be key today, they've given themselves a really good springboard here to get this match point, given that they've managed to get a couple of opening kills. They've taken down the Zafir and the Heartbreach as well in the Hibana, so there's a lot of utility that has gone with Live and Ion. And it's utility that I doubt will have been used to its full potential, given that it looked like a little bit of a run out from Rare, just trying to throw a little bit of pace into the mixture. Nice vertical angle here being found by Resets, but it's not going to be enough to net the kill. Instead, Highs is going to be able to take down Perez. And we do see Resets think about getting a nade through, but the laser gate is likely going to mean that the first one goes to waste, although he is in fact going to go and try and nade down into that garage. Just use his drone to try and burn the laser gate, but everybody knows where he is at this point, and he's really just announcing himself. He's essentially waiting to be flanked by Lender. The nade is going to go down. We see Lender move through and dip, but Fantasy is going to be in place to deal with that one. Lender, he comes back up the stairs. He's been hiding down there pretty much for the entire round, just waiting for the right time to strike. And the right time was then. That's going to put Furia onto a map point here.
Perfect time for a flawless round for Furia as well. Just really locking down that site in Bar and Gaming and getting it closed out. They're going to head up to a master bedroom next time around. If we have a look, they've only defended up on the top floor once back in round 8. And you guessed it, they got themselves the win up there. So this could be a big round for Black Dragons. Not going to be easy for them. It's a site that they are yet to win. They've got to crack this nut coming in. They need to get the opening kills for me. A lot of the rounds have gone in the direction of those entry kills where teams have gone in and got the advantage. We've seen round 10, round 11, both gone to Furia. Lender in round 10, Rare in round 11. Furia coming in and just getting those big openers. And so for me, Black Dragons need to be very careful. I want to see them trying to get established inside a library. Nice and carefully, keep your men alive. Be aware of what's underneath, and then maybe a one-man setup on Solarium window just to offer a little pressure from that north side, so that Furia can't just completely focus on the southwest.
Let's see what Black Dragons have up their sleeve here for this round. In a very similar setup when Furia defended up here previously. Lender on the Echo being that player that we got the nice opener onto Perez. He was playing inside of the little cubby behind the deployable shield. He's got the line of sight through onto the Solarium windows, and as soon as they get opened by Hibana, well, we all know that they work both ways, and you are able to gain a bit of an advantage if you know that somebody is going to be out there on the rappel. And maybe that's why we're seeing a slightly different approach for the majority of Black Dragons here, as most of the side has spawned over toward the library side. We do still have Perez, who's going to try and challenge on that Solarium, it seems. He's managed to open up the windows, and we'll have to try and burn out those laser gates to get any drones or get any utility on through.
Toxic just applying pressure simultaneously to main door and to the new balcony. He's going to no doubt open up that window and just to look and cut off the rotations for the defenders. But by dropping back down, that does just give them a little bit of comfort that they can still operate in and around that mezzanine area for the time being if needs be. We've got live established inside of library now. So far, so good for Black Dragons, but do need to find themselves that opening kill. As I say, they need something to drive them forward in this round. Ion's going to go in looking to find it. I think he's aware that there's a man playing underneath in and around kitchen dining, but they're likely to just move themselves more back up the trophy stairs side of things, if anything.
Black Dragons have been given a lot of space to work with here, and I think this alternate approach has really worked out quite well for them. They're going to be pushing in from this library side. They've not shown any attention to Solarium. This is really where we saw, you know, sort of Chalet starting off, was a library-sided push. Get open the wall from outside the balcony and just start to try and work in that way. And then it was only later on that we saw Solarium become the trend. And now it's always good to throw one of these library-sided pushes in because it can really start to work with you. Fancy, he's going to get himself stunned out. He's just playing on the edge of piano. He's trying to hold off onto the window, stopping anybody from hopping on him, but he will lose his shield. He loses his power position instead, and he'll be getting droned, and a bit of a wield ahead, but does manage to find the kill over onto Ion. Still now confident to push his way on up. Black Dragons, the first kill coming in quite late. 45 seconds left. They've got a lot of work to do. Fantasy, he's just ramping things up now.
It's like Fantasy's just seen the playbook ahead of time there and just knows exactly what is going to be done. As we have the Iana trying to aggress out onto the balcony, he's having absolutely none of it. And what's quite interesting is that Furia have taken on board this deployable shield setup that I was talking about on piano. It is so powerful, and Black Dragons haven't been able to find a way through it. And right now, kills are raining in. Highs and Rare getting one apiece and leaving live in a 1 versus 4. He's low health, about 27 HP. three. Highs swings him. It's a trade, but it doesn't matter as Furia are able to close out Chalet and get the win in what has been a hard-fought game.
A very tough opening map there inside of this best of three for our first quarter-final game. But Furia are going to come away the winners inside of this one. Big performance from Fantasy Highs and Rare as they sit atop, and I guess Lender Miracle as well. A very similar spread of kills there for the side of Furia. Some of the players on the side of Black Dragons just lacking a little bit there, but by no means does that speak to how close a game that was. It took us right up until the end for a team to have a lead of 2 rounds, and that was enough to clinch the entire map for Furia.
Yeah, I think for me there, what I'm seeing is a really great team effort from Furia. As you say, the difference between bottom kills and top kills, 9 and 13. Whereas, think about the rounds that Black Dragons won, or nearly won. We had an almost 1v5 clutch. We had a 1v4 clutch. Much more individual efforts, and I think that's probably been the differentiating factor between these two teams on Chalet, has been that Furia were just able to play that little bit more cohesively.
Yeah, and that's really what we were expecting out of Furia. I think we were expecting them to be that team that was, just a little bit more together. And they've had that time, they've been through that international competition. They have had a little bit more time together as a team. And for Black Dragons to come in there and do what they've done is very impressive indeed. They really pushed Furia there. And it would be very easy for us to be sat here saying, Black Dragons, they were able to get that map because it really wasn't very close, not at least until the end. We're going to bring Riley back in here and we're going to have a bit of a further discussion about that map and, of course, the further maps inside of this best of three, as there are potentially 3 available.
Yes, indeed. G'day, boys, and welcome back to me. I didn't think that through. I really didn't. I was like, yeah, welcome back to me, I guess, to the broadcast. Hello, it's me, Riley. Hello, everyone, and I hope you've enjoyed our first match here. It certainly was, again, one that we saw neither team give an inch to each other. The scoreline really, really close all the way through until that match point was made available. And look, again, I want to talk about what we're seeing here in terms of the stakes, in terms of the difference between the group play and now in the LATAM League finals here. Ace, is this typical? Are we going to see scrappier, hard-fought, closer matches, less sort of whitewashing, less wiping the floor with people? Is this what people can expect this weekend?
Well, there's 2 things that happen here, Ali. Obviously, first and foremost, there's a lot to play for, and that's true of every season game, but it just comes into sharp focus now. It's immediate. If I win this, I get that. So yeah, of course, that plays into things. But also, let's not forget, we're seeing maps here. Chalet, Cafe, the 2 maps that we've barely seen through the regular season. Cafe only 4 times in stage 2 of the BR6. So again, that all plays into it. These are strats that teams are keeping under wraps, so they can't prepare, they can't counter strat in the same way. So yeah, we would expect these closer fights.
Yeah, indeed. It really is a joy to watch. We're going to take a quick break. We've got some highlights from the last map to show you there, but stick around because on the other side of this, we'll be jumping back into our second match. So don't go anywhere. More Siege after this. Welcome back to live coverage of the LATAM League Finals. Running on the driver's seat here alongside Ace and Ollie. I believe the finishing touches are getting put on the setup of our next match. Ollie, we're headed off to Cafe, and you've been part of the broadcast through this entire group stage here, heading into this LATAM League Finals. We haven't seen a lot of Cafe. What are you expecting?
We really haven't. Cafe isn't a map that we do tend to get a lot of inside of the BR6. I'm not too sure why. I don't know if it's a map that they kind of save for special occasions like we are in now. But it's a map that Furia regularly ban. It is their most banned map from the side of Black Dragons. They've got a reasonable win rate on it. They've played it 3 times. They've won it 67% of the time. So they've won it twice, essentially. It's one of those maps that I think, we get to see on special occasions. We get to see it brought out, particularly inside of a best of 3, because it isn't one of those sort of 50-50 maps like we see quite regularly in your Clubhouse and your Oregon. It is a map that we can see teams, have a significant advantage on, and there are different ways to approach it based on, the team. It requires a lot of coordination, particularly on the attack, and the attack is usually what gets pushed the most on Cafe. And I think that that's probably, even though it's a map that Black Dragons have chosen, with the way that we've seen Fury attack, it could be something that benefits them.
Looks like we're ready to get underway. We're going to head down to Cafe for the first time in a long time here in LATAM coverage, my friends. Let's get underway with our next matchup between Furia and Black Dragons here, live at the LATAM League Finals. Your casters, Ace and Ollie.
Thank you very much, Riley. We are going to be hopping on now into map number 2 inside of quarterfinal number 1. Furia versus Black Dragons. We get to go to Cafe, Tim. We haven't been to Cafe in a bit of a minute, so I'm looking forward to what we see here.
Often the same the world around, to be fair. As you say, Cafe, just one of those maps that seems to get kept under wraps. I don't know whether, I think, teams do tend to bring it out in the best of 3s. They want to hold on to it and just keep something off the radar, and this is usually it. Now, Thatcher and Iana, they're going off the radar as they get taken out in our operator bans. That's going to be the 2 attackers down. Thatcher, pretty much standard. Iana, bit of a bold play possibly from Furia there.
Certainly seems that way, doesn't it? Is it a Perez ban?
I mean, after the last map, to be fair, I couldn't blame them for targeting him. He's obviously hot today.
I mean, he's hot today, but he's not had a hot Copa so far. He's been one of the lowest rated players, I think, based on sort of rating alone. And from your Ash Jaeger player, you're expecting a little bit more. Now, obviously, we use the term Ash Jaeger as just a sort of loose term now because not a lot of people play Ash, though we may see Perez pick onto Ash later on when they get onto the attack. But you would expect a little bit more, maybe, out of that player that's meant to be on the entry. And I think he showed that inside of Chalet. He showed that potential.
Looking back at the 4 players, and I'll say well in advance, it's only a small sample size that we've got. 4 times it's been played, 44 rounds in total, but a 64% win rate for the defenders on Cafe just in the BR6 Stage 2. So out of the 4 games that we have seen on there's been a reasonably well played out advantage for the defenders. Now, we've got Black Dragons coming in and starting things on the defence here. Could play either way for them. If it gives them the best foot forward, then great stuff. If they struggle to lock this down and come away with another 3-3 half, for example, then it could be time to start worrying about them.
Yeah, I think Furia have probably got the tougher side to start on here. Cafe is a map that is always more hassled for the attackers. And honestly, one of the main reasons for that is it can take you 30 seconds to a minute to get on the roof. If you get a bad spawn, if you spawn a little bit further out than the closest possible route, then you've got to watch out for spawn peaks and people blinding themselves out of windows, which I'm expecting to see between these 2 teams, believe me. Then you've then got to get onto the rappel and successfully get yourself up to the roof. You've got to dodge the C4 that comes out of the hatch inevitably. And then you look at the time and you're like, well, that was an enjoyable 30 seconds. So that's one of the reasons why, for the attackers at least, it is a very difficult map because time is so pressured.
It really is, as you say, it takes you 30 seconds to get established on the top of the building, which we can see is now happening, but that's before you can even start with any sort of clearance. Now, we are attacking onto the top floor, so in some ways it does have less of an impact because you don't have to clear the entire top floor, because obviously you're just looking to get in, get partial control, and then move on to site to get a diffuser down potentially. But when we come into the later rounds as well, it's a point to keep your eye on throughout this, is that time factor and how teams are managing it, because it really can be a real sticking point for them when you've got to get in on that top floor and clear all the way down. I remember looking at the EUL stats recently, and in EU, this is one of the latest average plant times. We see it at like 2 minutes 51 or something, like really late into the round that teams are trying to get that diffuser down, and it could be the same issue here today.
I think if it's not a rush, it's a late plant. And that's usually how Cafe goes. If people are Amaroing up onto the roof and hopping down the skylight and lion scanning the way through, you're going to be seeing quite late executes here. Both these two teams showing quite a lot of respect. I'm honestly quite surprised to not see Black Dragons trying to take advantage of some of that information that they've got. Something that we haven't really touched on yet is that Valkyrie is available and being picked. I mean, the second part of that isn't really too much of a surprise. If Valk isn't banned, you better believe that you're seeing a lot of Valkyrie played. So Live has got a lot of information to be going off here. Reset's playing on the Echo as well. Black Dragons have certainly got all that they need to start making these challenges. So far, they're just taking things very steadily indeed, letting Furia get further and further established into this push.
That's it. Furia are doing very well here, moving through the map reasonably unchallenged. We've still got a minute left. They've got themselves control of Piano. They're in Cigar Shop. They're feeding information back in, and Black Dragons are just sort of sitting, waiting for the tide to wash over them at the minute. High's looking to make a challenge onto the Valkyrie. Just sees the slight pixel here and there as the man Live just dips back and forward in and out of cover, but they won't be able to find those lethal shots. They do take a little bit of chip damage now. Then Ion, what are you doing? He's looking to get out of this window. I tell you now, Fantasy, he does get that kill eventually onto the Valkyrie of Live. 20 seconds left to go, and Furia, they need to get moving, and with 4 men alive on the side of Black Dragons, this is not ideal. Ion manages to get one onto Fantasy to level things up 4 versus 4. Rare has diffuser in hand. He's going to need to start getting it down, but he gets taken out deep in sight. Resets and Patoxy, an important 2 kills. 4 seconds, 1v2. Surely this is too much to ask as Miracle watches that clock tick away. The final kill comes in from Freezer. Black Dragons, they keep on with that defensive trend.
And again, not much of a surprise to see that round being very heavily pressured on the clock. Something worth pointing out there is the amount of information that was available for Black Dragons. They still had outside Valkyrie cameras that weren't challenged. Furia are running an IQ and they still can't keep up with that. You've got to imagine, you're not only trying to get yourself onto the roof so you can start your attacking round, then you want to think about finding Valkyrie cameras or any bits of utility that have been thrown out. No, thank you. It isn't something that is very practical to do. So IQ or not, those cameras are going to survive, and you're likely going to rely on naked eye to see them. And it's not something that Furia were able to spot out. The patience and the way that Black Dragons played that, knowing that they had all that information, knowing where those players were, and instead of challenging, they were just happy to take the fights that were in front of them. They weren't trying to extend to get these free kills, air quotes free by the way, because it's going to come at a cost when you try and get yourself back in if you are going for those jump outs. Black Dragons have tempered that aggression perfectly inside of that round, and they've done a fantastic job of just letting Furia in and then shutting the door behind them.
Exactly that. They've just kept their heads very, very cool inside of that one. We'll see if they can continue it. They're going to be heading to Reading this time. You're going to see a fairly similar defense coming out of Black Dragons. They're going to try to keep hold of top floor for as long as possible. The reason being, on the right-hand side of your screen as we look at it at the minute, that whole cocktail area is a soft floor right above the site, and the vertical angles that can be gained and the superiority is considerable. So the defenders, they will try to keep hold of that for as long as possible. Furia going to play into it, probably much the same as they have done during that previous round. Get themselves established in Cigar, in Piano, and sweep across that entire top floor from there. Force the defenders back to site and then use that verticality against them. Lender particularly on the sledge. Get in there, just rip up that floor, do some renovation work, and get those angles to just rain terror down onto those defenders in sight.
Again, plenty of information available for Black Dragons inside of this round. We get a nice preview of all of the cameras, but Fantasy, he has got other ideas. I'm not sure how, but he's already managed to get himself into mining and find a kill onto Ion. It's going to do something to remove a C4, and already Fantasy can essentially cut through that dining room site. Got a nice angle there that doesn't quite stretch to the white stairs, but it's as near as damn it, and he's going to be able to just hold that through into the fireplace. Now, the big problem is he isn't really being supported by his team, and he's quite susceptible to a flank there. That's a zone that you're going to see defenders move on through. But again, Black Dragon's playing this really soft defense where they are giving up a lot of the map and they're just happy to contest in the later portion of the round. The drone work comes through and it's going to clear that site. Fantasy now knows that there's not really going to be anybody there, and he can start to look to press this advantage elsewhere.
Bit of a stalemate reached around the mid-round as the droning continues. The information phase live was so close to hitting himself a headshot there as the man moved through Cigar, but he just pulled away at the wrong moment. He's going to continue to challenge this. Live is likely to pay his entire life here, just holding on to this position for as long as possible for the reasons explained earlier. Fantasy, he's joined the top floor attack now, and this push needs to pick up a little bit of pace. 55 seconds left to go, and they need to start getting some kills to open things out here. Patoxy just covering his man from the bar backstage area there, taking those Hibana pellets off the reinforcement and helping Live stay in place. Great teamwork.
Black Dragons, again, not feeling too much pressure to challenge or move here. They're really leaning into these angles that they know to be powerful. Now we're going to see a bit of a top floor clear come in as Rare does move on through, but kills are now starting to go in the other direction as Patoxy and Live pick up a couple each. It's going to be leveled out as Rare does move his way on through. He's now looking to deal with the player inside of Freezer. We know that to be Patoxy. Going to have the bearing 9 in hand, but Patoxy, he takes things into his own hands. He's able to take down Rare there. Miracle, he's going to be on the site. He doesn't have the diffuser. It is a bit of a pointless endeavor at this point. The kit is being watched from above, and Miracle, he's being chipped down as he tries to make his way through. This round's going to go the same as the last. Cut down on time. Patoxy, what a big performance from him.
Looking ahead at this point and not wanting to get carried away, that's a good couple of rounds for Black Dragons here, and if they're able to shut down their map choice of Cafe, and the reason that we see it so heavily banned for Furia is because they just don't like playing here, it could be a bit of a problem for Furia, because often in best of threes, you've got to think when you do go to that decider map, whoever's won the second map carries that momentum forward. They're the ones that have fought back. They're the ones that have made that mental challenge onto the other team to be able to drag a map in their direction, and they go in there having just won one. So that could be a factor for Black Dragons here, and they might well just have a little bit of a benefit from the fact that their map choice was the second choice in the list. But there's a long way to go before we get there yet. We're going to be heading down to Kitchen this time around for round number 3. Nothing extraordinary on the side of Black Dragons. Vigil is one to watch out for, I'd say. Perez has brought along the Vigil. Been a little bit quieter so far inside of Cafe than he was on Chalet. So he's going to look to get himself off inside of the map and just try and make a nuisance of himself. And as I said, that top floor clearance needs to come down from Furia. And an operator like Vigil plays into that time issue perfectly because he's just going to waste a ton of it.
I think this is where we really see Black Dragons start to flex this advantage now. They've been able to pick up a couple of rounds. It isn't something that happened on Chalet. It's an entirely new mindset for these players to be in. That, you know what, we could actually storm away with a few here on the defense. There's not a lot that Fury have been able to do. They're very slow moving in the things that they're trying to accomplish. And Black Dragons are really assisting the clock moving in their direction with exactly how they are playing it. Furia have tried for a bit more of a direct approach in sending Fantasy in, and whilst he was able to find early success, there was nothing there to back it up, and that early success didn't translate into more ground being gained earlier on. It was still a very slow and steady push. So now we see other things being brought. You mentioned the Vigil, which is going to do something to waste a lot of time and waste a lot of drones as well. Perez is feeling confident to get himself out there on the roam. He could really cause a nuisance with that. And then on the flip side, we see Miracle bring in the Lion, maybe trying to inject a little bit more pace into this one.
What I'm finding interesting here is that Furia, by and large, are actually just foregoing that top floor clearance. They're getting themselves established inside a bakery here and looking to clear the wall out. We've got Lender with the sledge above, but he's the only player on the side of Furia that I've actually seen moving into those upper levels at this point in time. And there are Black Dragons players up there, so that could give Furia a little man advantage when it comes to pushing directly into sight. But what they need to be careful of is that they don't go getting themselves flanked later in the round. Now, Rare, he's going to look to get the nade in there and just try and force men back away from the breach he was looking to open up, but he got away with it one way or another. That's going to clear things out, and access to the plant spot has been gained. We're still 5 versus 5. We're at the halfway mark. Challenge comes in from resets. It's on to Miracle at the bottom of red stairs, but he can't finish the kill.
This is really how these rounds have been going. There's been an opportunity for Furia, and Black Dragons are almost sitting back and saying, well, go on then, take it. We're more than happy for you to push on in at this point, because we've got a lot of things that we can throw at you to deal with it. They've got 3 Toxic Babe canisters. They've got a couple of C4s as well. They really are able to try and contend with this. Lender, however, will kick things off. Finds a kill onto Perez. Live is now pushed forward into prep, and he's going to be playing the shotgun at quite close range. The Lion Scan shouldn't bother him too much, but Fantasy, he's been able to push his way on through and will catch Live as he tries to retreat. Now, that's a big piece of the puzzle gone. That is going to be the Toxic Babe canisters removed. Fantasy, look at him move on through. Picks up resets as well. Can now start to draw a line through that site and cut off any potential rotates. Patoxy, he's going to be forced upstairs as well, as Ion is desperately trying to discover a vertical angle. But it's all a little bit too little too late. The plant's down and it's a 5 versus 5. This is where Furia excels. Patoxy, he's found 1, but he won't find 2. Fantasy comes in, 3 kills on the round there. Furia looking entirely different, attacking onto the bakery.
Furia doing a great job there in round 3 to put one up on the scoreboard. That brings them back within a round and just stops them from getting too far out of touch. The danger there for Black Dragons, of course, was running away with things and getting that complete defensive sweep of 3 sites and just being able to rinse and repeat, which is exactly what they're going to do as we move into round 4. They're going to head back up to Bar and Game, and it was a site that they won very, very well last time around. They were never really any control gained from Furia. I didn't feel it was late in the round that they were trying to get themselves into sight and to think about getting that diffuser down, and it was a pretty simple mop-up for Black Dragons on the top floor.
Let's see if Furia can make a bit of a trend of this. There's potential to level things up here. They've not been level yet inside of this one. It's been all Black Dragons up to now. I'm thinking, are they going to be able to apply a little bit more of the pace that they saw in that previous round? Because whilst Furia weren't much quicker, they were better at taking those opportunities, I think. And that's something that we usually see. Furia are a funny team as well. They're almost either flawless or bust. In that, if they win a round on attack, it's typically a flawless or very close to flawless round. Whereas sometimes when they get really, really scrappy, they're just not able to get those ones over the line. So, and that's kind of been a bit of a story of the day as well. In a lot of the rounds they came away with on Chalet, they were the only side that got flawless rounds, and they got a good number of them, or close to. And you really just get the feeling that if that momentum's on their side, that they are that team that can run away with it.
See if that happens as things progress. 20 seconds in here, we have an opener from Miracle, manages to find the head of Ion, and that is going to get Furia off to another good start. The thing is now, if they can steal away one of these big sites from Black Dragons, if they can get that top floor where Black Dragons are looking to secure themselves at least 2 rounds over their defensive period, that's a big steal for Furia, because you start looking at it thinking we're on for that 3-3 half potentially, and once they get onto the defense, that might be too much of a mountain for Black Dragons to climb. So Black Dragons need to be very careful here, even with a man disadvantage, that they don't let this get away from them. Fantasy going to take an absolute ton of damage there as bullets rain into his chest and shoulders whilst he's on the rappel. Fortunate for him, none of them caught him on the head and took him out of the round, but still he's down to about 30 HP, and that is not going to be helpful for Furia.
It's not really where you want Fantasy sitting, as you want him to have that confidence to move on through. He did have to dip off the rappel there, and I'm not sure if he actually got the job done that he was intending to do, but still, it isn't going to slow them down too much. Rare is able to pick off Live, straight from underneath New Hatch over onto the Heaven balcony. Perez is going to be a tough nut to crack, though. He's going to be playing inside of the washroom. Resets gets himself droned into Freezer as well. Black Dragon's really investing quite a lot into those 2 areas. And well, they're pretty much the only 2 areas that they have left. Patoxy, he's going to find himself down as Lender shuts down Resets. Resets just getting a little bit too aggro there. You've got to hope and expect somebody to be holding on to that skylight. A revive going to come through here, but again, Furia in such a commanding position. The Toxic Babe canisters are going to cut off for a couple of seconds, but Perez, he's only got one left. He's going to be giving a freebie on to Fancy as Fancy tried to move on through. There's tons of drones left here for Fury, and they've got loads of time. They just need to spend a little bit of those two things.
I'm surprised that Fantasy's just gone running in there, not being in his ADS, just not really considering that there could be a player inside of Barback storage. Miracle taking damage on a long angle, but the kill comes in as Rare it is who finds Patoxy to save his teammate. Not for long though, as Perez will manage to finish him off. 3 versus 1, Rare getting that diffuser down. Out goes Toxic Babe, and with only a fraction of health, Rare has to come off the diffuser, but it doesn't matter because it flushes the man out of Barback storage, and he gets shut down on an angle from balcony, and that's going to be round number 4 going to Furia. 2 apiece now.
Well, Fury have leveled things up here. They haven't let Black Dragons get too much of a lead over them. It's taken them a couple of rounds to get into Cafe. But so far, they've been successful upstairs. That was a site that they struggled on previously. They won downstairs in Bakery, of course, and we didn't actually see Black Dragons reattempt that site. Kind of curious to see Black Dragons reattempt the top floor as well, as the top floor, for my money, isn't a very popular site on Cafe. So again, no real surprise to see back down to Reading to see if they can find any sort of surety there. Because Black Dragons, they do need to start picking up a couple of rounds here. They are on the favoured side, so a 3-3 split really is a minimum, and they should be gunning for a 4-2.
Gotta be, absolutely gotta be, and you're quite right about that top floor site. I've commented before, LATAM is one of the best defensive regions of that top floor site, and honestly, it's still only ever 50-50 at best. It's not a site that seems to really excel on the defense. Reading and Kitchen tend to, around the world, have much better defensive statistics. So Black Dragons, I think, right to just move away, get themselves somewhere else and try and get Reading done. And then, like you say, maybe the decision comes in, do we go Kitchen, do we go Bar, where have we felt closest? But that last round, it was just all Furia. Now then, coming into round number 5, we've got top floor once again being set up for a hold from the defenders. We've got lines of sight being opened up just to try and make it difficult for Furia to get in there. They don't want them feeling too comfortable too quickly. They need to make sure that they feel under the hammer here. Make sure they feel the pressure. Last time around, Fancy, of course, going in through mining and managing to get himself a nice entry kill in and around train and dining, but not going to try the same thing twice.
No, I think that Fancy's probably wise to avoid that this time and instead go for a little bit more of a comprehensive push, because as soon as he got himself onto that top floor, a push really started to establish from Furia. And I would expect to see very similar here and now. If he starts off here, we could see a bit more success inside of the early part of the round, because it took Furia a very long time to start really significantly challenging this top floor. It's quite a one-dimensional approach as it is, so they do need to be very conscious and careful of how they start to work that. Now, we've got a lot of info, again, available for Black Dragons in the Valkyrie cameras that Live is able to chuck on out there. There should be a bit of a early warning that there's going to be attackers inside, at least, of Cigar Lounge, so you would expect Black Dragons to act appropriately here and just try and waste the time and try and get themselves back onto the site when required.
He's going to hold that angle onto the pixel spot door, looking out into White Corridor. Perez, he needs to be careful that he doesn't get too aggressive here, because if he does, he might just find himself getting removed from the round, as that angle was at least being covered. We can hear the Maverick work going on to one side. Rare just looking to open up a line into the washroom there, prevent anybody playing inside, but I'm not sure how aware they are of Perez just playing himself on the angle there. Fancy with a great flick across, manages to get the kill on to Perez, but he does manage to put some shots onto Rare. It's going to be all clear for the man to be collected though, so it's a net win for Furia coming in there on the man count. But let's not forget they are attacking into Reading Room, so with 50 seconds left to go, there's a lot of work for Furia still.
Furia really can't rest on the laurels here. They've got to try and continue on to this top floor push. They've got a bit of an alternate approach coming in now. A C4 going to land from Live. It does chunk highs down somewhat. Still, Black Dragons, they're really just stacking the site. They are looking for scrappy gunfights here to close this one out. You can tell that with the angles that are being held. Very close quarters. And that's the engagements that they are expecting now. The site is no longer really a safe place to be, although Live will make a rotation back on in. Fancy, he's been able to shut down Patoxy and can continue to come down these white stairs. Lender, he's able to pick off Live. That could open up a plant, and a plant will now go down and be attempted. Ion gets a huge kill onto Fantasy. That really could be round winning. As resets, he moves on through as well, but the plant has gone down. Lender coming up with a couple of kills on the vertical there to lock things off. Really keeping a good overwatch there for Furia.
Things starting to look a little bit bleak for Black Dragons now, as Furia managed to get themselves 3 rounds in a row on attack and give themselves, as an absolute minimum, a 3-all split on the half, where they will then come in to the defensive phase. They could well yet find themselves another. We're going to be heading back up to the top floor. It's a site that was won by Furia in round 4 on the attack, and it was won convincingly. Black Dragons, over the last couple of rounds, I just feel like they've really started to drop off at X. They're not winning in those gunfights at all.
It's somewhere that they're really struggling. The last couple of rounds on paper are rounds that they really should be coming away with, but they're not able to contend and they're not able to challenge heavily enough. And this sort of mentality that we saw them pull off in rounds 1 and 2 of giving up a lot of map control because it's Cafe and it's going to take an attacking team a lot of time to do anything anyway, and then we're going to shut them down. It worked for them in the early part of the game. It did. You know, they were able to pick up a couple of rounds. But after that, Furia have injected a little bit more pace. They've been much better at those trades and particularly getting that plant down there. It was a very good approach there from Furia with the cover that they had vertically. So again, a bit of a strange one. And for Black Dragons to be coming back upstairs now, it's already a comment that we've made, but they've chosen to spend half of their defensive rounds upstairs on this top floor. That's got to be a bit of a bold decision.
It does, and I think, you know, this round probably really determines the success of it. You know, if they can come away with another defensive win here and you say, okay, you've won 2 out of 3 that you've played up on the top floor, yeah, it's probably not a resounding success, but it's certainly acceptable. But that's not going to be a great start for them, as Miracle manages to find a headshot onto Ion, taking the Goyo out of things, and along with the Goyo, of course, going one of those nitros that could have been used for that vertical denial underneath. So,
oh, what?
Fantasy, I'm not sure what has just happened there. He's going to look away now, give the man his dignity at least.
Oh, there is no hiding away from stuff like this. You've got to take that on the chin, and you've just got to accept your fate. Falling off the roof, never fun, especially dependent on the circumstance. Like if you're searching for a Valkyrie camera, perhaps, and you just sort of in your ADS. I don't know how he's managed it, because you've got a vault over that roof anyway, so it really is a bit of a weird one. But alas, Fantasy will be picked up. But with the early advantage again here going to Furia, I'm sure that they're not going to be too concerned. They've made an addition. They've made a change. They have brought the Monty. Typically, Rare has been running the Heart Breach. This time, however, he is going to be running the Shield. How does Lender get that kill? He has got no business taking Live down there.
Absolutely none whatsoever. Live gets those early shots and just couldn't get the MPX to bear. And to find that headshot, Lender taking little more than graze damage there, who's able to move back across. Now, Fantasy, honestly, Fantasy...
It's not his round.
This is a round to forget for the Brazilian Bolo. You know, we've referred to the gun skill of Fantasy. He's an influential player round after round for this Furia team, but just not here in round 6 of Cafe. He's had a mare. He's had an absolute nightmare.
He has. It's certainly not one for the highlight reel, that would be sure. I don't think it'll be making its way onto Twitter, at least. I don't think he'll be posting it, but it is an opportunity for Black Dragons to start to get something back here, and they've taken down Rare. Now, Fury, it's the first time they've brought Monty in a while. I'm not sure if they were expecting a bakery attack or something of that nature, maybe something a little bit different, but Rare hasn't been successful in his endeavours, and it's actually leveled things up here, and with only 40 seconds left, Patoxy, he's in prime position to try and take a bit of advantage here. There's a Z-ping coming out, but also he is being pre-fired. Can he land his shots, though? The answer, yes. Able to take down highs. Finds the first. Patoxy's been a big influential player here for Black Dragons, and he's in a very good position again. He's got more information, but Miracle, he's going to be better in the engagement. Picks up one. Chip damages on to resets. The down inside of the freezer as well. So essentially, we're 1 versus 1. Miracle, he's got to try and take down Perez. He finishes the downed player. He's got 8 seconds left. He has to pre-fire this. He doesn't have a lot of health, and he's going up against the best kit in the game. Perez, he makes it happen. He clutches one up for Black Dragons.
just when they needed it as well. It was really sort of starting to hit that downhill slope for Furia as they got themselves some momentum 3 rounds in a row. But just before the switch of sides, Black Dragons, they managed to apply that emergency brake and just bring the Furia train screeching to a halt as they switch. The big difficulty now is, what are we going to see from Furia on the defense? As I said coming into this, we haven't seen an awful lot of Cafe played in the BR6, but we have seen 44 rounds of it, and it has generally favoured the defenders. Furia, we haven't seen them play it at all, so there's going to be big questions here, because let's not forget, whilst that might not be a positive for Furia, it certainly isn't one for Black Dragons, because there is zero information for them to go off. They don't know what Furia is going to bring to the table here.
Last time that Furia played Cafe, they played against Team 1. 7-5 to Team 1, so Furia pushed it to an overtime. 4 of those 5 rounds, Furia were able to win on the defense. So, you would wager that they have got what it takes here on the defense to try and get the job done. They've got to come out with a better than a 3-3 split, otherwise we, of course, will end up threatened with another OT. We didn't see overtime inside of the first map, which honestly was quite surprising. Furia dug deep when it mattered at the end. And obviously, they've got the momentum inside of this game. It's a very tough position for Black Dragons to be in now. They are on a must-win map, and they are on a very difficult side to do so. This is their map choice, so you would expect them to have very clear ideas of how they want to approach things on the attack, because, being honest, the defense wasn't that crystal. It wasn't clear as to their exact intentions there, and I think choosing that top floor site a couple of times was maybe one of the bigger question marks that we had on the defensive rounds from Black Dragons as a whole. Early C4, they're going to come out and not going to do anything to Perez. Instead, Fantasy, he's going to be the one to pick up that opening engagement, takes down Patoxy, a big player on the side of BD.
We saw him have that important flank manoeuvre through Piano last time that got the round pretty much done in the end, but that's going to be good from resets, managing to get the kill onto Lender. The problem persists for Black Dragons, though, as they're unable to really take advantage when they do get those kills. Quite often, there is one that just follows straight back in from the side of Furia, and this time it's going to be Live, who is not so live anymore as he gets put into the dirt. That's the Hibana gone, and that could be some important utility. Let's not forget that we're attacking onto Kitchen here, so wall breaching can be very important. They've still got Ion on the Maverick, and they've still got Perez on the Zafir, so they've still got the combination of operators that they might need. They've got resets on the Sledge to be able to open up those vertical angles, but they are at a man disadvantage now. And I'd say one more loss here of any of the utility they've got on the board is going to be massive X. They need these 3 operators for at least the next minute.
They've got a lot of time to work with as well. This has been a very aggressive round from Furia. They've contended quite hotly for those sort of entry points onto the map. And as a result, it has put Black Dragons significantly on the back foot here now. We've got Highs playing an interesting mirror window setup. He's actually going to be inside of Bakery, looking through back into the site. As the vertical angles do start to get opened here, we can see that that nade from resets isn't going to worry too many people down in the site. And we've got Ion. He's going to be shaping up to try and get something happening now. Information's been gathered here, and Ion knows that there's going to be a couple of people in and around that area. And, well, we're going to start to see the fruits of those couple of people in and around that area. A couple of kills coming in there from inside a Bakery. 1 from Wedding, and then Fancy from inside of the site. Quick as a flash, we see Furia hitting that execute.
Well, this could be out of the frying pan and into the fire for Black Dragons here as Furia. They looked super confident in round 7. They looked aggressive on the defense, getting those 2 early kills and then just flanking down, as you said, hitting men from Bakery, hitting the Nitros. They were just absolutely unstoppable for their first defensive site. Now, interestingly, as I commented, Bar and Cocktail generally being the sort of weaker of the defensive sites, and Furia, they really are just steering into that. They're leaning right into it. They're going to go Kitchen. They're going to go Reading. They're going to work their way up with Barbie in their last choice site here, likely for round 9, should they win this one.
And that's a big difference. You know, we're seeing Furia take advantage of the map. We're seeing them really lean into the fact that, yeah, it is widely accepted that that top floor, that cocktail site, is a difficult one to defend. It's got a great big skylight in the middle of it. And we saw loads of kills from Furia through that skylight. We saw loads of pressure being applied as well. And they're going, you know what? We don't want anything to do with that. We don't want to know about that top floor until we've at least been inside a bakery and inside a reading room. And then we'll think about it. But even then, they've got a third choice if they need to. There are 4 sites here on Cafe, so they can make those adjustments if they feel it necessary. And so far, they're poised, ready to try and walk away with this one. 4 rounds to 3. Not too far away, and obviously with them winning map number 1, the momentum really is going to be in their favor. Kind of surprised not to see any super hyper aggressive spawn peaks. We saw Rare give it a go on Chalet. He was able to see a little bit of success. You'd think that this map would have it written all over it.
I mean, you'd think so, but I look at Furia now and I feel like they sort of know they don't need to get that aggressive. I feel like that's just a confidence thing coming out. Obviously, they've had a great first defensive round, and I think they're thinking, we've got this one here. What we need to not do now is throw it away. We don't want to be giving up lives too early in the round. We'll take our opportunities when they're presented to us. I don't know. That's just the feeling that I get with it. Because as you say, yes, you know, the opportunity would normally be there to really get aggressive. And we saw that in the last round. So why not double down and try to take those peaks? But as it happens, Black Dragons, they were more than ready for it. So probably the right decision from Furia to just take the foot off the gas a little bit in the early round.
A lot of ground being taken over here by Black Dragons. There are going to be C4s below, which Rare is going to try and work with now. Obviously, with Valkyrie being available, there's a chance that there's a Valkyrie camera upstairs. And Rare could try and work with that. He's going to be holding inside of train for the meantime. I'm going to be searching out all of that utility on IQ and the scanner. As Rare just moves his way on through. Furia have all but given up this top floor control, and if Black Dragons really get a read of that, they could start to cause quite a mess up there. If they get resets in and get him swinging that sledgehammer around, regardless of the C4s that are below, a lot of damage could be caused there.
You're right, it's almost as if Furia are resigning themselves to having to just play on the reverse of those vertical angles, and it's always a risky game. As we've said, the favour always seems to sit with the player who has the greater elevation in Siege. Now, Rare's just watching for that balcony drop there inside of pillars. We've even got players down on the very bottom floor there as well from Furia, and it could be one of those big brain strategies, or it could be one that we'll look back on and say, actually, they left their men a little bit shy inside of sight. Now, Lender, he's looking to get aggressive. Out comes the flashbang. That's going to hit him full in the face, so he's going to have to dip away from that fight. And here comes that vertical pressure that we were speaking about, and it's just one angle after another. Perez, he locks down Miracle with the first kill. 24 seconds left to go. Perez is traded back out. Can Furia hold on? That, for me, is the critical question here. That is the feeling. Can they hold on? Fantasy manages to find one from pillars up onto the balcony. Being pushed from the rotation. There goes Lender, and this is all going in favour of Furia. He comes out with the big shotgun, finds one, finds two, shuts it down, and that's a triple for Lender on the round. And Furia, even after giving up top floor control for over a minute, somehow still locked down reading, and they teach Black Dragons a lesson.
You could see in that final kill cam as well just how little had been done to the ceiling of reading. The floor upstairs had barely been touched. We didn't see a lot of renovation work going in at all from Black Dragons. And as such, it gave players like Lender somewhere to sit to pick up a couple of really impactful kills as a very disjointed push came through, as the hand of time was pushing the players of Black Dragons into that situation. There wasn't a lot of time left. 10 seconds and you're trying to get the plant, well, you're trying to get the diffuser in, you're trying to rotate players through, you're dropping into laundry. It isn't a lot of time to start executing with, especially when you haven't really done anything vertically to significantly deal with the players on side of the site. Furia, now they go upstairs, now they roll the dice upstairs on this top floor, but so far their defenses have been very good indeed.
They certainly have, and this is probably the big question mark for Black Dragons now. I feel that this is the sort of now or never point for them, because if you're able to get this one over the line, you look at them 2 sites that they've just defended and you think, which one of those is Black Dragons going to be able to come out and win? Are they going to be able to win both of them? Because they're going to have to. Simple as that. And so for me, I'm not sure that that's the case. And I think that's going to take a weight off Furia, because even if they can't get Bar and Cocktail done, they've still got Kitchen and Reading to go back to, which they've just been very comfortable on both of them. And so for me, Black Dragons, it's real backs to the wall time, and I don't feel like they've got many opportunity for mistakes here. They're going to be punished if they make them.
In creeps that mentality as well now for Black Dragons. You know, they're in a very tough situation. This is it doesn't start to become must win just yet, but I agree, Tim. It's getting to that point of like, if you ain't winning this, you're diminishing your chances significantly, because it's going to put Furia onto a match point. You're then going to have to push it all the way to an OT and do a lot of things that we haven't seen you do just yet. Furia, what do they do in this situation? Bring out the castle. I mean, it's beautiful. I love it. Get Fantasy on the castle. No one will expect a thing. Why would Fantasy pick the UMP? I don't think that that's a gun that he's probably likes very much. I don't think anybody likes it very much. But the castle barricades already have slowed Black Dragons down in their approach. The bulletproof camera as well, going to provide a little bit of intel. And, well, for the first time in a long time, we see Black Dragons actually pick up an opening kill. They're able to take down Lender. And a second, Patoxy. He's able to work that skylight. This is why the top floor is not a good sight.
Absolutely not, and it's a great start from Black Dragons. It's absolutely what they needed, but look at that from Fantasy. What were you saying about the UMP? He's certainly more than happy with that one in hand, as he absolutely rips the head off the shoulders of Patoxy and brings us back to a 3 versus 4. He's still playing in behind a Goyo shield in bar back storage, so he can afford to get a little bit aggressive. Challenge from Cigars. I don't know how Fantasy hasn't died yet. He's just been peeking every single angle. He's unstoppable right now.
He looks like Muhammad Ali when he's bobbing and weaving, just trying to keep his head out of dodge. He drops to the prone and eventually it will be finished off. Resets. He cleans Fantasy up there. Quite rightly so, honestly. Fantasy was playing with fire, and I think that Furia have probably relaxed into the fact that they've got a good round advantage here, and they're probably not too worried about dropping one on a site that is very difficult to defend. But we still have Rare, we still have Miracle. There is a plant that is going to start going down. Perez will take down Rare, so it does leave a lot to do here for Miracle. He gets a Toxic Babe canister out there, but ultimately he isn't able to find anybody. Perez comes in with those final couple of kills. He had a Z ping to work from as well. Much better stuff from Black Dragons.
Much better indeed, and it was the round that they really needed. They had to get that one won, but there is 2 tough ones coming up for them. Kitchen and Reading now will be the primary and secondary site that Furia will almost certainly use, but as I'm saying that, X, I'm looking at the board in front of us, and it looks like we're going to Fireplace Mining.
This is a weird one, because you would expect, if they're willing to go to this site after Reading. And
I'd have agreed.
And not go top floor. Not give the chance for Black Dragons to become one round away. Now we get catapulted back into unknown territory, a site that we haven't seen Future. Okay, it defends very similarly to, Reading Room. It's not too dissimilar in that regard. It's just got a bit more opportunity for a cheeky jump in from that bakery bakery roof area. So yeah, a bit of a strange choice from Furia, but I guess we'll see how it plays. They're obviously feeling pretty confident with themselves.
They must be feeling something. They must have something in the back pocket. And this is what we were wondering about Cafe. It's been a constant ban for Furia almost. So I would have to say it looks like a map that they're reasonably confident at playing. They've come in and pretty much dominated Black Dragons in some of these rounds. So then that logic follows to say that they've been banning it because they wanted to keep it off the radar. And if that's the case, something like this mining defense could be the jewel in their crown, where they think, you know what, when we get to that position where it's time to take it over the line, where it's time to get that win and get us onto match point, then maybe this is the one that they bring out, the little pocket strat that they just know that they're going to get away with, or that at least they've got confidence in doing so. As you say, it's a little bit more exposed externally with that window directly into sight, so that's something that Furia do need to manage. But I would imagine there's going to be a top floor presence once again, and that was something that they excelled at last time. They wasted time up there and then just dropped away for that final minute. They didn't give up any lives up there. I thought that they played it pretty well.
Yeah, they really did, and they've got a couple of nice tools in the arsenal now to try and assist that as well. They've gone for a kind of trap-heavy lineup in terms of the Legion and, of course, the Malusi. They're two things that are going to slow down an approach and slow down a push, and they've been brought with an intention. Fancy's been taken out again. That's some hella early aggression that Fancy is showing. He's on the alibi, so he's obviously feeling his shot at the moment. He's kind of gone from one extreme to the other, right? The UMP to the MX4 Storm in terms of fire rate. I'm not sure if it gets much more disparate than that, but he hasn't been successful there in that early defense and has instead been taken down. It's forced Furia to drop as Lender's been chunked down as well. Now, C4 kill onto Ion will do something to relieve the pressure and the stress that Furia are feeling, but they haven't got any control of that top floor, and they've only got one C4 in pocket.
Definitely some work for Furia to do here. Resets. He's been downed somewhere else in the map, and Miracle, he's going to finish that kill with the shotgun. That's giving Furia the advantage that they needed. Now 4 versus 3, managing to overturn that early kill onto Fantasy. But vertical control is no longer theirs. Black Dragons now have the run of the top floor and can start applying pressure to site. But we saw this previously, X. They gave it up in reading room, and it was no concern to them whatsoever live. He's going to transfer himself onto the bakery roof and look to start using that window that we spoke about, potentially stop the defenders moving around as much. The vertical angles. One reason that teams use vertical angles is to move defenders. You open up above common spots where players like to sit, and it forces them to move. So then, if you've got a crossfire established, you've got somebody on a window ready to challenge them, that is the dream.
And that's what Miracle is feeling right now as he gets pinched and pushed. Taken down by Patoxy. He does manage to take down Live prior to that. Rare, a beautiful little flank. He's able to deal a little bit of damage and shut down Perez. Essentially a 3 versus 1 now. Live being downed. Unlikely to be picked up as he is going to be inside of the site. Patoxy, he doesn't have a great deal of information or time to be working with here. Pre-fires are going to start to come on through. Patoxy's got to hit his shots, and he's got to hit them all now. All this round is going to run out on time. Furia, what patience they show. They don't even try and thirst after that final kill. They know that the diffuser is down in the site, and they know that they have a significant advantage. It's going to put them onto a map and a series point.
I was thinking exactly the same there for the last few seconds. The Valkyrie that we just saw a beautiful view of, not challenging onto those red stairs, just giving a little peek here and there to say, I'm still here, you still can't move forward, and just watching that time tick away. It was very clear that they were just playing the clock at that point, and perfectly done from Furia. As you say now, they've got 2 bites at the cherry here, X, and they've got 2 great sites to go at. They're going to go back to reading room once again, but they've always got kitchen in the back pocket as well, which they won very, very convincingly back in round 7. So right now, Black Dragons, this is it. It's now or never. Time to shine. There are no more mistakes. You got to win the next 2 to get yourself to overtime, to keep yourself fighting. Cafe was, of course, the Black Dragons map pick, but Furia have absolutely dominated on defense.
Furia have. They've really run away with this one on the defense, and we kind of suspected that that would be the case when we saw a 3-3 split come out from Black Dragons on their defensive half. We were thinking, this doesn't look ideal. You need to be taking a lion's share of those rounds. And so far, that's what Furia have done. They've only dropped 1 round since getting onto the defense themselves. And now they're in a position to take this match, well, this map and this match, and advance on through into our semi-finals tomorrow. So a big round here for Black Dragons. It keeps them in it. It keeps them in it, sorry. And obviously, the way that Chalet was so closely contested, I don't think we were anticipating Cafe to be this sort of clear cut.
We certainly weren't. To be fair, I expected, if anything, Chalet to be the clearer cut. I thought that Furia would come out and win that one convincingly, but absolutely not. They've come and shown a real mastery here, and I'm sure that there's going to be teams sitting up and taking notice of Furia on Cafe now, because, of course, without seeing them play it, there was that little bit of a question mark in the brain as to just exactly how is their performance going to be on Cafe Live. Unlucky there. The man just strafing before he put that shot through the barricade. Would have been very, very close to taking what I would presume would be the Jaeger of Fantasy down from behind that shield.
I mean, it wouldn't be the first time that Fantasy dies from that position. He's not had a great deal of luck there so far in the past 3 rounds. Instead, he's going to look to drop himself back and keep himself alive for a little bit longer here inside of this one. Furia again giving up a lot of that top floor control and saying, look, you know, if you want it, come and take it. We've got a C4 that we're going to try and work with below. We've got a bit of intel kicking around as well. And we're more than happy for you to move through now into piano and start working it, because they've got good, solid foundations that they're ready to lean back on into. Hyze is still going to be playing upstairs. Unsure at the moment where his yokais are. He's going to be assisted by Lender as well. They've just got a couple of ADSs, a couple of shields, and that's really everything that they are trying to achieve there now. Of course, the IQ of Ion could be searching out for those yokais, as we're seeing Toxic Babe canister gas get tossed on out as well. Perez does get himself chunked down, but at the moment, nothing too much to worry about.
Furia just holding fast. 1 minute 15 left to go. 5 defenders still on the board. We've got yokai drones. They've got utility that they can play behind. And this is all looking stacked in their favour right now. Lender, he's possibly going to get challenged on the white stairs here. But Miracle, he manages to, before that happens, find a kill with a nitro onto Perez. Advantage Furia. Black Dragons, you just feel like they're on a slippery slope. Lender, he needs to be careful not to overextend himself here, because if he does, he might just find himself falling foul of the man on the mezzanine of white stairs, because he's surely going to know that he's there given the laser sight that keeps poking out. Now, out goes the Toxic Babe canister. It will be a little bit far up the stairs to do any damage to Ion. I'm just wondering whether Lender's actually aware of the position or not, and that's a much better placement of that canister.
Well, we saw Lender have a huge thing to say previously inside of this round, that he's going to be kicking things off here and now. Takes down Live, ends up his second and takes down Ion as well. Patoxy from the top rope is going to find one, but he is the last man standing here. There are 7 seconds left. He picks himself up too. This isn't beyond the realms of possibility, but it isn't going to be easy. Picks up the triple, but Rare there to pick up the pieces. Furia, they do it. They take down Black Dragons here on Cafe.
Dominating in style there, but you've got to say that the end of the match felt much more one-sided than the beginning. I thought after that game on Chalet we were going to have a much closer competition between Black Dragons and Furia here, fighting out for that Mexico major position. But what we can say is that Furia, after qualifying for the 6 Invitational and putting up a great performance, they've doubled down X, and they're showing that their growth continues, and they have continued to grow and continued to qualify for these big events, and that is the Mexico major position secured.
It's a very big qualification there for Furia. You can see just what it means to them. Look at Rare there inside of the player camera. 2-0. Everybody looking very pleased with themselves, and they really ought to be. Furia have put in a big shift there. Very deserved of this spot. They sailed through the stage 2 and they were able to establish themselves a very good position, locking Copa nice and early. And here and now, they've been able to advance on through to, of course, the semi-finals. And with that, it locks them into that major spot. So those guys are going to be very, very thrilled indeed. We're going to bring Riley back in here. We're going to have a bit of a discussion. And we maybe just have a chat with Twister from Furia.
What a performance from Furia there. And look, congratulations on snagging that spot at the August Major. Looking forward to seeing Furia, who again, Ace, they've just been on the up and up. Like the momentum, the wind in their sails. They've really been a team that almost like they've got something to prove, right? Like they've got a real agenda they're trying to push on us here.
Absolutely. I mean, the thing is, a lot of people won't know about Furia. They've got a really good setup there going on. They've got an academy team. They bring players through. They've got the backroom staff that they need. They've got everything in place to succeed. And that's exactly what we're starting to see come to fruition. Remember, this is a team that were in the relegation spots at the end of 2020. They then came through the open qualifiers to qualify for 6 Invitational. Still, people were thinking there's got to be a bit of luck involved. But no, they've continued to perform and to excel. They made it to the Copa Elite 6 in Stage 1. They didn't manage to get through to the knockout stages, but that developmental curve continues here in Stage 2, as this time not only have they made it to those knockout stages, they've made it to the semi-final, they've made it to the major. Furia just go from strength to strength.
Absolute huge moment for this team, and I know they'll be beside themselves. We are standing by waiting for an interview with Twister, but before that, Ollie, I mean, you're a fan of this team, I know, and you must just be so pleased with the performance they've put on, because, you know, as Ace was saying, how much luck was involved? Luck can only take you so far. Furia has shown they've got what it takes to run with the big dogs.
I think that's the key difference, and Fury are in a very fortunate position, as are a lot of the teams inside of Brazil, in that they're playing against some of the best competition in the world, and that is one of the things that is going to drive you and it is going to make you better. You know, when you've got players like Nesk and Palu and Psycho and Julio and all those guys to look up to, and you're sat there as fantasy and you've watched them play for years and years, and now you're in the same league and you're challenging, you're contesting. It's real dream stuff for Furia, I'm sure. So they've got a very good environment there to start fostering and start building from, because they're playing against some of the best teams in the world and it's rubbing off.
That's right. I mean, the hottest fire forges the hardest steel, and we have seen Furia really step up here and make their mark, and they will be going, as we've said, to the August Major. We're joined by Twister. No, excuse me. We are joined by Twister now. It looks like we're going to be able to get the chance to have a chat with people from the team itself and get a sense of what's going through their heads. Congratulations on the win. A huge moment for Team Furia. Twister, talk us through the mood at the camp right now. You blokes must be just over the moon.
I don't think he can hear you at the moment.
Yeah, I'm thinking we might be struggling.
We may be having some issues here with
now I hear you.
with connecting ourselves to Twister here, but stand by and we'll get that sorted. Looks like we do have Twister online right now. Twister, mate, I was just saying congratulations. A huge moment for Team Furia. You've worked so hard. Talk to us about the mood in the camp. You must just be so pleased.
Yeah, we are really happy. Just can't say much about it. My team is amazing. I believe so much in these boys, and we have a great future. Hello, are you guys hearing me? Hello. Hello.
Looks like we are having some issues there. We do apologise for that. A couple of gremlins in the back end that are standing in the way of us in an interview there. But look, I'm sure we all understand that this is just a momentous occasion for Furia, a team on the verge of relegation, a team that was fighting for their lives and now really striking out as one of the major players here in this competition, in this region. And indeed, if things go right for them at the major, maybe in the entire world, Furia here, Ace, have just have again really impressed people with a win that I don't know. Let's talk about what we saw in Cafe there. What were your thoughts on that one? After such a hard-fought battle in Chalet, we saw something very different in Cafe, right?
We certainly did, and I think, you know, the point that I made at the end of Chalet was that we'd seen a team performance out of Furia and a good few individual performances out of Black Dragons, and you can't rely on getting maps won with individual performances. You know, you've got to have that team play, you've got to have that cohesiveness, and Furia, they've just had longer to develop that. It's not a criticism of Black Dragons, and as I said before the game, really, it felt like maybe Black Dragons had just come to the sort of natural end of their progression here. They've got a couple of new people inside of the roster. Get into the quarterfinals of the Copper Elite 6 Stage 2 is absolutely fantastic achievement anyway, but it just felt like it was time now for Furia to push forward.
Looks like we do have things sorted out. We're going to head back to the interview with Twister now. We do apologise once again for everyone. Thanks for bearing with us and for your patience while we work through these issues.
Hello, everyone.
Twister, mate, yes, we've got you now. Congratulations. Once again, we'll try it one more time, my friends. I don't think we were able to hear anything you were saying before.
Thank you.
Well done on the win. Well done on the qualification. You boys must be just wrapped.
Yeah, I'm very proud of my team, what we are achieving, individually and as a team. This team is amazing. I said that a few minutes ago, but the microphone was not helping.
I think Twister, maybe something that I wanted to sort of ask straight from the off is, we were a little bit surprised about the Cafe pick. Is that something that you guys were anticipating? Because you looked very well prepared for it today.
Yeah, because we had a few bans in the map during the BR6 main stage, and we imagined that they would pick some maps, some different maps, but they were not playing it. So it was like a bait. We were screaming this map and practicing it, but they just to see if they would pick it to surprise us, but it was not a surprise.
Twister, nice to speak again. Every time we speak, you seem to be winning something. So, you know, maybe there's something in that. But look, I remember a couple of months ago, you said to me in an interview, "We're going to lift that hammer one day." That's what you said, and I mean, I can't argue with that. You keep getting closer and closer. You now go into the major in Mexico. you think that'd be a nice first step?
Yeah, of course, it was a nice first step, and maybe you are our lucky charm, you know, as you said, every time that you are casting, so probably that's it. But yeah, we have to start from somewhere, and I'm really happy how the team is improving and being like more mature players. You know, we had this problem here in the beginning because they were so young and inexperienced, but we tried to manage it to get a better team in the future, and that's what we are getting here.
A team on the rise then, Furia. Once again, Twister, congratulations. We are looking forward to another huge performance from you in the future. Well done on the win, and congratulations on the qualification. Thanks for joining us today.
Thank you. Bye.
Well, good to hear from Twister there, and you can tell that Furia really just a team that is one that we're just going to have to watch very closely from here on out, because the momentum that they've gained, the legitimacy, the authenticity that we've seen from their play, the fact that they are, as I said, able to run with the big dogs here, certainly tend to keep an eye on, as I say. We're going to take a quick break. We've got another match coming your way as we continue our coverage of the LATAM League final. Certainly great to have you along with us, and we do hope you'll stick around for our second quarterfinal coming up in just a few moments. We're going to take a quick break, as I say, get everything lined up, and we'll be back with more Siege after this.
Dice que tienen millo, pero no tienen nada. Tengo Gucci, Prada, Balenciaga, todo lo que tú quieras ver. Palomo, alerta.
Porque tengo los millones, chones, 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 chones. Porque tengo los millones, chones, 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 chones. Porque tengo los millones, tengo los millones, tengo los millones, tengo los millones. Porque tengo los millones, tengo los millones, tengo los millones, tengo los millones. Porque tengo los millones, porque tengo los
Y nada no me hace feliz, pero te falta. Yo juego con mi lamo y 100.000 en tu la banca. Egocéntrico como el pana arca. Estoy pegado porque la meta está muy alta. Vamos a volar, a volar, a volar. Vamos a volar, a volar. Vamos a volar, a volar, a volar. Donde estoy pegado, donde tú nunca estarás. Vamos a volar, que no somos de la tierra. Llegó la alienígena para darle todo guerra. El que está pegado siempre es el que más brilla. Si no lo ha luchado, aquí mismo te entierra. Como un chupado que lo manda para lavado. Como hora día para brillar en todos lados. Yo no soy un millo y eso no come putado. Soy un millo.
Porque tengo los millones, chones, 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 chones. Porque tengo los millones, chones, 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 chones. Porque tengo los millones, tengo los millones, tengo los millones, tengo los millones. Porque tengo los millones, tengo los millones, tengo los millones, tengo los millones. Porque tengo los millones, porque tengo los millones.
Welcome back to live coverage of the LATAM League finals, joined here by the entire coverage team for today's action. Great to have your company as well along with us at home. We've just seen match number one, Furia versus Black Dragons there. And Ace and Ollie, I know you were keeping a close eye on the match as you were calling it. Ace, we'll come to you first. Furia, as we've said, a huge team, but what can they expect now after that performance in the semi-finals? Do you think they're going to be well set up?
Honestly, I think they are. I think there's a real chance for Furia to take that extra step and get themselves into a final there. I really do.
I mean, Ollie, you're a fan of Furia, I know. You'll be pulling hard for them, but let's talk about the difference between the top teams in LATAM, I mean, particularly in BR6, and Furia, because even though they're good, they're not, they're not Team Liquid good. They're not like Ninjas in Pajamas good, right?
I mean, whilst they're not that good at the moment, they're going up against Team 1 in the semi-final tomorrow, and there's only 1 point difference between Furia and Team 1 inside of the regular stage 2. So, for all intents and purposes, they're a very similarly matched team. Last time that those two played each other, it was a 7-5 to Team 1, and you think about sort of transcribing that into a best of 3, there's opportunity there for Furia to pick up a round or to pick up a map. So, it could be a very closely contested semi-final tomorrow between Furia and Team 1.
We move on to our second match very shortly, and of course the casting pair, you can see them on your screen. Look at them there. They're Demo and Fluke. Great to have the two of you along as well for the ride. Thanks for joining us here as well. We've seen, not the first time, but one of the very few times here in the LATAM region, Cafe played as a best of 3 map here. Oh, sorry, as a best of 3, part of best of 3 series. What's some of the weird stuff that comes out of the woodworks during best of 3 Siege, especially when it comes to map picks and maybe pocket strats, that sort of thing?
Well, obviously we've been dealing with best of 1s throughout our time inside of BR6, and we're more used to seeing teams kind of signature ban. You'll see teams who will always ban this, and they'll always pick this map. They'll always want to go there, and that's because a lot of teams want to try and hide some of their maps that they want to try and play in this format. So you'll see maps that we're not really used to seeing these teams play. I'm sure there'll probably be a few times where teams will have to play maps that they're not feeling too comfortable on. I think with best of 3s, it's very easy to see what kind of series it's going to be like just off the map picks. Is it going to favor one side? Is it going to favor another?
And I want to ask as well, just from a psychological standpoint here, Fluke, this obviously changes as well, right? It's not just the game rules. It's not just that we're going from best of 1 to best of 3, but now we're playing Siege with, thousands of dollars on the line, qualifications for massive tournaments. That's going to take a toll, or at least impact the way that these players play, right?
Oh, 100%. The fact that the games today are dictating whether they get to the major, it's one of the most local majors that we've had in a very long time, so these teams are really fighting for the chance to be in a place where they're not only sort of, sure, fans aren't going to be there as far as I'm aware, but you've got that energy, you've got that sort of home ground. This is, in a weird way, your best opportunity. Even if you don't have that raw, it's still sort of there with you, and that sort of weighed in. It adds so much of that sort of tension and that heat today, and it's tough.
We absolutely, we can be sure that these two teams are going to be playing their hearts out here. We're going to get stuck into this match, but I do want to say thank you to Ace and Ollie for joining us so far, boys. Thanks for your input today. Looking forward to more action tomorrow, of course, and we'll get across that. We do hope the people's company then as well. Anyway, we move on now to our next quarterfinal, which, as we've said, is Team Liquid facing off against Phoenix Esports. Now, this is a huge matchup here. For a couple of reasons, Demo. There's quite a few things going on when it comes to this quarterfinal. Not just a spot in the upcoming major, but also the talk of the town at the moment, Phoenix. Let's talk about this team and their role, not just in this match, but in this entire tournament.
Well, first of all, they are the only side who have made it to this point that isn't from Brazil, which already is a pretty big accomplishment that we see inside of LATAM, is who's going to beat the Brazilians. I think last Copa Elite 6 we had an Argentinian side actually managed to break in. Now we have a Mexican side breaking into that kind of forefront, and it's great to see, obviously, the major being in Mexico. It's going to be massive for these boys. Phoenix is going to be thinking, God, we can really represent our country. We can go to our hometown major. You look at how Phoenix have played. Not too shabby. Finishing second in their group, beating teams such as FaZe, which was massive for them. They beat Black Dragons, another massive win, and almost were able to beat Team 1. This Phoenix team, you have to respect them.
Yeah, it's really, really impressive to see what they've done, but they are coming up against Team Liquid, of course, one of the big teams in the BR6. And for those of you who don't potentially know this, the Brazilian team does tend to dominate the LATAM league. But Fluke, I want to come back to what you were saying before. This is LATAM home turf, right? Like, we're in the league right now that the next major is going to be held in this home ground. But for Team Phoenix, it's an even bigger home ground advantage, as they are themselves Mexican. They have to get past, however, Team Liquid, again, one of the biggest teams in this entire region.
It's not easy. It's not in any way easy, and that's always the toughest thing, because it's not even the first time that these two teams have sort of faced in this mantle. It was their final play day, or one of their sort of the nail in the coffin play days for the last time that Phoenix were able to get into this situation. Last time they got in much stronger, but then it was in Oregon, and it was a 3-7 that went entirely in Liquid's favor. So I'm curious to see where we sort of end up now that they're in the chance to have a best of 3 instead of the best of 1 in the group stage.
Well, let's see where they're going to end up. Demo, let's have a look at the map veto stage here, of course. We're going to see ban, ban, pick, pick, ban, ban, pick. And talk us through exactly what's going on here with these map choices, mate.
Okay. So a Cafe ban from Liquid. Again, Cafe's very underutilized inside of Brazil. It's a map that we don't see all too often. That's usually a map dominated by North America and Europe. The fact that we haven't seen Liquid instant pick Consulate is a little bit surprising. I always think Consulate goes hand in hand with Liquid. It's always been one of their fortresses, one of their stomping grounds, but they actually went for the Oregon pick. Phoenix is taking a big risk with Villa. For me, Villa's always been a very strong map for Liquid. They're always consistent on it. They have a great roam presence that they can really utilize. If you have Nesk popping off on that map, it's a write-off at that stage. I think, looking at it, you have to really hope that Villa is going to go well for Phoenix. And even if it gets to that, Riley, I'm seeing a Chalet. That's, again, another dominant map for Liquid. This is going to be very, very, very difficult for Phoenix.
Yeah, a tough uphill battle here for this team. But look, we love an underdog story. We have seen upsets like this within BR6, and we could go so far as to see one here at the LATAM League Finals. So Villa, Oregon, and then maybe a decider in Chalet, if that's how it goes. What are your impressions here, Fluke? I want to get your your perspective on these maps, and perhaps a bit of a preview as to what we might see. Is it really going to be that big uphill battle for Phoenix here?
Yes and no. As I sort of said before, Oregon was where they met before, so that's dangerous second territory. Villa, it's a bit of a tricky one, because I think the way to sort of look at how the performances of these two teams has gone is Liquid haven't been as sharp in this tournament as they have been in their sort of the league to get here. It's sort of the opposite for Phoenix, who have sort of struggled. They didn't have the unbeaten run they did in their first split, but the second, it was a bit of a knock. Here, though, where they've been really strong is on their defense. And Villa, if they can sort of get onto it with two of their attack starters together, they might be in a good opportunity to at least get themselves... Oregon's going to be tricky. At least get themselves to Chalet, I think.
Well, let's meet the players here. We can have a quick look at who will be lining up in this match between Phoenix and Team Liquid. Talk to us about this Team Phoenix here, Demo. This is a team, again, these are, to be fair, the underdogs in this matchup.
Yeah, they're always going to be considered underdogs. They're against the second best team in the world as it stands, so... yeah, it's going to be tough. I mean, Phoenix, if I was to highlight one player in particular to keep your eye on, it's going to be Bope. I'm not kidding you, Riley. He's got some serious smoke talent. Some serious talent. So make sure you keep your eye on that, man, because he will clutch up around in a heartbeat. I've also been very impressed with Morph. I think he has been a very strong player for them as well. Really, everyone pitching in, but keep your eye on those two players specifically.
All right, Bope and Morph, there we go. Can have a look at that. And then let's have a look at the lineup for Liquid here, Fluke. We've seen these guys do incredible work in BR6, and we're expecting big things from them today as well.
I mean, they're a roster that in that fun old cliche, don't need no introduction, but we're going to do it anyway. The player I think that we need to sort of keep our eyes on today is Nesk. If I'm going to talk about how Liquid haven't quite been able to hit the mark as tight as they are in this competition as compared to BR6, Nesk is the one who is sort of a little bit behind the slack, I think. In the BR6, he's on plus 32. In this, he is just about even. He's on plus 1. He hasn't quite been able to be that big fragging impact that I think Liquid are sort of missing alongside Parlu to really drive home that, yeah, we're Team Liquid, we're going to Mexico.
Well, these teams with everything to play for right now, a slot at the Mexico Major on the line after the results of this quarterfinals are in, so you know you're going to get a good show. It's time to head down to Villa for the first match between Phoenix and Team Liquid with your casters, Demo and Fluke.
Thank you very much. Hey, Demo.
Hello.
How you doing?
I'm doing good. It's been a hot minute.
I know. It's good to see you here in Latin America, the lovely sunny side. Although I've heard it's been quite sunny in the UK.
I'm roasting.
I can imagine.
I am roasting.
I can hear you complaining from here.
Thanks.
I'm excited though. I'm super excited to get into this with you because you know it's a region that the last time I was here was SI, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm not. They were pretty good.
Really? You don't think maybe having first place, second place, and third place is that not good?
Yeah, it's pretty good. I think it's pretty good.
Yeah. I want to say you made a bit of a bold statement, Fluke, and you're playing with fire.
You
said that Nesk might not show up.
Listen, what I'm saying is he hasn't been showing up to the level that he shows up. It's that weird conversation that you have about a classic great player is when they perform at just a good level, for them it feels like a slow day. If you say a lot of players are hitting even on their KD, you're like, okay, well they're still pulling their weight. I mean, the man, he still has over this tournament a 68% cost. He's contributing.
Yeah.
But we know what he's capable of, and we know what he's capable of in a very recent bouts. We saw him at SI, we see him in BR6 where he's plus 34. He is so monolithic in those tournaments. So not having him at that level alongside Palu, who is still at that level, is like, when are we going to get that Nesk?
It's best of threes, which I think is going to suit Liquid right down to the T. Like, let's be honest, Liquid, whenever they have a bit of momentum, they are terrifying. I think we've seen that from SI. Look, we've seen them. They came up from, a lower bracket run in many cases, and we've seen them just how strong they can be over time. Best of three, this is where I'm going to see Nesk come alive, like 100%. I think Villa is going to be a great map for Liquid to start on. Phoenix obviously picking this. It's always going to be risky against Liquid. I kind of looked at the maps and I thought, what map realistically can Phoenix actually go to and they have a good chance against Liquid? Yeah, I really want to see Phoenix do well. I really do. I think the whole storyline where they're the Mexican side, then they could qualify into, be the hometown team. Amazing, the fact that they beat LATAM teams to get, or they beat Brazilian teams to get here. They beat FaZe, they beat Black Dragons, almost beat Team 1. But at the same time, Fluke, I'm a realist. And the realism is that they're against Team Liquid.
I mean, that's the thing about it as well, is because what you've sort of seen from them as a team is great aggression. A lot of them have been very balanced in terms of getting into fights, as we see here. They don't hide from that, but they have suffered a little bit. Some of their attacks have been quite scrappy. A team that is very good at pulling apart those plays has been able to do that. And here, they've been able to sort of scrape and scrap by, but in an elongated play session, as you said, in a best-of-3 scenario where Liquid can get into their form and start to become that big problem that they can cause so many other teams, that is where we're going to see those attacks suffer more. So this is why I sort of highlighted they need to kind of hit the ground running here on Villa. I think Oregon's going to be a rocky road, and they got to see if they can try and pull themselves together on Chalet.
So Liquid will be attempting a kitchen, and what they've done is extend in towards the living room, typically an area of the map that we don't see utilized, I think, to the fullest of its effect, but fair play to Liquid, they're actually going to try and use some of the roam game that you can have with this extension, and they're primarily utilizing the Pulse. I love Pulse on a site like Kitchen. Primarily, a lot of attackers will try and take above, and the information that you can gain is second to none. It lets you know if anyone's moving in, in towards C4 areas. You can relay that information over to your team, and you can also gain a lot of C4 kills. We're seeing 3 of them on the side of Liquid. 1 already being used, but Moringa still does a C4, so does PSK. So I think for Phoenix, they have to watch their step.
Now, obviously bringing the gridlock here to sort of allow themselves that bit of a stretch, that bit of a limitation.
Soft Nomad.
A Nomad ban is apparently a consistent against Phoenix. That's something I've learned digging into some of the stats against this team.
Yeah, whenever teams are always relying on the kind of flank holds, I think for a team like Liquid, where we know they can have some amazing flank opportunities, eliminating a kind of crutch operator from Phoenix is always going to be a great pick. Speaking of picks, first ones do rattle out. It will be a 1-for-1 trade, and now it will be a 4 versus 4. And with 40 seconds to go, Fluke, Phoenix are going to have to try and go straight into site via Memorial Room, and here comes Zig. Let's see what he can do with the butt. The C8 will land the headshot on the PSK, and he's directly into the heart of the bomb site. Where Liquid, where can they respond? There's your response, Palu. What a great swing from China.
Well, Parlo is digging his way in here. There's one either side, and he doesn't quite know it. It's Pixie who's able to light up on the other side. Moringa has a bit of a run left with Sexy Cake on the top floor. They might not know how isolated this is, but those smoke canisters are already well gone, so he's going to have to get in a confrontation, and he does not expect it. Luxor round the back, gets one more, gets the diffuser, and hightails it to the window. Moringa is waiting in bay, drops, no! Pixie swings through what should have almost been a bit of a sure thing, but the prediction came out.
Oh, I think the game sense realizing, okay, nobody's in the heart of bomb site, nobody's behind us in the flank. It has to be one place, and it is the pantry. So I think well done to Phoenix for gaining the information, and yeah, I mean, what can you say? Phoenix, very, very scrappy, knowing that their whole idea of top floor takes just wasn't working out for them. What did they say? Hey, let's just try and push in, get the kills, and I think you have to highlight Zig. The fact that he won this engagement specifically was massive, Fluke. If you kill that main anchor, it just opens everything up. And I think as a defender, especially if you're off site, you know that you know your main anchor in sight is gone. You start to panic and realize, damn, I have to get back to site.
I think this is exactly what I was talking about, though. Okay, we're looking at Kitchen as that sort of first hold. You're looking at one where it is a little bit loose, and to be fair, if any site on this map that's generally in the standard 3 is going to open itself up to that sort of mixed bag aggression where you have somebody's pushing over the top, somebody's from Memorial, potentially up round, obviously, the wine stairs towards the basement as well, it's that site. But here, how they can try and apply that methodology to a site that is, I would say, a lot more claustrophobic. When you're trying to make your way up via red, you've still generally got to get control of the brown stairs too. You're looking at a bit of a limitation. So hitting the ground running, getting some momentum, getting some fierce and force behind them is 100% going to bleed into the energy. You saw it in the cams at the end there. They know how important making sure that they hit this pace is, because, as we sort of talked about, it's only really a matter of time before Liquid find theirs.
Phoenix need to come in and try and take all momentum away from just get in there, use whatever you can. If you want to target one specific player who you should be scared of, I mean, I still think that should be Nesk. But then again, it might be Polu, or maybe Sexy Cake, or maybe Maring, or maybe yes. It's very, very difficult to try and target one specific member of Liquid whenever we know all of them have their insane moments, and that's why they are one of the best teams in the world, because they can all show up at any given time. But for Phoenix, who do they look to have these big performances? I highlighted Bope. I think you'll see more of him on the defensive half, Luke. I think this is where you'll see him really come into his element on his main smoke role. But at the moment, it seems to be Luxor already, 2-0.
It's the start you sort of want. We saw how early he was into Mudroom as well, and trying to instantly sort of put pressure onto Liquid, force them back into these situations. They're more than aware that Liquid is going to play this loose game. As you said, it is a team of such high talented historic players that they're confident, they're kind of comfortable anywhere, but it's finding the pace that is sometimes a bit of the slow in the start of their game. Here though, the start of the Goyos popping around the top of red, they're looking already for the angles around the study side. As I said, it's a lot more of a claustrophobic take. The Buck is going to be trying the best to work underneath, but they've still got to get control of the top of round stairs, and Nesk is the first that's under fire around that area.
Yes, a classic hold from Liquid, holding in towards those main stairs, and Nesk will win an engagement against Pixie. That was the sledge outside a study window, and a very important one, as that's 2 sets of nades gone that realistically they needed, and here comes Nesk with a swing. Looked as if Boat was after a quick peek in towards the man at top of main stairs, and has not worked for him. Lux didn't get that kill, but eventually will finish off Sexy Cake. A little bit surprising that the first spray didn't kill him, but there's Paulo, eliminates Luxor. Liquid's just playing their top stairs hold, finding the kills. Not much more you can say, Fluke.
It was a lockdown. It was almost a flawless round, and
don't mention lockdown, please.
Okay, yeah, sorry.
Oh,
I'm sorry. It was a vault. It was a solid vault, and nobody could get in. And I think that was, that was one of the things that we expected to see. I had that sort of question and curiosity because where we've seen Liquid at the best is sometimes on the defenses, and you're on a map that is historically good for good defense teams, good control teams as well. The map itself is a funnel in certain sites, as I highlighted here. This site as well sort of still plays towards that beat. You can offer yourself a little bit of a stretch and a roam to move underneath, but not to the same way you can in Kitchen. But what you see early on from the Liquid defense is they'll stretch themselves around the map, and they sort of know not to take the confrontations. They're not giving Phoenix the isolated aggression at the pace that Phoenix sort of want, and keeping them at arm's bay it's a tough game. Your team has to be, pardon the pun, watertight and Liquid up.
Liquid are a team that will, at times, I feel, maybe spread themselves a little bit too thin. They like control, like a lot of control. They want to try and gain as much access to the map as they can. You know, we're seeing an extension in towards Aviator in games. We're seeing some extension down in towards the kitchen side. They're not afraid to kind of like single themselves out and, you know, play that lone wolf playstyle. Yeah, none of these guys are scared about being left by themselves. Which, in a way, is good confidence. But I always think it's a massive risk. If you're against a team who knows exactly what to do in a room clear, teams that are very well coordinated in their attacks, who can get those refrags, 9 times out of 10, you will be left at a disadvantage. That's the only thing I would worry about Liquid, but then on the same side, I think Liquid, they know whenever they're beat, whenever they've lost positioning, they will fall back instantly.
And I think that's it, as you can sort of see here. And Nesk is the first one that gets shut off. I think he was trying to come to the bit of the support here on the bottom of the staircase, and at that point, Palu's been able to pull away. They're not going to throw their life away just yet, as they realize that the more time you give Phoenix, the more Phoenix can set themselves up. Obviously, on 90 window, they can try and get themselves on the pinch on Study, and, well, that's where Palu is going. Sexy Cake is able to get one with the swing round as well, take care of Zig, and that's all of that approach there. As Zigmas goes down as well, you've lost your buck to get in underneath, you've lost your gridlock for that roam control, and Liquid have gained a lot, and this is the fastest I think we've seen this many bodies dropped.
Great play from Palu. Over in towards Aviator, knowing that a lot of pressure has been applied to him. You know, we've seen the two-man job up the staircase. We've seen the sledge, and obviously Lux on the Iana. What does he do? He thinks, okay, I need to get out of here. Goes for a swing, manages to find a kill, and immediately falls back. This is the thing with Liquid. Whenever they know they've lost their ground, they will easily fall back to their second positioning. And right now, with 1:15 to go, Phoenix, a man down. There's still a myriad of utility left in the bomb site. There's smokes that they have to go through, C4s they have to go through. This is going to be a tough round for Phoenix, and if they win that, I'll be very, very impressed. But the positioning from Liquid, it's a crack.
We had the first grenade pop off. Obviously, they don't have a huge amount to be able to burn through those ADSs, but luckily they bought themselves a spare couple of grenades. They're trying to dig their way through onto those Goyo shields. They want to try and minimize the direct swing, the hold that you can otherwise have on what is, again, this sort of dangerous rectangles as they drive their way up towards the trophy room. They're looking for Palu behind the bomb chassis, who might not know that one's already slipped to the other side of the door, but he sure does now. The trade of the C4 picks up one more as they look for the crossfire. Bope went to stick it for a second, but they didn't quite have the solidity they needed. Moringa, well, he had a bit of the attention, but PSK is the one that commanded it all.
Still had a bit of time to work with Phoenix. Still 30 seconds before the final man dropped, but hey, they wanted to go a little bit more aggro. Good job of getting that first kill. Kind of give them that entryway into the bomb site, but at that stage, Fluke, we talked about the utility. It's too tough to break down. And Phoenix fall behind. 2-1 Liquid.
It is always sort of, I guess, going to be a bit of a back and forth. But to be fair, if we're looking at how the story we expected it to go, they're still the underdog team. There's no two ways about Phoenix in this sort of competition. They sort of came into this, and obviously, before we'd seen the performance throughout this, is a bit of a second fiddle to other Mexican teams, to obviously Aferis, who didn't quite hit the mark at all. And then suddenly we have Phoenix. And we have Phoenix doing what Mexican teams hadn't been able to do before, which is beat Brazilian teams. I don't think that had happened before, on record, before we sort of had this come together. But still, that you've got to keep that in consideration here, and you've got to keep that in consideration as this is a team that has bitterly fought, and it's going to be a long day for them. But I'm still expecting it to go the distance, if that makes sense.
I think whenever Phoenix get in the defense, they will be a lot more comfortable, I feel. Especially map like Villa, which I know the old kind of easy thing to say is all Villa's defender-sided. I don't think it's that clear-cut now. I definitely think the attackers have a lot of things to go with. I think with the addition of Flores in the game now as well, very, very strong operator for this map specifically. Haven't necessarily seen that come out, and I don't think, don't want to say, do we think we'll see it? I think Phoenix would have brought it out by now if we were going to see Flores.
I think the thing with Flores as well is he was often seen as a bit of a fill-in against particular holds. If Goyo becomes a bit more of an obvious stretch, potentially we'll see it next time we're on ABG, where they need to sort of be able to drive in. There's not the hugest distance and difference to be able to try and drop some of those shields that are the swing and try and force them into more comfortable situations. But you got to look at how Liquid had the hold. They had half of the wall open so they could swing around from gunvolt. You're still in this sort of tricky situation. Bringing the buck and the sort of combination with obviously the sledge in that situation, you're thinking, okay, well, Flora still has a great gun. You could potentially swap that out and go with 2 of those frag
six
grenades.
drones. Like, the information is insane that you get. I'm pretty sure you get flashes as well with them. Like, you know, it's just strong. It's just a great kit, and you can never really go wrong. Zig has managed to get the first pick. It's a great start. Being able to find Moringa at C4 gone, which we know is always going to be favorable for Phoenix, where they have had a bit of a slow playstyle at the moment on Villa. They haven't been the quickest team, so definitely eliminating some of that utility that could come in to bite them later on. Great to see. I don't know if that nade was meant to go up above, or was it supposed to go over and trying to kill somebody in kitchen. I'm not too sure, but still, Nesk is alive. Pantry will be open, so bit of a change of pace now, Fluke. Phoenix were very heavy and trying to go above. It wasn't working for them. They were getting beaten back by the pulse information that was being gained. Now they're opting for a bit of a pantry swing and actually changing up their direction. There's still a good chunk of players over towards living room, so still another side of the map that Liquid they have to be aware of, and they're almost trying to compress Liquid and just waiting to see if Liquid are going to crumble or not.
Well, one of the things that we need to take into consideration here is Sexy Cake still on the board with all of the canisters. Now, he was one of the last that was sort of fighting the fight before, but had nothing to be able to do it from the long arm reach. Here above, we've still got Parlo as a bit of support. They can try and offer those. You hear the first that pops just towards the entrance of the pantry, and that is entirely going to suffocate the potential push. Pixie, though, is able to drive his way through, with Zigmas finding one more. Bob's going to try and stick the diffuser in the meantime. Parlo tries to peel back and pull something back into the hands of Liquid here, but with Phoenix getting the plant, it's suddenly all down to Sexy Cake, and I can talk up those canisters all I want, but he left with 2 of them still in pocket.
Yeah, Phoenix doing well to realize that there was a bit of a lack of pressure coming in from the players upstairs. I mean, Sexy Cake was just holding on to a hatch. I would have much rather seen him in some of the floor angles, holding on to the doorway, primarily in towards the kind of China door that we have, which is just towards the kind of grandfather clock area of the map. That would be primarily where I think he should have held. I think that door specifically, it's a scary one to push in from, because there's like a lot of angles if you're from an attacker perspective. And I think just having that one player holding that door, it relieves a lot of the pressure that I think Nesk was under. Nesk was under a lot of pressure. Wasn't many safe areas for him to sit in. And I think that was ultimately what kind of cracked Liquid. They just didn't feel comfortable in that setup.
Okay, AVG, we got to double down and swing our way back round, and we saw a bit of creativity there from Phoenix. We saw an alternate style of push as they were able to get the early body quite quickly and then try to force themselves in a slightly different route here. And I'm curious to see if we get a different style across, because previously, they sort of didn't pay much attention towards Master Bedroom. They went for a clear underneath at first, which, to be fair, when we sort of got that buck, that is what he does very well. But with the pre-opened reverse angles that Liquid are playing, I'm thinking of maybe a little bit more attention to the lateral push rather than the verticality. You might be able to wield them that early body, but they're so good at building them.
Liquid will realize that Phoenix had no intention of trying to challenge players upstairs, which I think is great for Liquid. Liquid want to have that control. That's the reason why they hold those certain areas, is to give them that freedom. If they had known that everyone from Phoenix was pushing from, you know, the first floor rather than the top floor, probably the roamers would have been a little bit more aggressive. But it is what it is in hindsight. We can see all of this, Fluke. You know, we can now sit here and analyze on it.
It's the
But,
joy.
yeah, in the heat of the moment, you know, you give them the benefit of the doubt. I feel for Liquid now that in this bomb site, they will realize that, hey, Phoenix have not been too strong at holding this one in terms of the main stairs, so they'll probably try and change up their playstyle. And that's exactly what Phoenix are doing. They're changing up once again. This time, they're pushing in from the Astro side of things in towards Stature. Liquid are onto that straight away. Unfortunately, they have lost Nesk, who was just looking the wrong way. He was hoping that somebody would come up from the bottom floor, holding onto the hatch, but nope, just directly into bathroom and gives himself up quite easily. And that's the Wamai gun. A great pick if you think about it. I know it's, you know, Wamai not the flashiest of operators that we think about, Fluke, but the gadget, the Wamai discs, getting rid of him very early on, it means that you don't have to deal with any more utility being tossed about.
Yeah, it's always that trade, is you look at operators that get more powerful as the time goes on. You look at them sort of in the situation of you kind of don't want them to be that early aggressor. And to be fair, Nesk was able to get a pretty solid take with that gun, but when those positions are being stressed, I think that's one of the most fascinating things about Phoenix. In terms of who is getting into engagements, it's kind of all of them. All of them are running with really good, really aggressive KDs. All of them are quite sharp. You never really know where the first blow is gonna come from the claw of this clawed bird, as Phoenix sort of swoops every angle at once. And it's a loss, sure, but it's a very tough one to predict against.
Vault wall is going to be open as Sexy Cake walks right past the gridlock mines and manages to shoot her right in the dome. Sexy Cake just tanks it. I mean, fair play. The nerves of steel to go for that play, but it's worked out for him. And Phoenix, they've opened up their vault wall. That's a great stand for them, but now they're actually going to rotate 2 players towards Study. Is that the greatest play? There is still a myriad of utility being held towards that main stairs. They did not eliminate the player at top main. He still has his shield, and Paulu can go crazy with a shotgun. Unfortunately, will be eliminated, though, as Bope is pushed in via Study, and a swing comes in from Sexy Cake, but he gets denied. A lot of pressure on PSK as it's just him, a 1 versus 3. Phoenix are in. They're trying to plant this diffuser. Can they get it down in time? A great angle being held by Bope. And that's enough to give the cover over. Phoenix, I was worried for them for a minute, Fluke, but the sheer gun skill has seen them over the line.
What a time for Bope to get off the kill board and find himself a triple. What a way to build behind what was, I guess, a bit of a surprise strike, because you sort of called it, rotating over to Study, picking up the attack when you suffered with the diffuser cold on the staircase where you know that they have this presence. It's such a big sort of risk. It's such a gamble and a gambit. And here, as I sort of highlighted at the beginning, I guess that lack of knowledge of knowing where Phoenix is gonna go next, that almost ferocity, that feral nature, is playing very well on a map where I guess expectations are kind of being thrown out the window here. And they've got themselves a guaranteed even split on their attacks here, which, as I said at the start, is a fantastic lead-in.
Like I said, they're much stronger, I feel, on the defensive half. That's where you'll see them come alive. So this is excellent. Excellent stuff for Phoenix, and there is still a massive possibility for them to just run the exact same round over. One difference that I would have loved to see Liquid make, which they didn't, would have been to bring Arcade. I think you bring that operator, you fire one Electroclaw onto the vault wall. Nobody's opened that vault wall. With Thatcher being banned out, no Maverick being a pick of interest for Phoenix, Tide is a great way of denying access to that vault wall. Sure, they bring a Mute, and you're probably thinking, oh, well, Mute can still deny access. One nade over the top, that's all it takes. And that's exactly what happened the last round. Tide charges are much more difficult to place down. You can even place them on other sides of walls that you can't even get a nade to. You know, it's very, very strong mechanic, and that would be the only micro adjustment I would have loved to have seen.
Wow, can Phoenix drive themselves once more? See if they can put themselves in the 4-2 split here and really try and push into a solid half before they head onto their defense. Here, Liquid slightly juggled operators. They've slightly changed up positionings. Nesk again, he's a bit curious, a bit cautious if he's going to be the first point of call, but look at how many bodies are stacked of Liquid over on this side, and here it is a different player of Liquid that is suffering the first. PSK right in the core, right in the heart of this, and it's going to be the call to arms for those loose Liquid players.
Good angle though from PSK, and I'm not sure if Zig's going to be ready for this. Let's see, nope, just decides to back off, and PSK gets thrown out. PSK still happy enough to hold on to red stairs as long as he can. Liquid, of course, having that control statue, which is where Phoenix tried to attack from the last time. And I think because Phoenix have noticed that, yeah, there's a lot more utility being placed over towards statue, maybe we should try our main stairs take again, which they did struggle with the first time they attacked this, which is the only worry. But Liquids, of course, being able to extend over towards statue, now they don't have as much pressure being applied to this side of the map.
Well, can Moringa dig in on this far side? And I talked about how important that early body pick has been for Phoenix so far. This time they haven't been able to get it. It's sort of building that bit of a mantle of success, I say, as Luxor drifts, drive-bys, and defies a bit of gravity there. Is able to take that early body. Now that puts a lot of pressure onto Moringa, who's holding himself in quite close behind the Goyo shield. That gets popped. He's in a very tight and warm situation, and they're waiting for, I guess, just a little bit more intel before they try and pull themselves back.
Great pick that I think Lux have been able to do consistently as well. This entire map so far is just find those opening picks, get those big players out of the way, and certainly PSK on that Jaeger, trying to play those vertical angles is always going to be a great one. Nesk, again, the aggressive nature that this man has right now, Fluke, is second to none, and it's paid off for him again.
That's twice he's dropped the diffuser carrier, but that absolute flood of bodies up through a smoke there, it's done a huge amount of damage. That does a little bit more. There is one very important kill there for Sexy Cake. Has the C4 in pocket, can deploy some of that damage, and is looking to try that with only 10 seconds left. You may as well at this point. Throws it a bit premature though, and you can see the bit of the spread. Palu loses the fight on the backside. Isolates Sexy Cake in the middle, who gets the diffuser carrier, dropped to the ground! And Liquid get themselves the even half.
Sexy Cake. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Was worried. He kind of mistimed the C4. I was sitting there thinking C4, a couple of seconds to go. Easy 2Ps. We see those happen time after time from this man. But just missed it. But then still makes up with 2 kills. Didn't even need the C4. Just uses the Vector to great ability. Lux, very, very unfortunate to not just have the bit of time. Because, Sexy Cake was in a very predictable angle. Definitely winnable. If Lux had an extra 2 seconds, we could have been sat here at a 4-2 split. But just as the time has ran out, Liquid have redeemed themselves at least. Even split on Villa, which I think is kind of the norm these days.
They dig in, they find some necessary energy before the turn of the half, because if they found themselves on the back foot there, that was Phoenix's to clutch out. And sure, you are the expected victors of this game, but you cannot let that slip away, because Phoenix have already proven that they're here for a fight, and they're going to make sure that you are well aware of that. Now, can you structure yourselves on your attacks and try and put some pressure here onto the map that is otherwise obviously theirs, and drive towards Oregon, which is, for, as I said, historically, Liquid, kind of theirs to take away.
So I see a fun operator. I like to call these fun picks.
Fun
Luke,
picks.
And that's morphed on the alibi.
She's about to get 1.5.
Yes.
That's going to be good.
But not yet,
Not
which
yet.
I think is the main thing.
Yeah, it's early. It's early.
Yeah. Alibi is an intriguing operator. I think her kit, very, very strong. The MX4 Storm, great weapon. Has the impacts, has the shotgun. Great for site setup. Shield is being chosen by Morph. But I feel the gadget is still the weakest part. Definitely up there with one of the weakest gadgets in competitive for the defense. And that's where I think other operators might be, better picks. Because you're essentially relying on this player getting kills and only kills, which is never the most consistent thing. And I don't think a fair thing to do to any player.
No, it's that sort of weird balance of, okay, well, what do we sort of build here? Goodbye. Pixie, a very early and well put together take there. That's going to sort of be a bit of a pull to arms for the rest of the players on this top floor. Phoenix are going to have to try and pull back. Sexy Cake is waiting to catch anybody that got a little bit brave and a little bit bold, but nobody is otherwise in that situation. Droning ahead and consistently pushing with Palu, doing the same thing on the floor below. They are really trying to force Phoenix into an uncomfortable situation here.
Jackal, great pickup, I think, for Liquid. Whenever Phoenix are not afraid to try roam strategies, Jackal's going to be a great operator to find the information, put the pressure on those roamers. Roamers have been dealt with, of course, as Liquid have gained control of that 90 corridor where Ness can set himself up to perhaps try and explode in towards Statue or in towards Trophy, whatever one he wants to pick. Liquid now rotating over towards Bedroom, so they will try and attempt the more standard take, opening up in towards that triple wall. There is a little bit of pressure being applied, though. From Phoenix, we can see a closet hold, which is very common these days. You'll see teams play one man inside a closet, and Fluke, he's essentially there to, I suppose, just a suicide hold. He will eventually die, but he's going to try his damnedest to get as many kills and waste as much utility as he can.
That's it. You just have a big burn through. You just have yourself in this situation. It's being pinged out, and we've already had a demonstration of how talented they can be with grenades. But with 45 seconds left, Liquid have to start thinking of their execute. They've got to start thinking of their exit strategy here, because they're a team that can do it very well. That's a focus. And there it is, the drive round onto the backside of Trophy as they win a fight on the opposite side. Sexy Cake is actually going to thirst a little bit further for more. They've got the diffuser. They need to try and start thinking of other ways, because the longer they're at, this is what comes back. The grenades over the top. Moringa gets a kill, and Sexy Cake finally tries to stick it in the close corner there, with Nesk offering all the support that he can. But Morphed has gone for the rotate round on the opposite side. PSK's on the window just behind him. He's entirely isolated and cut off by Liquid players, but he somehow sneaks through. Gets the first. There's Bope underneath, getting one more. Sexy Cake, however, has been able to drop off. They're long-arming it. He can't quite get the shot. He's pre-firing a little bit wide. He finally finds it just... 27 seconds left. Sexy Cake underneath, under pressure. PSK just pulls that one out.
Nope, I can't do this. I can't do this already. No. This is way too much. Bit of a calamity round from Liquid. Great execute. We've seen Sexy Cake and Nesk drive straight in towards Trophy, explode into the bomb site in a great position to plant. Sexy Cake, a little bit greedy, like you said, Fluke. About 10 seconds him trying to jiggle peek, find a kill where he had the diffuser, could have planted way earlier, planted in a corner, which they then opened up to trying to hold from below. Somehow, some way, Morphed has been able to swing into the bomb site, get the kill onto Nesk, then almost pull off one of the best diffusers I have ever seen, and just by the skin off their teeth, Liquid have been able to down him and win the round.
It was about 0.6 left on that diffuser there, and to make that call, because obviously we saw the Mozzie get into the fight almost instantly after, so the Mozzie had set off at that point, wasn't watching from above. They said, I'm just gonna go for this. We know that, like, ooh, that was close. Liquid, that was a bit uncomfortably close.
I don't know. I don't know what to say. Okay, interesting from Phoenix. Right off the rip, they have fully reinforced the four walls inside of AVG. Usually the ones inside of Aviator, the right side is usually open, and then something like a deployable shield is placed on the vault door, and then you can kind of have an aggressive peek, and it stops anyone rushing in for a study. They fully reinforced that. So if Liquid wanted to go just for a standard study take, they could do that extremely easily. Which, you know, I always think if teams want to play a little more safe, then sure, reinforce it up. But with how easy it is to play that bomb site from, like, outside the study window, it's always risky, in my opinion.
Wow, Liquid, you've been able to drive yourself into the lead, but so did Phoenix on their opening attack, and from then we found ourselves at the end of an even split. So, can you do the seemingly undoable and get a buffer of a round, get a second in a row? Nesk sees a body that was potentially going to swing around as the pings come out. They're actually able to slip away. Morphed and the Kaid finds themselves in a semblance of safety and pulls themselves further and further back before more pressure came towards the capitalization on them. They're not quite throwing themselves in as that multi-pronged attack that Phoenix were doing. Liquid are making sure that Nesk is steadily droned ahead.
Yana getting droned in whenever she can easily do it herself, which she is now going to do. So Nesk finding out the information. 1 on 90, it will be the Kaid, but has slowly moved his way back. And Liquid just looking for your normal 90 take, opening up that vault wall, and then they'll usually try and flood in and plant right beside the vault door. Flores, this is the operator that I feel is extremely strong on Villa. The utility that I feel is placed for a lot of these teams who defend this bomb site. It's very difficult to deal with. For example, what we're dealing with right now, we're seeing a Melusi charge right in the middle of a corridor. Running into that and trying to stab that is not going to be a possibility, so operators like Flores can make quick work of that. The information that you're going to also gain from the Flores drones is second to none. 6 drones, like I said, his 4 explosive drones and his 2 regular drones. Sexy Cake, unfortunately, has been picked off. A quick aggressive swing from the Jaeger. He's still alive, though. He can try and get picked back up by Polu, but that is going to waste just a little bit of time from Liquid, and with 45 seconds to go, they haven't really got any pressure at all, and it's going to be a little bit difficult, I feel, for them to actually execute into where they want to be, which will be that Aviator.
Yeah, it's a steady block of the 4 walls, as you pointed out before. Sexy Cake still going to try and find the fight, and then remembers they have 2 grenades in their pocket. First goes a little bit too deep, but they use that as the cover to hop in, as does Nesk, who gets the double with Palu finding one more. A flawless for Liquid, who drive themselves into that buffer. They have that round between them, and they only have 2 rounds that separates them from taking Phoenix's map.
Very strong from Liquid. Starting off, clearing out roamers. I think the pick and the echo is so crucial. We see how strong Echo can be, and whenever Liquid at times the round or the time counter can kind of get away from them a little bit. Echo, very, very strong operator to deny them, but thankfully for Liquid, they got rid of the Echo early on. So far from Phoenix on their defense, I think a little bit more aggression would do them well. It looks as if they're letting Liquid run the show at this stage, which they shouldn't do. They should be bringing it to Liquid. They should have nothing to be scared of Liquid. I think they've shown in their attacking half, Luke, that they have as good as gun skill as what Liquid does.
Yeah.
Where's that same aggressive nature that we've seen from the attacking Phoenix? Where is the now aggressive defensive Phoenix?
I think that's it, and I think that this lineup, sure, we're on a side that we haven't seen before, but it sparks a little bit more joy in me in terms of stopping the approach that we've seen. Mute against a Flores. If a team is going to continually blame Flores, you have to pay attention to that. You have to look towards other options. The Mute, obviously, on the board for that situation. The Aruni to get yourself a bit of a stretch and a bit of a control as well. So just burn some of the resources. We've seen how resource-heavy Liquid are on their approach. We saw an Iana being droned by about 3 drones. They have to find ways to try and remove that. And I kind of hope to see more of this lineup on the other sites as well. And I want to see a bit of an extension into, as you said, you've got to find responses to what is slowing down Liquid's play so you can bring your own pace back into this game.
Rooney, very, very strong operator in the current meta. I think great in many uses. Can be a roamer, can sit on site, you know, with a very strong gun, can go on a roam game. I think the laser gates, or laser gates, if you're Tim. I've been working that, I think, all invite. I think they're able to get a lot of them in.
Yep.
I think the kind of, it's a bit of a soft, like, Jaeger / Wamai kind of thing going on as well. So, very, very strong, with a lot of utility, a lot of opportunities to really make her shine.
This is such an extension here towards, obviously, the rest of the first floor. Sometimes you'll see, you know, maybe a body playing in library, and then they'll pull themselves back via Mudroom and head back to the site. But here, they've fully set up inside. They have that little central vault reinforced. The wall isn't quite able to be swung around from the library side. It's tough for them to sort of dig in and get this Aruni out, and they're just going to try and formulate a way to get some control elsewhere around them, put them into an uncomfortable situation. But I believe the hatch was open, and they've taken that as a drop, potentially, and that's able to, I guess, buy themselves a lot of time. 1:30 wasted. They've slowly got a bit of control here, but there's still bodies, there's still angles, there's still holes for them to use.
So, Liquid, very thorough in their drone work, and they will spot out one player upstairs in Astro Palu, playing by himself, and that's, again, another highlight for Liquid is, on attack, they'll just let players walk about wherever they want to go. As long as they have the drone work and they're comfortable in what they're doing, they're happy enough to sit and play their own game, and Palu rewards Liquid with an opening kill. Zig goes down, and Palu potentially get a second no, but will have that swing. Palu gone. It's going to be a 4-4, 50 seconds to go. Liquid begin their remodel of that top floor, opening up the angles and clearing out anyone who may be lurking inside of Dining Nest. Great reactions. Maringo with another. Looks as if Phoenix, they tried a little bit of aggression, Fluke, and it's actually punished them.
Yeah, things have otherwise sort of slipped away. Obviously, they're on a site that doesn't bode itself well in terms of getting in on the steadier hold here. The spray comes up through, but Morph suffers more than Moringa, and there's Sexy Cake to lock it off. Puts them in a 1 versus, well, a 0 versus 4. Puts themselves on map point 6-2-3. 4 threaded in a row. Only 1 more to go, Liquid.
Very confident Liquid. And I don't even think Liquid are doing anything too flashy.
No.
It's just a safe siege, and Liquid, this is, as we know, a massive game for themselves. I know how much we've highlighted Phoenix. Liquid want to be at the major as much as any other team, and I think Liquid are expected. You know, they have the expectations of qualifying for every major at this stage. With the form that Liquid have been on in the past year, we expect them to be at these events. Liquid don't want to end up as what's happened to FaZe. They want to come in here and get the job done. Whenever the pressure's on Liquid, and they need to get a win, they will come in and they will get it. Yeah, Liquid are very, very decisive in how they play their siege.
Yes. I think that's the thing about it as well, is what we saw from Liquid at SI is they did have bad days. And I thought it was always, you know, it was that conversation of the best of one. What put them down to the lower bracket was a bad day at the office. for Liquid. But one bad day doesn't equal a bad performance, as they then proved. They drove themselves all the way to the grand final from that.
A bad day to a great week, I suppose.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that was one of the sort of moments in the questions here when we sort of looked at the group stages, looked at the best of ones, looked how they had sort of shaped out for Team Liquid, and you're thinking, okay, was this a bad day at the office here? And, you know, maybe the fact that FaZe was struggling so much sort of went, or could it be potentially more? This opening map proves, no, this is still potentially shaping up to be a great week for them.
Yeah. I've said it before. Look, we can sit here and analyze and how good somebody has been over the past 2 years, how consistent they've been. I don't care. If you don't show up on the day, you don't show up, and that is all that matters. Yes. That is it. If Liquid didn't show up a day, oh well, they didn't show up. Now they're showing up. They're winning their current match 6-3 against Phoenix. They've got now quite a big safety net. If they drop some rounds, they drop some rounds, but they still are in a great position, and Liquid have came in here today, and they know exactly what they want to do. They've played very basic Siege, but they've done it correct. You know, they're playing Siege. They're not playing fancy Siege, they're playing Siege.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the things for when, you know, when you comment and you say something like, oh, they're playing basic Siege, they're playing standard Siege, that's a compliment. Because that's your fundamentals. You've always got to have the fundamentals of whatever game, whether you're playing a sports, esports, whatever. The fundamentals are the crux and the nature. Your gun skill, your communication, your coordination, your ability to drone and get intel and utilize that against your opponents. That's the nature of the beast, and then people get on top of that. But if a team is so good at the fundamentals, if they're so good at running those drills, they can play that game and find success behind it. That is entirely what Liquid are doing right now, and that, for the money so far, is all they need to do.
Flores, showcasing one element that people forget, is yes, he's great at destroying utility, gaining information, but the fact that he is one of 2 operators on attack, well, one of 2, their main gadget, but obviously nades exist, that can physically move a defender out of a position. The only other operator who can do that is Capitao, and of course, like I said, anyone with nades. Very, very strong kind of characteristic that you can bring with this operator is the fact that you can move one roamer into an area that they don't want to be, right into the sight lines of an attacker. It's a bit like the way Jackal, people play Jackal to move player from, you know, one position to another. You can do exactly the same with Flores.
Wow, there's a bit of a confrontation right on the cupboard. You said that closet was the place where people sort of go to die, and they're digging in on that principles. Obviously, Bope's gone, Ness get 2, an early engagement that's sort of gone away from them, but talk of a player that's sort of stepped up here. Might not know about the body inside the bath, holding the close angle. They're ready to hop round and go for the spray. There it is, Sexy Cake. Finds one more, 13-4. They have been such a driving force, and sure, there may have been a situation earlier where they went for a couple of kills and didn't go for the plant itself, but here, well, they're trying to make sure that they can live behind that. The quick push past, Palu finds one, the skeleton key opens the heart of another. It's another 4 versus 1, but it doesn't last as long as the others didn't. 2 Liquid take the first map and put themselves up ready for the second.
Another round where Liquid plays as basic as what we see from anywhere. Simply take it in towards bedroom, a bit of pressure towards red. They find their kills, and they find their map win. Villa goes in favor of Liquid. Phoenix really struggling on the defense, where I thought this is where they would rise to expectations.
Yeah, and I think that's a bit of a worry right now. That's that little bit of a situation where, for what we've highlighted about them and what was so good about their game before, was their defenses, and was how creatively aggressive they could be on it. Villa, to be fair, it's a steady map, but it was the map that they chose. So you're thinking, okay, well, they know that they can be good on their defenses. Can they utilize the space? Oregon can give room to good, aggressive defenders, but what we've seen today from them hasn't been their best so far. So they've got to have a heck of a team talk before we head into map 2.
Yeah, Oregon, I feel a map that everyone can play, a bit like Clubhouse. It's been kind of integrated into Siege history as being, you know, one of the easiest maps to learn, one of the oldest maps in competitive, of course, that we have. And Oregon, I think, again, Liquid, very, very strong map for them.
It's worrying, I think, is Oregon, based on the result we had last time.
I think we're ready now to bring Riley back in, as we'll have a little chat with him. And Riley, let's flip the table. What did you think of that match?
Look, obviously, in Australia we love an underdog story, and I'm no different to people who enjoy seeing someone get up and about when you're not expecting huge things from them. And I was really getting behind Phoenix early on. It looked like they came to play some red hot siege, but I don't know what happened. I guess just after the first half, splitting at 3-3 was a great result from early, I think, but the momentum just kind of tailed off there, and Liquid ran away with the game. Look, I hope Phoenix can rally. I hope they can pull something together, and I hope I hope they force the third map at least, just for entertainment's sake more than anything else. But Liquid, as we've said, have come to play. They've come to get the job done after a couple of the old collywobbles during the group stages, and they really do seem to be putting on a performance so far. Looks like we've got some highlights here to show you from what we've just seen. We're going to take a quick break and get ready for our second map here, so don't go anywhere. Plenty more siege coming up.
Como me lo mueve con sabor. Mami, mejor dame de tu amor. Cuando yo te vi de NXT, te fuiste pa' mí, te tuve que abrir. Cuando yo te vi de NXT, te fuiste pa' mí, te tuve que abrir. Sé que están hablando mal de mí, porque superamos mal de ti. Esto todavía es la nueva, ahora la controla a mi manera. Me dice que la quiere tocar, sé que tú te quieres tocar. Me dice que me quiere amar, solamente quiere jugar. Me dice que la quiere tocar, sé que tú te quieres tocar. Me dice que me quiere amar, solamente quiere jugar. Sé que están hablando mal de mí, porque superamos mal de ti. Esta moda mía es la nueva, ahora la controla a mi manera. Y que sé que están hablando mal de mí, porque superamos mal de ti. Esta moda mía es la nueva, ahora la controla a mi manera. Y que si enseguida vamos, siempre controlando. Si enseguida vamos, siempre controlando. Me dice que la quiere tocar, sé que tú te quieres tocar. Me dice que me quiere amar, solamente quiere jugar. Me dice que la quiere tocar, sé que tú te quieres tocar. Me dice que me quiere amar, solamente quiere jugar. Sea lo que sea, cuando ella lo desea, lo compramos pa' que vea. Ve acá, ven acá, dime lo que sea, lo compramos pa' que vea.
Welcome back to live coverage of the LATAM League Finals. Riley Knight at the desk alongside the two casters for this map here. We've got Demo, we've got Fluke, and it's great to have your company. Thanks for choosing to join us, spend your weekend with us. Of course, it's not just today that we're going to be getting across all this action, but tomorrow as well with the semis and the final. If you've just joined us, welcome. By all means, welcome. It's great to have you. We've just seen Team Phoenix go down to Liquid 7-3 in the first one. And Demo, look, we're not going to blow smoke up people's bums here. We do expect Linux to win. Liquid to win here. Phoenix are really on the back foot now, map down.
Yeah, I think with them going in, Villa as their map pick, it was a risky one. We always know that Villa, very, very strong map for Liquid, and now they're kind of out of the frying pan, Riley, and into, well, a big fire, I think, in Oregon.
We're heading out to Oregon. Yeah, what are your expectations for this map, Luke? I know it's sort of like a default map. Actually, no, it looks like we're about to go right down to it, so we're going to find out. We don't have to ask Fluke's opinion. We're going to get straight into it. We're heading down to Oregon right here, right now. Players are in readiness. So let's get underway with our second map here. Phoenix versus Liquid on Oregon.
And that's it. And I guess I can give my thoughts now.
I want to know.
It's dangerous. But my expectations are for Phoenix. I need them to show me a little bit more. Liquid, they're grooving. They're at their pace, they're at their level, they're happy, they're in their zone. They're in, what's that meme? It's like, in my lane, moisturized, having a good time, unbothered. That's Liquid right now.
You've lost me.
I need Jenna here. She'll get it.
Right.
But Phoenix, we know that there's this capability. We know that there's this expectation. It can come alive here, and I guess it has to. They're starting on their defenses, so very early on, I think we're going to get a taste of how this is going to go. They've got to get some of these early rounds.
Mm-hmm. It's always a tough thing to compare two teams who have never played each other before.
They have. On this map.
Oh, did they?
Once.
Oh, yes. Yes, they did.
Said it. Yeah, once they played.
And it was in Oregon, wasn't it?
It was Oregon. It was 3-7.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I mean, that's already scary signs.
Yeah.
Is it not?
Oh, yeah. 100%. That is like this huge worry because it's something where, you know, it's Liquid's choice. They know they've been successful here before. We've already said and commented on the fact that they're playing, you know, very well-controlled Siege. They're playing sort of well-paced Siege, and they're not stressed. And here, they're now on their, in a way, home turf, home territory, bagged a win, one away from getting themselves to Mexico.
So, Oregon. One of the most, I think, basic maps that we can ever have in Siege. Yeah? So simple to understand. Bomb sites, very, very easy. And one thing I love about Oregon as well is that every bomb site is playable, which for me is always a great thing from a viewer perspective, is that really any site can come out anytime, and you can definitely see defenders win on it. I don't know if Phoenix are too well-rounded in all four. I know that usually teams will either have their third bomb site being meeting and dining, meeting kitchen or kitchen dining, either or. It's very rare you would find a team well-rounded at all four, but whenever you do, they're a team that you should fear.
Yeah, and I think, you know, if you're looking at Oregon as well, it's a sort of map and it's a name that's synonymous with Comp. It was the site of many sort of Heartwinds and Fells before it had its changes. It's become a little bit more solidified. In terms of the map itself, sure, I think the only real flirtation that we've seen in terms of developing Oregon over the past split across the world's play is the taller extensions inside the middle, inside meeting. People have looked to sort of have E-Box hatch open and they've gone, okay, well, let's explore a little bit.
Meeting walls, yeah.
Yeah. And, you know, I feel like Phoenix aren't gonna run with those too much because they're well aware that this approach from Liquid has been so solid. There's the start, there's a drone, there's Bope just sort of slipping away there.
I thought he was gonna swing with a super super shorty, but no, decides to back off. Very lucky as well, because Sexy Cake with that C70 would have riddled him with a bunch of shots and easily would have killed him. I don't know if this shotgun can kill somebody at that range, like just instantly. I don't know the damage output, because I don't really use it all that often. Mostly because Mozzie lost his a long time ago.
I remember the days of the Mozzie with the super shorty and the damage that could be done. Are they aware of that? Low player finds one, finds two. Sexy Cake on the tear. The default still up, but did not care. They drove through the opening two bodies there, took both of them out of the picture.
Very, very rough right now for Phoenix, losing two players inside of Freezer. I mean, they've double stacked to at least guarantee one kill, and both of them have lost the engagements. That's the kind of stuff that will cost you rounds, and against a team like Liquid, they flourish in those situations. If you give Liquid an inch, you've gave them a mile.
I think that's the big worry as well, is we knew entirely what the game was. We saw the drone come around the corner. Parlu gets one from the hatch, pulls their way down. Zigmas has found his way in and amongst the meat of the site. Hit by an air jab, though, and Moringa's able to get the pickup, leaves just morphed alone. In elbow, finds the first, cannot find the second, and Liquid built on the back of a behemoth, taking control, cool as you like, inside of a freezer, and finding a double. Both of them were prepared for the engagement, but I'm heavily reminded of the end, or in a way the start of Star Wars, where Darth Vader just sort of charges through the corridor and takes care of all the rebels. You know that scene?
Oh, yes.
That's sexy cake
Rogue One.
in that moment.
You don't have to ask me about Star Wars.
No,
I know all too much.
Good.
All too much. But, I mean, what can you say? A pummeling round for Liquid. Sexy Cake, having those 2 kills. There should have been a trade, and that was it. There should have been a trade if they had gotten away with a 4-4. I think it would have been alright. Nothing really to worry about, but losing 2 players in Freezer, it puts a lot of pressure on the remaining 3, and from there, Liquid just play their siege, playing it safe, finding their kills. From there, they take an easy round.
It's the worry. I said what we need to see from Phoenix is early. They could sort of get themselves to an even half, but I think most of that has to come from the earlier half, because if it doesn't, it's only going to sort of slip further and further away from them. You know, it's just that bit of a concern, because what we hyped them up about as well was their gun skill, was their ability to sort of take fights, and they lost a 2 versus 1 where they'd entirely... It's not that they weren't aware the fight was coming, because they set themselves up and let that drone hit them and didn't move for the sole purpose of expecting that fight. It's unfortunate, but unfortunate leads to demoralized, and demoralized leads to more of those incidents happening.
Yep. Liquid. Gonna be bringing a Capitao. Sexy Cake. Switching up his operator choice. Capitao. I think strong. It's a strong operator, but pretty underpicked, I feel, in the current meta. I think that the gadget is very, very strong, but there has to be a specific time where he can be used. And whenever he is used effectively in the right scenarios, it will give you guaranteed kills.
Yeah. And I think, sure, obviously, he dropped off a load when the Wamai change sort of came, and you know, the change to the meta sort of came through, but since then, he's been able to pick himself back up. Talking of Sexy Cake, finds another entrance. That's the 3rd different player.
Was that just a window bang? Do you spray for the barricade and get him? Oh, I hope not, because if that's the case, then unlucky morphed. We haven't done a morph pun yet, which we'll try and get in, hopefully.
Yeah, I mean, I say we've got time. We might not have a lot of time. We'll do our best to try and slip one in. For now, they've been able to slip themselves in, get that trophy control a little bit. Trophy becomes a massive battleground. You've got to try and clear some of the utility from Attic, especially if they're trying to loop things over the top. There is a C4 that's in the pocket of Luxor. You've got to try and force some attention elsewhere. It's going to be a bit of a push up here. That's one way. Take care of this. Oh no, it was a Banshee.
Still a good position, though, for Ness to clear out, and now that he knows that White Stairs is clear... Oh, the impact trick not working. Next Garrus's will be opened up, but yeah, like I said, that White Stairs is going to give Nesk a free ticket right up to be able to get a kill onto Bope, and again, Nesk easily drops back, and he's just going to wait for the rest of his team to get in position, and then they're all going to strike at one time. This is the thing about this bomb site for kids, is if you don't have that early control, and you don't have that man advantage from a defensive perspective, there are way too many angles that you just cannot watch all at the same time. Now, looking at the take right now for Liquid, we're having one push up White Stairs, we're having Trophy door be pressured, we're going to have the breach be pressured, looks to be a rotate over to maybe what, double window, maybe the kids repel, looks to be a kids repel. So many angles now that Phoenix have to worry about, and there's no way they're going to deal with all of them.
Well, there's a Capitao that gets caught out by the discs. Nesk is trying to find the head behind the chassis. What a bit of a glory run by Luxor. Slips past somehow. Gets into a bit of a new dangerous position, so they can try and swing around and apply the pressure onto the foosball table. 20 seconds. Still a C4 in pocket as well, and they've got to start trying to drive it. Oh no, wait, there it goes, and it doesn't quite get what it wanted to on the top of White Stairs. Nesk needs to survive up there to try and cause as much drama as possible. As the swing comes round, they sort of give their life away, and while the confrontation happens in their favor, there's the swing onto the final. Well, my Liquid left themselves not much time, but the positioning is what paid off in the end.
Yeah, Paulu, I think rotating the double window was a great play. Then you're having one guy from Trophy, one guy from Breach, one guy from Wyatt, one guy from double window, and that's just where all the crossfires, it will win you the round just down to man advantage. That's exactly what Liquid had, is they had those 2 opening kills. Sure, it was a little bit scrappy. I don't think the execute was as clean to Liquid's standard, but they still had enough men to see them over the finish line. So, yeah, I think Liquid having those opening kills, Phoenix giving them away very early on, and right now, Phoenix, this is a position you do not want to be in. You're up against Liquid, who already have momentum from the last map. You've now gave them a 2-round momentum on Oregon.
All right, Phoenix. This is a bit of a
Come on,
dicey
Phoenix.
situation. You're rallying behind them because we know what they're capable of. They were able to prove that in the opening half of Villa. They were able to sort of show their skill, and it was built on their attacks, which had otherwise been their weakest part in their play. Their defenses were creative, they were aggressive, and here they just don't seem... If I'm going to say that Liquid didn't seem ready for where the push was coming from, here Phoenix seemed ready for where the push was coming from, but not for the sheer force of the push. The amount of utility that's being driven through them, you sort of want to look to the potential of the Wamai being a little bit more malleable, maybe even doing some, you know, big cojones plays and picking up shields and going for rotations and trying to respond to Liquid in more solid ways.
I'm sad. I am sad, Fluke. It's Phoenix. I had really hoped they'd come in here and gave us a great game of Siege, which they can still totally do 2-0.
Yeah.
It's only 2 rounds. It definitely is. But honestly, if you have watched Phoenix throughout this week and how they've played, you will know that they are much, much better than what they have shown us. Like, 100% they are much, much better. And I know they have it in them, and I know that they're going to show us. I know they're going to show us.
Well, this is very dangerous. It's not quite able to see the spider. There it is. I'm assuming
The
they just
spider.
Yeah,
Is it not more crab-like, perhaps?
Yeah, but it's Mozzie. He's Aussie.
And
Yeah.
of course, that is the home of spiders.
Yeah. Oh, goodbye. That's the top of tower.
Home of C4s.
Not the home of Nesk. As he's entirely taken out there quite early. You lose, obviously, your Zoth. There's a lot of charges to get through some of what is otherwise in front of them. They still have a lot of potential. They have a sledge for any of the castles if they want to get themselves close enough. They have more than enough to burn any ADSs that just don't exist this time, this round. So it's actually a very different play style here, and they're probably wanting to, I guess, see what they can do with those grenades in the hands of Parley.
That was the response that we wanted, Fluke, from Phoenix, is a little bit more aggression. Have that opening pick. And they've got that opening pick. A very strong one. It's Nesk, who has been a very strong performer for Liquid in this series. So you have to give credit to how they've been able to go out of their way and know the kind of route, I think, of how Liquid were going to take that big tower. So they've clearly done their research and know what Liquid they like to go for on their primary, like, big tower side attack, where they'll take in towards big tower, move their way across to meeting, and then finally execute down onto the bomb site. This is going to be a blue take, so it's going to be a little bit more difficult for Liquid to take control of blue, take control of elbow and pillar, but they'll have a much easier time of an execute. Whereas Freezer take, which is what they went for last time, it's a lot more difficult to execute on, but very easy to gain control, which I think is what Sexicate showed us the last time they attacked this.
Well, there's the expectations for ADSs to have to burn round. They threw them, but there was obviously nobody there. There's a bit of an escape from Mozzie last second as the pressure starts to come through. The canister is able to cover some of the movement. Look how aggressive they are inside E-Box, holding the angle, sprayed through your own man, but got the kill and the lockdown in the meantime. Picks the diffuser back up.
Hello?
There's the gift of the hyper-aggressive body. Parlu's just seen a sliver of one more. Hasn't died as of yet, so it's more than happy. But you've got 10 seconds. You've got a diffuser, and you've got a 2 versus 2 situation. All Phoenix have to do is try and hold in. It's a 1 versus 1. The body is all the way by the pillar. Parlu is going to try and get himself stuck round as Luxor comes around the corner and gets the finish for their first round.
Phoenix respond their first round in quite a while in this series. They win it just by the skin off the clock. But I think, Luke, Phoenix have showed us that if they have the opening pick, Liquid, they don't have that man advantage that they just steamroll. If you put Liquid at that back foot, you know, we still know Liquid can win rounds, even if it's, 1v4 or 1v3, whatever it is. But it gives Phoenix a much more fighting chance than what they've had previously.
It's still this worrying early game, though. I think that's the main thing, is sometimes these rounds happen, and you expect Liquid to also step themselves up. You need Phoenix to, I guess, expect that as well, and try and double down, try and respond to it. As I've sort of highlighted, I want to see a little bit more of that mobile aggression. I want to see a little bit more of them responding, I guess, heavier, more directly to the ideas of the push, because as I said, Liquid stacks themselves and then tries to knock it all down. With a huge bout and burst of utility, they try and batter their way through whatever wall is put in front of them. You gotta try and build a sturdier wall.
Okay. So, into the dining and kitchen bomb site. Usually, this is the third pick bomb site. We usually go basement, we go kids, and then if we get to it, we go to this bomb site. So this is probably one of my most favorite bomb sites in, like, any map. Luke, is this one. Because of the shower area. I think the shower area is so fun to watch play out whenever attackers just have not got it unlocked. Because the amount of times where I've seen the defender just simply slip up the inside of the shower corridor and get 2 pieces and 3 pieces, it's insane, and it's so fun to watch.
Yeah, I think when anything's unguarded on this map, I think whenever there's that sort of moment where you're able to, I guess, slip through a certain situation and try and find anything that's potentially unguarded, Oregon can become kind of circular in some aspects.
A lot of flanks, yeah.
Yeah.
You're on the flank, and I don't mean the podcast. You know, we've seen plenty of times where flanks come in big for teams. Some teams really rely on, like, one player making flanks. They really do. I don't think Liquid are a team that relies on that, necessarily. Like I said, you know, Liquid are a team, they rely very heavily on their map control. Phoenix, on the other hand, I've seen, from so far this week, I've seen a lot of kind of, like, backstabs, where they have one man just come up behind, find, you know, 1 kill, 2 kills. I'd say a bit like we've seen Frano from Secret in the past. I think he was very much that kind of player where you look at and you know that, yeah, he's going to crouch walk and find these 2 pieces out of nowhere and really turn the tide for their team.
Luxor's doing everything they can to try and hold on to the top of the small tower. The Rotero drone swings round, as do the bodies at the same time, blinded. And Sexy Cake's able to get the lockdown, but Pixie from beneath gets the kill through the opener. Great take to the floor. Perpetually dangerous. That's that aggressive response that we want. They're able to build themselves to a trade on what was a sacrificial play just from the sheer amount of attention taken by that body inside.
This has been a perfect round so far from Phoenix. You're playing small tower, people will die. That's a guarantee. It's very similar to what we talked about on Villa inside a closet. You are placing players there to get kills, waste time, and waste utility, but more or less, they themselves will probably likely die after hopefully they've done all of that. They've come out with 3 kills, and Liquid have only got 2. Liquid are severely down on utility. They have lost nades, of course, from Palu. They've lost nomads, which they probably would have liked. You know, we just mentioned about the shower area can be very scary. You're not going to be able to stop that. You've lost Nesk, so you don't have that explosive energy of somebody pushing into the bomb site. They are now a very weakened Liquid. Phoenix, rightly so, have gave complete control to dining because they know they don't need it. They can hold this from kitchen.
Now, I know, obviously, they're 2 very different maps, but you've always got to take into consideration just how quick Phoenix have been at responding to the danger here. There's the spray around the side. PSK gets the diffuser off. In the meantime, Sexy Cake pulls off the cover. The angle's towards the opposite side. Bope goes down. There's a pickup and a clutch. I agree.
Like, what do I say to this? They've just walked in the dining. He is planted pretty much in the open. He's got a little bit of cover, but can still easily be killed. And 2 guys come... I don't know. I don't know. Can we get a replay, please? Can we see a replay of this? Because I too would like to see another little side to this. Just simply planted. And I think the key thing, Fluke, is that I think Pixie was just not in the right position to assist his other 2. He was upstairs, I think, in kids. You have to question that positioning. You have to. Because if you know the last 2 guys are in towards small tower...
Like, they're not going to drive for a plant there.
And also, they're not going to go above. But why would Liquid go above there? They don't have the utility. They don't have the time. Like, they had, what, 50 seconds left? You're not going to rotate upstairs and do a full clear.
It's just... Okay, I was about to compliment, and to be fair, okay, my compliment for Phoenix still stands, is over those past couple of rounds...
First half of the round was good. Very, very
good. And entirely that, is they got into confrontation so early. What we saw on Villa was Liquid were allowed 1.5 minutes, 2 minutes of droning out the entire map.
Yeah.
And they would drone themselves here. Look at the response that we've got from Phoenix over these past 2 rounds, is they're not letting them get that bit of play. Sure, yes. Liquid have their pre-plays, but they're not allowed to play their Liquid game.
And I think that's a great point, Flip, because now look at the response of Liquid. They've brought a Lion. You don't have to do your drone work if you can scan everyone on the map. So, quite rightly so, great point you've made. And yeah, Liquid, now they bring out their Lion. This is an operator that I think they're known for. They're not afraid to play this operator. They can play this aggressive playstyle, this explosiveness that I think Nest benefits off the information that you gain from Lion. So, yeah, it's going to be a great pickup for them.
Well, can Phoenix try and battle back against it? There
That's
it is.
what we want.
They
right there.
almost took care of Sexy Cake, took the Lion out before it could even begin to growl, removed from the board, and exactly right. That is what we want. We need to see that play. They're stopping this drone game. They're stopping this intel game. They're stopping Liquid be comfortable. Because that is when they're able to really structure themselves, pinpoint weaknesses, and punish teams for it. They just, I'm going to kind of not mix words, they threw the previous round. It really should have been theirs. They got a little bit too complacent. Here, though, they're making sure that complacency isn't sticking around. They could have responded poorly. They have not. They've made sure that they can be sharp across the board. Look at Liquid. They're a little bit stuck. They're a little bit sort of trying to pull themselves into a situation. This is maybe one of the few times we've seen them not move quickly and aggressively, and Luxor is able to punish that.
Perfect. Phoenix, they've set up a kind of triangle formation in towards the trophy, the bedroom, and in towards armory. They have great coverage of each other. And they're also adding in aggressive jump outs from their smoke player, jumping out of white to try and eliminate anyone who may be repelling, anyone outside a double door, wherever it is. This is perfectly timed. They've even fell back from bedroom, and they've reinforced it up as well. Another perfect half from Phoenix. Let's see if they can finish off with a better second half and win this round.
Well, Morphed is the next off the board. Sexy Cake goes for a little bit of a slip back outside as they restructure and retake the top of Armory. They're sort of a bit angled, but they're still a bit concerned right now as the approach is coming through. Phoenix have some structure. They have themselves with this even body. They have 45 seconds. It seems like they want to get a little bit aggressive over the top. As I commented on before, Trophy is always still a little bit dangerous, especially when they have some of this pressure before. The jam is going to be the play. They've got to try and dig themselves underneath. The grenade does the work it needs to. The ex-Kairos are allowed to do it too.
Yeah, and now Liquid, they have 20 seconds to pull off this execute, and if they have not drummed out Bope, he is in a very dangerous position for Phoenix. Paulie will try and make his way out white stairs. Is he ready for the man blow? It will be Luxor. Bope has been eliminated by PSK, and Sasing with another, but from below, Luxor has won that crucial engagement, and now PSK all by his lonesome walks in. Both players stacked up onto white, but he's out of time. Phoenix respond. They hold on to that round. They done so well in that opening half to waste the time, and we can see Liquid, whenever that clock is against them, they just cannot formulate their great executes that we know them that they have.
Okay, Phoenix, this is what we wanted to see. This is the good sort of product. You're putting the spanner in the works of Liquid and forcing them to not be able to play the cool, calm, collected siege that they're able to run rampant with on Villa. This is that energy, that spark of life that might bring you ever closer towards being able to battle back into this best of 3 series and take yourself over to the third map. One more round to get yourself another even split, this time with the momentum in your pockets rather than your opponents, but you're not there yet. We've seen a pull back away from the Lion. They've gone back to what they thought was going to work before. They're looking down towards the basement, which has otherwise been 2 different takes, one successful, one not so much. What are we going to see this time from Liquid?
Yeah, Liquid, have to be careful. I think this now new aggression from the defense from Phoenix is working against Liquid extremely well. Don't know if Liquid were a little bit too comfortable. A little bit of overconfidence perhaps setting in, Luke?
It's always that risk, isn't it? It's always that, I guess, thought pattern of they are comfy. And as I said, I expect them to step up. I don't, this isn't going to suddenly turn into the Phoenix show because Phoenix have started being able to do some spawn peaks and get some early aggression. Liquid on the team to be like, what do we do to this? They're a team to go, this is what we're suffering. What do we do to fix this? We've already seen them try a line. Didn't quite work. Okay, let's keep changing things. Let's keep adapting things. One more round before they head over. They're going to step up. And that's why I sort of said, Phoenix, they've got to expect that. You've got to try and stay ahead of that bell curve.
Look at Phoenix on their Villa defense. Very passive. Let Liquid run the show. Now they've completely, you could say they've morphed out of that phase. Couldn't you? Couldn't you, Fluke? You could say that. What one? One could say that.
One could say that.
But yeah, I think
has.
Phoenix have done exactly what they need to. Don't give Liquid that freedom. Shut them down early. Eliminate that momentum. Like we said, you give Liquid just a sniff, and they're straight into it. So, yeah, always have to be careful against a team like Liquid, and Phoenix are doing that extremely well at the moment. This is a big round. Phoenix, I think they need this. If Liquid go 4-2, and then Liquid get that defense, looking scary for Phoenix.
Wow, they're going back to their freezer control for now. They're steadily shepherding and pushing the players of Phoenix back into these uncomfortable situations. They haven't gone to bite back just yet, but we've also got to compare this to how Phoenix held this the first time, where they were already all the way back. They didn't even try and get aggressive up to the point that they had already slipped their way through. They've done enough to make Liquid have a bit of caution in their approach. They're trying to get their hold all the way from the top here, but it started to fall apart with the drive of Sexy Cake down. The drone ahead of them led to that opening double that otherwise started to paint a pretty depressing picture of how this might go for the Mexican side. Here, though, different hold, different style, different positionings, different results. Time will tell.
Good. Running around, opening up the hatches. Looks to be a laundry freezer take for them. So clearing out freezer should be, I think, pretty simple. You can see there's only one player behind the locker inside of freezer, which is going to be dealt with, I think, very swiftly. There's nades on the side of Liquid. They can easily rotate Palu into position. They can burn out any ADSs, any Wamai discs that may be there, and get a simple nade kill. Actually going to rotate Palu down towards main stairs, maybe looking for a deep nade in towards the corridor, perhaps. But Phoenix, they've all dropped off, and they dropped off, I think, very early. But then again, there is 35 seconds, and Liquid, they have to move quick. This is a difficult execute to go for, and they have to rely very, very heavily on whoever is planting a diffuser.
Well, there's the swing round. There's the first. Does not go their way, and it's back and forth. But Bope is the last one standing in a freezer fight that otherwise entirely went away from the Moringa. On the backstairs, gets one more, but it's a spray down in the middle of 2 versus 2 with less than 20 seconds left. They've really got to try and find a little bit more solidity, so they drive themselves around in the close fight, find the first, entirely blinded the second. Bope, one more, just one left to go, and he finds it, Phoenix! Ringing around the rosies, but Phoenix is the one left flying.
I'm telling you about Bope. What did I say?
That is pretty good.
Yes. Very.
He said more than that.
Very impressive.
He's great.
He is. I think you put him in that position where his back's up against the wall, and he'll just flip over you. He really will. He'll just do, one of those cool running off the wall backflips. That's what he does.
That was pretty good.
Mm-hmm. Big round for Phoenix. Even split now.
Okay. We can't not talk about the fact that obviously. There it is. It was so aggressive. It was so well put up. The difference there was threaded from the beginning, where the fight went towards Bope inside freezer. You can see how much it means to the team. They've clawed themselves back to even half. They were on even before. It's a different sort of turn of phrase. They took their first attack previously. If they can do that here, on their map that's away from them, on the last map, their last chance, get a seat at the Mexico Major. Well, now's the time.
Here we go. Phoenix on the attack, Liquid on the defense. Liquid operator selections. I see a Legion be brought in. An operator that we don't see all too often. Mostly because there's better, I think, operators who have much more of an impact. Legion's impact on a game it's not the biggest. His gadget isn't the flashiest, but it's very helpful in many situations. I see Legion be used much more like a proximity alarm in many occasions. Where you place them on a stairway, if it goes off, then you know exactly where they are. That's going to help a lot if you're a roaming Legion. Yeah, if you're roaming, you're by yourself. You're always going to be sitting there and worrying, okay, which way is the enemy coming from? Those Legion mines are essentially your teammates. They're going to alert you to the direction that you're getting pushed in. So, in this aspect that Nesk is trying to pursue, yeah, it's going to be a strong operator.
Now, we've seen, obviously, the Liquid playing a bit of that kind of everywhere defense. They did it on Villa, where they made sure that they had a bit of a hold, a finger in every single defensive possibility in Pi. Here they're doing very much the same. They obviously have the chance to swing up and get some protection, but if it's red, there are these isolating plays and positions, they might be able to be punished sooner rather than later. Sure, all of this infrastructure is in place for the later push, but Nesk is really attributing himself inside attic here. Moringa is waiting for the swing around Zulu corridor with Parley not too far away, and here it is. Luxor is able to get that pinch from around the backside. There wasn't anyone able to really offer that support to Nesk.
Liquid losing that early engagement was something that they struggled with a little bit on Villa. Not to the extent where they were losing, a handful of rounds, but definitely a cause for caution, I think, for Liquid is, Nesk, don't get these constant opening deaths. If he's struggling on the roam game, maybe switch it up. Send Moringa out, send Polio out perhaps, and see what you can really do with a different player being up there. So, Liquid losing that first engagement gives Phoenix a little bit of breathing room, and I think with a minute to go, it's a great pick to have. Looks as if they're setting up for the Laundry and Freezer, very similar to what Liquid went for prior. Just hope that Phoenix can execute a little bit better than Liquid. Obviously, Liquid struggling just a tad in the closing final seconds, but still a good effort from them. But Phoenix in a good position, have Freezer, and now it's all about executing in towards that Laundry.
Moringa is trying to hold in to the best of the ability. If anyone's going to be able to keep it cool, it's the man that always is waiting for this approach to come around. The C4 still in pocket. We've seen them sort of throw them and preempt the chance of a push, but as they're balancing out their utility game that was driven so well on their attack, they're a bit concerned by the grenades that are coming through on their defense. They're suffering. Sexy Cake pops around, finds the first, the C4 finds the second, and Freezer becomes theirs. That makes things very dangerous and dicey because you suddenly lose any extension or ankle hold, and it's an easy pickup from the three various angles. Liquid lock it down in the final 10.
Very difficult execute, which is the issue I feel that some teams kind of run themselves into with the Laundry and Freezer. Looks very appealing, just how easy you can gain Freezer control. You open up the hatch inside a server, you get a couple of nades, anyone in Freezer, they're gone. But it's the execute. There's no real safe way that you can, face check the corridors, face check in towards the rotations, and even challenging onto a single player inside of the closet. It's very, very difficult. It's just take your pick. That's the contrasting differences between a blue take and a Laundry take is it's kind of flipped. Blue is very difficult to gain control of, but very easy to execute. You have some great cutoffs if you have control of elbow. Whereas Freezer, like I said, just very easy, but then in the late stage, very difficult to execute onto.
I think that's it as well, is you put a lot of eggs in the basket of hope in that situation. You don't really offer yourself any adaptation. Sometimes what you'll see, and actually kind of commonly in other regions especially, is they'll go for a push like that, but they'll have one body on E-Box or one body trying to offer a little bit more direct counter. So when the push starts to come through, if it fails from the other side, you have this almost plan B.
Didn't we see that from Liquid? Who was it that pushed down the back in the final attack for Liquid? Didn't they have somebody push down the back?
Moringa?
Yeah. So, there you go. Proves the theory that they have somebody adding a little bit of pressure. And that little bit of pressure is sometimes enough to topple everything.
That's it. And you need something. You need that little bit, because you try and strong arm your way into a site that is so directed, you lose one part of that. You lose one factor of that, and the entire thing falls apart. It's not that you can't really try and piece things together and go for a plan B or a plan C on that adaptation. Suddenly plan A has failed, and it's abort, retreat, or dive in. Let's see if we can salvage this. There's not really, from that moment, a plan apart from we've just got to try and kill everybody. And that is, sure, for some teams, plan A, go kill. Plan B, also go kill. But it's not a plan. It's a last resort, and you don't want to have that as your only option in what is a very tough site.
So Liquid moving on to their kids' defense, and already Nesk has been found once again.
Nice.
Bope, not afraid to get dirty with the opening kills, especially from a support player. Not something that you expect, but again, Nesk, another opening death. You die once, sure. You die twice, okay, but, now it's like, third or fourth time where he's consistently dying first. That's not a coincidence anymore, that's consistency.
Yeah, and I think that's, one of those worries that I highlighted coming into this was a fantastic player. He's having a bit of a rough tournament so far, hasn't quite been able to find his groove. I mean, Sexy Cake, to be fair, has had an absolutely outstanding day so far. for a player that, again, wasn't quite in their groove. Had only managed a handful of plants, which, again, when you're talking about these, you know, S-class tier players with so much history and skill behind them, an average day at the office seems worse than it is. But it's because you're so used to them being...
Expectations and standards.
Yeah. You're so used to them being outstanding. You're so used to them being above and beyond.
Yep.
They're waiting for the run out here. Waiting for a bit of intel. Waiting for the pressure and them to try and reclaim the diffuser. Hoping to hear a bit of the angle. They're dicing a dangerous game, and with only 30 seconds left, it's kind of curious what the play's going to be here. They've both doubled down inside. They're pre-firing over the top there. There's Trophy still locked, but can they swing round? Parley with the cover. Another canister pops off. They slip away with the diffuser. No, they don't. They actually go for the fight on the top of White. The attempt on the knife and the bait round the corner. The grenade is about to come through now. Goes too far. The shotgun's able to move back in. Doesn't quite get the catch, though. It's Sexy Cake with the impacts. Doubles down. Drops one. Goes for the spray. Finds it!
Gotta catch them all. Sexy Cake. What a play. What a round from this man. First of all, just to give everyone just a little bit of understanding of what happened that round. Because you're probably thinking, you know, why are they pushing in? Why are they holding bedroom? Why are they pushing in from the bomb site into the trophy? It's diffuser was actually picked off very, very early on inside of that round. And from there, Liquid, they decided to just solo hold the diffuser. They gave up complete control of bomb site, and they just held the diffuser as long as they could. They had an outside camera from Sexy Cake, which was able to give them information if anyone repelled up to bedroom. And from there, it was very easy. All they had to do was hold one door, and they did just that. So Liquid, like I said, you give them anything, Fluke, and they will capitalize on it. One mistake, and that's it.
Oh, it is just that moment there where you highlight him at the beginning and you say, well, this player's not been great today, but this player sure is. And then they go, oh, yeah, I am. You talk about great players. The confidence in that moment and the clarity in the game sense to put the gun down and double down with the impacts. Because it wasn't even that he just threw one. He threw one, saw the push coming from Trophy, and then opted to throw the second. Like, immediately. He had his plan, his idea, and it worked. And just great to see. As a non-biased fan of the game, that is one of those moments that just, when you're seeing a player like that play, it's like, oh yeah, this is.
It is good that neither one of us are casting, you know, teams that we'd be biased towards. I mean, I'm not biased, of course I'm not. So I don't know where people get that illusion from.
Not in this region.
No. I mean, I am a bit of a favourite to the old Team 1, to be fair.
This is the point where you're supposed to say, no, I'm not.
Oh, sorry. Oh dear.
You've only got and done it.
Hopefully I'm not casting Team 1 tomorrow.
Let's find out. Phoenix. 5-3. Liquid have been able to, yet again on the turn of the half, put down a doubling of rounds, put themselves 2 rounds ahead. That gap has unfortunately grown a little bit wider, but you were more successful in your attacks here. You're pushing their tertiary site. You're seeing if you can get a bit of a lockdown, but they're still fully extended. They're happy to have a bit of a looser hold here on Attic. The pressure comes towards Nesk, who actually finds success, doubles down, goes for the triple! Made up for a couple of early deaths the past 2 rounds. Almost killed Parley there, but he lets him live.
Outrageous. Outrageous behavior from Nesk. It's that simple. It is that simple for this man to do that. Phoenix, more or less, have just, this round's pretty much chucked. Unless Luxor can pull off the best play of his career, this is going to be a 6-3-2 Liquid. You can see everyone Liquid are charging at him, Fluke. Everyone wants this man dead, and he will find him dead. A flawless round for Liquid. But yeah, that round was over as quick as you could blink.
I think, okay, and then we talk about Nesk being able to punish them in that situation. I think one of the things that we saw on Villa that we said was Liquid was struggling to work out where the start of the push was coming from Phoenix. They were struggling to sort of piece together, okay, this is who the first engagement's going to be. This is where it's going to be happening, and this is why. Because they were everywhere. Here, Nesk has consistently been in the opening engagement, which shows they're a lot more aware of the game that's being played here, but it's working against them.
I mean, Ness just utter talent. The fact that he can do that is just incredible. You know, you think of Brazil and the best player in Brazil, it's Nesk. It is. You can't argue against that. Nesk has been the best product of the system, and yeah, just every time I watch him, he just does something more insane. And you usually think like Nesk is fairly old in terms of, you know, competitive average age.
Player.
But it seems to be he's getting better as time goes on. You know?
Yeah. I mean, it's a classic player. It's again, if we're going to talk about Sexcake being a joy to watch, so is Nesk. But then, who isn't on this Liquid team?
Mm-hmm.
It's a team of greats. It's a team of names that are tied so intrinsically with Siege Esports, with Siege as a game, with Siege as a competitive thing, not only as representatives of the region, but of the game itself. Is, if you want people to sort of get into the game that have never watched any esports, regardless of where they're from, you could say, well, watch Let's Kick play, watch Nesk play, watch Parley play, watch any of them play. And you're like, oh yeah, these guys are pretty good.
Yeah. I think that's an understatement as well. Just
yeah, that's me.
Yeah. Liquid. The pressure being applied in towards Tower and a nade. Will be tossed at PSK, but just a bit of shrapnel takes chip damage, but quick enough moves off. Although, opening death for him is kill goes in favor of Phoenix. We're seeing this roam game towards kids, and it is always strange for me personally to see, you know, kind of kids roam on a basement. Because for me, it feels like kids is like very far away from like if someone's going for a blue take.
This is what I sort of talked about before, where if there's anything that I've seen as a bit of a change on this map, is an extension where they'll have E-Box open, they'll sort of play a little bit wider. You don't see it this dedicated, this far out, but it's Team Liquid on match point. That's like
To what you're describing with the whole meeting hold where you reinforce and open up hatch. That's like doing that, but extreme. You know, it's
yeah. It's doing that and then going, but also, why don't we hold even further? Moringa went for a really ballsy C4 there. Luxor's there to sort of punish them. Nesk is able to fill that mantle and replace. Palu's gone in the meantime. PSK is trying to keep the pressure on the backstairs behind the pillar, but the rotation is concernably cut off by, I believe, E-Box being open at this point. They're instead going to see if they can dance a bit dangerously. Pre-fires through the barricade, almost massively rewarded for it.
PSK gets faded out by the Iana clone, and that's great information to gain. They know exactly where PSK is, and he's between a rock and a hard place. That is not a favorable position for him. Sexy Cake all left by himself to hold down that laundry take. Ness trying to assist in towards Freezer. Sexy Cake now rotates over, and Liquid, they cannot sit safe. There is great pressure being applied from, obviously, these backstairs in towards Blue, in towards Freezer, and Liquid spread themselves very, very thin. PSK with a great swing eliminates Zig and runs straight up the staircase to try and apply pressure towards Freezer. Boat will find one, and Pixie eliminates PSK, and now Nesk has to go huge. Finds one kill, but 3 more to find. Into Blue they go. A quick swing from Pillar. Nesk, can you win that? Yes, you can. Takes a bit of damage, but this is certainly winnable. Nomad charges will be deployed. Nesk, that's an easy one for him to get rid of, but just holds it, waits for it, and peeks it now, and that's going to be a fuser stopped. Bope has been down, and Nesk, oh my word! Phenomenal from Nesk. The Terminator is revitalized. Liquid stomped their way past Oregon, secure their spot into the major. Liquid untouchable in Oregon.
7 kills, 2 rounds. Hey friend, imaginary friend we made up earlier who's never watched Siege before. You want to watch a world-class player? Yeah. What an end to a map. Twice Liquid found their pace. Twice they locked themselves in the second half of those maps. One more team added to the Mexico Major. One more flag. It's going to be waved with that standard and familiar Brazilian etch on it, but what a team.
Liquid came to play as expected. Big moments, the big players step up, and that's exactly what happened with what's just happened with Ness. So, yeah, Liquid into the major they go. Commiserations to Phoenix, who should be so proud of what they've accomplished. They may not have been able to topple the big giant of Liquid, but hey, they managed to get to this position in the first place, which is, I think, great for them as a team, and I really hope this team has learned a lot from this competition, and hopefully we see them come back even stronger next time.
I have no doubt. I have no doubt that we will see. I think it's always worth considering that the team that they just went up against and some of the teams that they've played were some of the ones that made the biggest impact at SI, the first international in a very long period of time. And sure, they fall at the final hurdle, but it's the first time they've been at this hurdle, at this level, and I doubt it will be the last. Before we get too deep into that, though, hey, let's go find Riley.
Isn't it good to be back and good to see Phoenix? That's what I wanted to say as well. Good to see Phoenix really give a good account of themselves. I think they can walk away from this with their head held high. You know, they've come up against the best teams in the region. I mean, arguably the best teams in the world amongst their number, and have acquitted themselves marvelously. I think going up against Team Liquid was always going to be a big ask, and I think the fact that they did come in, they dug in, they did their best. You know, they gave a good account of themselves, but ultimately, you know, I mean, the way that match ended just goes to show the sort of stuff that they had to contend with their demo, because that was just magic, like pure magic from Team Liquid, who, as you mentioned before, they came to get it done. You know, after some wobbles in the group period, they came here to gain the spot in the August major that I guess they probably considered rightfully theirs.
Yeah.
And with a really convincing performance across both maps, they've done really well.
I think everyone kind of rightfully thought that, yeah, that, you know, Liquid should be there at the end of the day. And yeah, Liquid comes in, get the job done. I think very convincing. 7-3, 7-3 is always a comfortable scoreline, in my opinion. But Nesk, you know, just really showcased. And I think for Phoenix going away from this, there were rounds that they should be proud of. I think there was rounds that they definitely could have won and maybe should have won at times, but that just shows that there's room for improvement. If that team can improve in those mistakes, who knows? Who knows what they could do? A lot of potential.
Absolutely. It looks like we've got our interview ready here with Palu, who's going to be able to come in and have a chat with us about what we've just seen. Again, if you've just joined us, 7-3, 7-3 to Liquid against Phoenix here. Let's bring Palu in and have a chat. And, well, first of all, congratulations. Must be a big relief here to have got your position here at the major. Talk us through the matches and going up against Phoenix, who certainly, you know, at points, they made you work for it.
What you said in the final, I didn't understand the last question.
Sorry, in the Phoenix certainly made you work for it towards the end there. They really did give a good account of themselves, but obviously you'd be very happy to come away with the win.
Yeah, we knew like some of the plays that they used against Team 1 on the last play day. Then we kind of made some counters, but they played a really different some rounds, and we didn't know exactly what they were doing. So sometimes we got kind of lost, you know. But like Villa, they were like, I think it's the strongest map from them, so they were really confident on it. But as I said on my last interview that I had here on BR6, we are working a lot on our Villa, and it's going to be one of our strongest maps. And I think they saw that we aren't playing it like, and we ban a lot it, so they were expecting an easy game. And we made some counters watching their old VODs, and like it was kind of, not saying easy, but we knew what was going to happen, you know.
Well, yeah, I mean, good to hear that you came prepared, certainly, and well done on a job well done there. A lot of us were expecting Team Liquid to sort of get that slot. Did you consider it to be yours? Did you consider your spot in the league in the major to be all, you know, wrapped up, or were you a bit worried that it might slip through your fingers?
No, we got a little scared, like when we lost to Furia. Like we were playing really hard. Like, not saying that like NIP, we always had like great matches against them, but the way we lose the match, like the communication was really poor. Like we weren't like understand ourselves. It was like we were playing by each one by themselves, so we worked on that on the last matches, and I think it worked well.
Paulo, quick question from myself, and it's just on the basis of Sexy Cake today. Massive performance from him. Probably one of the best series we've seen him have in quite a while. I mean, what is it about Sexy Cake? I think he's definitely changed from what we've seen him invite.
Yeah, I can say like he was doing his stuff. Like he sometimes have some reads of little plays he can do, and he got a lot of gaps on their defenses, and he just like made it what happened. I don't know. I didn't even see most of them because I play sometimes really away from him.
Now that we have more of our Latin America teams locked in, do you think it's going to be another showing like it was SI? Your region, it was pretty good at SI, and do you think it's going to be another Brazil showdown all over the boards?
I think so. Like, the SSG is going to be a great contender. I don't know the exactly word, like, but they are
contender.
Really
you're right. Yeah,
no, it's perfect.
They are coming really stronger right now with Hot and Cold, and I think we need to watch them a lot. And like the others, like BDS and Pyre, always coming strong to these events. We should be watching them a lot. And that's that. Just making sure we do what we worked on the Invitational. We had like a hard job. Like we went through a lot of ups and downs. How can I say? And we know what we need to do. Like Brazilian is like showing to the world, I think right now, that they are a great potential on Rainbow Six, and we have a lot more to show.
Another Latin America final?
Maybe. Let's see. Yeah.
Well, we're looking forward to seeing it, mate. And look, thank you for joining us. Best of luck tomorrow during the final playoffs. And then, of course, we're looking forward to seeing you at the major. Thanks for joining us, Paulo.
Thank you very much. And, of course, go by the AC, guys. Thank you. See you.
Oh, well, before our producer Simon could cut off that little plug there at the end like he did last week, of course, inexcusable from him, but hey, a little bit better across the line this time now. Well, that is just about that. We're going to bring Ollie back in so we can wrap up the day's coverage and get across everything that we've seen so far today. And I tell you what, the sparks have certainly flown across the two quarterfinals that we've seen. To quickly recap for you as we bring Ollie back in here, Furia going up against Black Dragons, taking it out 2-0 across their two maps. And then the same story with Liquid going over Phoenix here. And this is where we stand at the end of our first day's coverage of the LATAM League Finals. Black Dragons and Phoenix Esports can pack their bags and go home, unfortunately. But again, they've given a good account of themselves. Tomorrow, we've got some real barnstormers. My goodness me. Team 1, a huge up-and-comer in BR6, and they've come to play. No mistake here against Furia Esports, another team that is a bit of an up-and-comer, but Team 1, my goodness me, they've got the momentum at the moment. And then a clash of the Titans down in the semi-final. Ninjas in Pajamas facing off against Team Liquid. This is a $35,000 tournament, and the winner will take home 10 grand. My goodness me, what an amount of money for them. And in addition to that, of course, the bragging rights, which, I mean, can you really put a price on that? Winning the stage final here will be huge. All of these 4 teams qualified for the August major. That'll be coming your way, of course, next month. But for now, we turn our attention to tomorrow and what we expect. Ollie joins us now at the desk, and we can get across, I guess, some thoughts and perspectives. Ollie, bringing you in there, mate. Team Liquid picking up a win that I think a lot of people expected to, but we certainly got our money's worth from that match.
Yeah, I think we did. And, everyone was going into that one expecting Liquid to come out with a result. And the unknown factor there was from Phoenix, in that it was an opportunity for them to play a major on home turf. And unfortunately for those guys, that won't be a reality. And we were wondering to see if that would have a bit of a bigger impact overall. I think that Phoenix did a good job in terms of the map selection. I kind of chuckled when Villa was selected and sort of remembered back to the interview that Paulo had done where they said that there was a map they were trying to bring into the pool. So Villa, not really the off pick I think that Phoenix were maybe hoping that it was going to be. But what about the games that we've got coming forward tomorrow? I think we're going to be fighting over who gets that NIP Liquid game.
Well, let's talk about it, Fluke. Let's get your perspective here. We've kind of got our, again, Clash of the Titans, the big teams in NIP versus Liquid, and then Furia facing off against Team One. These are the up-and-coming teams. What are your thoughts on these semis? Because, of course, a lot on the line for these players as we head towards the grand final.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're both going to be amazing games. I think that obviously we've seen always this fight at the top. It's 4 teams that have been very, very strong in the past. It's 4 teams that sort of had different stories in terms of SI, in terms of what they could craft in the situation. There's almost this point where you're looking at a little bit of the old guard defending against the new wave, and this new wave of sort of the players like Team One and stuff, and how they can structure themselves. This is another opportunity for them to really try and drive themselves that last bit of momentum before they get themselves in the major.
And Demo, just your thoughts as well very quickly. Are we going to see Team One continue after their amazing group performance? Have Furia got what it takes to pull off a bit of an upset here? Well, not necessarily an upset, but, rally after their quarterfinals there? What do you think?
I think both teams pretty evenly matched. I think it's tough to go around and find 2 teams that are as similar, in terms of... Also, I think backstory, the kind of new guard coming in, these younger guys are going to be playing against each other, where the other side we have, the old gods, we have the veterans up ready to go. So I think Team One Furia, it's there for both teams. I think both teams have played very consistent. If I was to be biased, which I never am, Riley, that's one thing you have to know about me. I'm never biased, whereas
No, I've picked that up.
Ollie and Fluke are looking at me saying, this guy. I'm leaning towards Team One a little bit.
Yeah, look, they've performed really strongly during the BR6 coverage, and they've really been one of the teams that have opened a lot of eyes, especially as a newer, fresher face on the scene. They've done done really well. But I mean, Ollie, you and me, we've seen NIP, we've seen Liquid, we've seen the stuff that they can do in BR6, and that is going to be a showstopper tomorrow. I mean, best of 3, that semi-final's going to go off.
It really is, and to think that we're not going to have both of those teams inside of the final at this point, based on Liquid's performance throughout the groups, I think that's going to be something that's weighing quite heavily in the back of their mind. Because that is a game that you would put to be in a final game. It was the finals of Six Invitational a couple of months ago, and they gave us a good show in there as well. So that one's really going to be quite hotly contested, especially given the bit of a rivalry that is going on, of course, between those 2 teams. Obviously, NIP got the better of Liquid at SI, and then they came out in week 1 of stage 2 and were able to get the result as well. NIP started so strong inside of stage 2. And I'm sure that they're going to be looking to finish on that sort of a high as well. So, before we even get to thinking about the final and which combination of those 4 it's going to be, I'm already looking forward to those semi-finals.
Yeah, they're going to be huge, and we do hope you'll join us as well. Thanks for hanging out with us today, but of course, the party don't stop until we crown a champion, which will be happening tomorrow. Check your local guides for the time, but I believe it'll be kicking off around the same sort of time. We will get underway with our semi-finals and indeed the final for your viewing pleasure. 3:40 p.m. UTC, 15:40 UTC is when we're going to kick off. So we do hope to have you then. On behalf of the entire broadcast team, including the fine folks on your screen and the production team working tirelessly behind the scenes, I'd like to thank you for contributing to the success of today's broadcast. It's been excellent to have you. We do hope once again to have you again for all the action tomorrow. But that is that. That's all she wrote today, sports fans. We'll be back again tomorrow. Hope to see you then. Until then, this is Riley Knight signing off and saying goodbye.
Una santa, pero en la disco tremenda mujer. Poca ropa y calor, son curvas que dan ardor. No le eche la culpa a las luces, al dragón ni tampoco al sol. No me tagues en tus historias, que se van a enterar. Y estás conmigo y tus amigas se van a interesar. Me piden más y más. Que haga calor. designer. Pero mira como vaina, girl. La patrona la designer. Pero mira como vaina, girl. El flow que te llevases. Ay, aquí competencia ya no hay. Nadie se compara a tu style. Por eso andamos fire, por eso andamos. De todas las guiales, es la number one, es la buena, mi male. Yeah, 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 yeah. Me dice que tal, si vamos a quemar, you know. Pero vaya, gente que no le gusta que no sea normal, mala. Estamos en la buena, pero con ellos en la mala. Solo tenemos una vida, hay que gozarla, bebé. Hay que gozarla, bebé. Ella es una fila, una mujer entera. Tiene su respeto, ella es la mera mera. Es de la plaza, esa es su casa. Pero mira cómo mueven las masas. Ella es una águila, una mujer entera. Tiene su respeto, ella es la mera mera. Es de la plaza, esa es su casa. Pero mira cómo